I'd like to welcome everybody to the East Lyme Board of Finance special meeting of Monday, July 20th, 2020. The time is now 7:11 p.m. The next agenda item that we have are delegations. This is an opportunity to hear from the public regarding their thoughts on the public safety building project, which is the only discussion that we will be having this evening. And I would like to start by reading off the delegations from members of the public that emailed me and gave me permission or requested me to speak on their behalf this evening. I have 6 of them, so this will take a little while to get through. After I've completed reading these statements from the public, I will open the floor up to now the 44 attendees that are waiting to speak during delegations, and call on them one by one if they have their hand up and they would like to address the board on this very important topic this evening. So I will begin with the first letter that I received from Mr. Mike Schultz. He is from Lover's Lane in East Lyme, and he has asked me to read this for the record. I want to thank you for your continued efforts to keep the insanity that appears to be taking over this town's finances. If this epidemic has taught me anything, it would be that we can do more with less. Having attended many of the meetings involving the initial purchase of the building, it was clear to me that much more than the approved $5 million would be required to complete the projected renovations. It was stated, however, that the renovations, including the cost to purchase, could be completed for the $5 million. I also recall a number of $6 million being discussed. Now we are approaching $7.2 million, an obvious larger sum of money being needed in the future to make other repairs, such as the roof and AC unit. I'm sure the other unit will also need replacement at some point down the road. Other expenditures have also been pointed out, and to be honest, scares the triple blank out of me. Cost overruns are always present and don't rear their ugly head until the middle or end of the project. As you are aware, the first 80% of any project is easy. It's the last 20% that is difficult. I don't really see an end to it. Millions will be spent for this project, only to be followed by millions to correct other deficiencies that will soon surface in other areas of the town, such as school repairs, town hall building needs, boardwalk, and other unforeseen storm-related damages. Nature is not going to let up on us. The only group needing a location change or other action is the police. I'm sure we can find something that would satisfy their needs. The police don't need a place to hang out. Their jobs don't involve sitting in an office. They too need a paradigm shift. A much smaller building, even one rented, would do. What about the use of other land that the town owns? Seems to me that every time some need comes up that involves a building, we go crazy with needs that we don't actually have driving costs beyond reason. We could hire the Amish to come and put up a structure that would last for decades, as long as it is maintained. It would be done in 30 to 60 days. I am totally against continuing on this extravagant boondoggle. This is my opinion, and you can share it with others if you chose. I'm not able to participate in the electronic methods. Mike Schultz. The second memo was received from one Maxine DeFusco, 15 Oswegatchie Hills Road. The subject, Additional monies requested for public service building. I regret that I am physically unable to attend tonight's meeting on this very important budget request. However, I do want to make my thoughts known on this request for additional monies for the PSB. Our household was divided on the initial referendum. My partner voted yes, and I voted no. Should there be another referendum, we will both be voting no, in addition to many of our friends. I am hoping, no, praying, that there will not be another referendum. I am so thankful that our town has a system of checks and balances when it comes to expenditures, and most especially those in the millions. You play a vital role. The BOF has been charged with the very important task of keeping our money safely guarded while providing transparency in all areas. It would seem that the Board of Selectmen would be willing to do the same, but recent events would tell us they do not share this charge. The last referendum on the PSB was in excess of $5 million, and we were assured by the first selectman that the repairs additions would come in under budget. I said then, and I say now, that the first selectman will nickel and dime, paren, really millions, and paren, us, so long as he is in office with little to no transparency, just so he has a legacy. This board needs to carefully examine the expenditures requested and see what, if any, benefit will be served to the taxpayers. I certainly hold with the belief that our police force deserves a much better space than they currently have now. I would like to see a commission formed to study in depth the last monies granted and what can be done to give the police what they need while providing full and complete transparency to the taxpayers. I realize there was a committee of sorts before the purchase, but really doubt just how much transparency that group was afforded. If it means looking elsewhere and purchasing another property closer to town and for less money, then I say do it. After all, didn't the first selectman say we got the Honeywell building for a steal? If that is true, perhaps it could be sold at a profit. The handwriting is on the wall, board. How long before monies are requested to complete everything else and bring it up to code? Supposedly, the upstairs can be rented dollars, I've heard stated. Show me the lease agreement and the cost to outfit the second floor for that tenant. I feel that we, the taxpayers, should be able to trust the BOF for transparency, as well as accountability and truth. Show us that this is so by voting no. Referendums cost money as well. I say stop it before the spending gets totally out of hand. Thank you for listening to my point of view. Signed, MC.
Camille?
Karen Zamitrek, I'll just interject here that I have the copies of all this correspondence, and I will make sure that they get forwarded to you for the public record. Yes, John.
Ann just texted me. Could you sign her in?
She's listed as
An attendee? Where is she?
attendee. She's an attendee now. She needs to be elevated.
Okay, there she is.
Thank you. Thank you, board friends. That was scary.
Do we lose Ann Chicello?
No, I see her box.
Okay. There she is. Okay. I just want to make sure we still have everybody on board before I continue. All right. Okay. This is the third correspondence that I received today at 3:17 p.m. and it is from Michelle Maitland of 6 Acorn Drive. Hi, Camille. I appreciate your willingness to read the below statement into the public record. Keeping my fingers crossed. Take care, Michelle. Okay. This is a statement on the public safety building submitted by Michelle Maitland. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I offer this opinion solely as a concerned citizen and taxpayer. I am sorry I am unable to be present for this call, but want to express my desire that the town back out of this project, even knowing it may constitute a short-term loss. Yes, I support and am grateful for our emergency response crews. I do not deny our police officers are owed a comfortable and up-to-date facility, and it is conscionable to me that we, as townspeople, allowed their working conditions to deteriorate to such an extent. I am not opposed to the concept of a public safety building, and while I was ambivalent about the site, I voted in favor of the undertaking. However, then, repeatedly, new facts came to light which eroded my confidence, and I ended up regretting having voted for it, even months ago before COVID. But here you all are tonight on Zoom, amidst a historically unprecedented global crisis, and talking about fine points of a project started how many years ago? Question mark. I am aware we are under contract and there would be costs associated with withdrawals, but no ground has been broken yet, and for that we should be grateful. As much as I hate the idea of breaking contracts, the fact is an entity doesn't need to fulfill a contract at any cost. If conditions change and become untenable for either party, there are processes for contract termination. Obviously, this would not be a first choice, nor would the loss of the already sunk costs. Yet I believe town leadership should act swiftly and decisively to disentangle us from this obligation. I understand why we might have continued on this path had there not been a pandemic, and I would have begrudgingly supported that despite my change of heart. But we cannot turn a blind eye to our changed circumstances. We are amidst a tsunami of change and have before us now high ground within sight. It does not take a stretch of the imagination to see we can reverse course on this single but costly project, and to me, that is the responsible choice. I thank the volunteers who have been working long and hard on this and believe, if given another chance, they can do better by our police and community. Thank you. Okay, I am moving on to an email that I received today at around 4:15 p.m. from John Gian Lombardo, 2 Hillcrest Road. This is a textbook case on how not to purchase real estate. At the time, $6 million was more than enough to purchase and renovate the building. Now we are told it will be at least $1.2 million more than that, with other expenses unaccounted for, and only half the building renovated. It's time to say no to bad management. Either live with the $5 million or rethink the project. Sell Honeywell and rehabilitate the Dominion property properly, which should have been done over the last dozen years. I need to check if a Mr. Tom Kalal is an attendee this evening. He asked me to read his memo if he was not able to attend.
I saw his
He is.
name.
Okay, I do see him, so I'm going to let him read his own letter. So this will be, I believe, the final correspondence that I received today to the East Lyme Board of Finance. It came to my Morgan Alberti at AOL email. And it is from Lucera Jane Nebelon, Quarry Dock Road, Niantic. I greatly appreciate that Board Chairman Camille Alberti is ensuring that our voices are heard. There is nothing new in my statement. I've said it all in the past 18 months, beginning in January 2019. I am reiterating key points at this time so that they are read into the public record for the Board of Finance's consideration. First Selectman Nickerson created a crisis with the willful neglect of the Dominion building, making it deplorable, and then marketed the Honeywell building by withholding information, using deliberate deceit and gaslighting, telling us what we were supposed to believe despite facts and evidence to the contrary. It is irresponsible and inexcusable to pressure the Board of Finance to approve the additional $2.2 million because of a contractor-imposed deadline. This is history repeating itself when we all were rushed and the Board of Finance was pressured into allowing the February 2019 referendum based on a deceitful, manipulated, and flawed process without the due diligence of facts and details. First Selectman Nickerson committed to completing the due diligence at the January 23rd, 2019 Board of Finance meeting, yet it was not done prior to the closing. We still have unanswered questions as to the expenses of this project. 1, are the roof and the HVAC unit the only things being deferred relative to the PSB renovations? What else hasn't been brought up and made publicly explicit? For example, repaving the parking lot. What are their costs? My guess is that when all is said and done for the PSB, there will probably be another $1.5 million plus in costs, bringing the total to around $9 million. Half the building will still be without renovations. 2, what are the estimated costs of maintaining the unrenovated portion of the building and for how long, so that it too does not become deplorable? Again, the condition of the Dominion building is a prime example of the town's negligence. I can't remember the expected date of completion for the Honeywell renovations. I believe it is a year from now. The responsible and respectful thing to do on behalf of the police department and the people of East Lyme is to table the Honeywell renovations and immediately find the funds for the repairs required for the Dominion building. I bet these repairs can be completed well before year end and get our police officers in a safe working environment, which they greatly deserved all along. It comes down to this. The people of East Lyme gave First Selectman Nickerson the benefit of the doubt when we approved the $5 million. He betrayed our trust and has lost any further entitlement to that privilege. While I greatly appreciate the time and effort of the Vision Committee, this never should have moved forward. Bottom line, this is the wrong time and further funding is the wrong choice. People are going to be reluctant to risk their health to vote in a referendum, and the town's financial stability is uncertain. It is time to right these wrongs. If we end up selling Honeywell at a loss, so be it. It was a bad deal all along. The only way forward is truth, facts, and evidence. With Camille Alberti's forthright leadership and transparency, I trust that all issues will be weighed thoughtfully and completely, and whatever decision that the Board of Finance makes will be appropriate. Thank you for considering my comments. Signed, Lucira Jean Heatherly. That was the final written comment that I received to be read in delegations. So at this point, there are a number of attendees in the waiting room with 5 people who have raised their hands so far to speak. So I will go down the list and invite them to speak to the Board of Finance at this time. Okay, the first person I see is Steve Larson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can everybody hear Steve Larson?
That's too bad. That's too bad. Anyway, you know, I appreciate the work that everyone here on the board, as well as the Vision Committee, as volunteers, you have tough decisions to make. And as many of you know, a dozen years ago, I sat in your seat during the last recession. And during that time, the Board of Finance did its best to either level fund the town with no tax increase, or I think in one year we actually had a tax reduction, if you believe it. These times call for extraordinary measures. This is not a business as usual set of conditions we have. And I appreciate the fact that you were able to get a budget out the door last year, probably impacting the reserve a bit. But, you know, it's not going to be any easier this year or next year. This is going to be a 2 to 4 year process to dig out of this recession. So this is a time to be very thoughtful about the expenditure and the increase of town indebtedness. When this project was reviewed back in January of 2019, this board really worked hard. This board reduced the requested amount from $6 million to $5 million with the consent of the first selectman, by his suggestion that $1 million could be saved by taking the salary port and the cells out of the project. This was not a unilateral action by the Board of Finance. And I went back and read those minutes. It was good to see that it was a unanimous decision of the then constituted Board of Finance to approve the project with those changes. During the run up to the town election, just past November, some nine months ago, First Selectman assured the voters that the project would be completed within the $5 million that had been appropriated, that he would make it work. And that was a promise he made before an election. Those are important promises. Those are not just estimates. Those are not, as Paul talks about, rough order magnitude numbers. That's a promise by your chief executive that he will execute what the voters and this board approved. What dismays me at this point is that after all that work, after the action of this board and the action of the voters, you have a proposal before you to put back in the sally port and the cells, almost like you hadn't taken the action. Your action was thoughtful. Your action was considered. Your action was with the consent of the first selectman. And now it's let's go for it all. And probably arguments about how much you save by doing the one project at one time and blah, 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 blah. One of the arguments I made when I testified before the Board of Selectmen, perhaps even the Board of Finance, I know I testified twice, but there were a lot of public forums during that period, so I'm not really sure where I was and what day of the week it was. That's what happens when you retire. Right, John? Anyway, so when I testified, I really urged the Board of Selectmen to pursue a regional solution to this. And the reason that I did that is that we have 169 towns, and we have data that shows us what other towns have spent for this building, these kinds of buildings, and how this is a good deal. But it's a bad deal that every one of the towns has to invest capital in this kind of infrastructure. We have a high tax base in Connecticut, a really high property tax base. And if we don't have a county form of government, and we're not likely to get one. So the only way that we can moderate the tax base is by creative regional solutions to spread the cost of infrastructure. And this is clearly infrastructure. If you had 3 towns versus 1 town, this wouldn't go up by a factor of 3. Maybe it goes up by a factor of 50%. Maybe you have to finish the second floor, okay? Now, I understand that Old Lyme was not prepared to move forward. I spoke to the first selectman of Old Lyme because I wanted for myself to see what was really going on. Now, she's not in her office anymore. We have a new first selectman. And I don't know that this project should be delayed any further. But I urge this board, when you're acting on projects, to insist on regional solutions. And you have an option before you tonight to do that. The jail right now is a regional solution. It's costing us $40-some thousand a year. I'll make a bet with any member of this board that if you build that jail, the cost of debt and staff will be double that, maybe triple it. It will not be possible to just have the staff, when they're kind of in the office, kind of keep an eye on the cells. You're spending $40,000 now. If you take the extra $810,000 for the Sally Port in the jail and divide it over 20 years, that's $40,000 without interest. So principal and interest on building this is the same as you're paying for a regional solution with Waterford. You made a good decision in January, February of 2019. You should make that same decision tonight. There's no reason to change that decision. In fact, there's good reason to question the original decision given the economic situations that your other witnesses have already commented on. I looked at the financials, and as usual, Anna did a fantastic job giving us lots of numbers to take a look at. And I think the couple takeaways for me is that debt service is going to go up, and it's going to be up over the next 11 years. Now, it's not solely this project, and Anna points out that as a percent of expenditures, it's relatively flat. But maybe being flat's not good enough. And where are you going to get the $655,000 that you're going to need to provide? I think that was the peak in about year 4 or so, year 3 or 4, 2024 or 2025. You're going to have to come up with another $655,000 in your annual budget for the amount of debt that is being added. I guess the last 2 comments I make is, I want to thank the Vision Committee. Again, a set of volunteers probably don't get very many thank yous for the work that you've done. The only dispute I would have with the summary at the end of the presentation that was made to the Board of Selectmen, and I assume the presentation will be made to you tonight. It says that the rough order of magnitude that was used generated a $6 million project, and that this request is only 19% over that request. But this proposal tonight is 44% over what you've appropriated. And if you look at just the cost of renovations, it's about 100%. So my last recommendation to you, I'll make 2 final comments here and I'll wrap up, is that this board should never, ever appropriate money for a major capital project without an architectural feasibility and budget before them. Don't do it. If you want to appropriate the money to buy a building, go ahead and buy a building. There's always a crisis. The buyer's going to sell to somebody else. We've been down that road, and I was down that road when I was on this board. I mean, that's not a new tune. But that doesn't mean you go to the voters and say you have a $5 million project when you haven't had a professional estimate done as to what it's really going to cost. The voters should vote on a project eyes wide open. Because, otherwise we're doing bait and switch. And that's how I feel right now, is that this is bait and switch. And yet, I don't want to dispute the good faith of Vision people and the people that worked on this. They're volunteers. They don't have any personal agenda. But that's how, as a voter, I feel. And unless this board says we won't approve a major project unless we have a professional cost estimate of what it's really going to cost to do this, and have an architect come in and really do that. So you spend $100,000. It'd be better to have spent $100,000 18 months ago and acted on an eyes wide open project. And maybe you would have taken the Sally Port and jail still out, and you would have approved $6.2 million. It's hard to know what you would have done back then. But what you did was not informed. It was not informed if the project renovation cost have gone up 100%. It was not informed. So I guess my final recommendation is you take the Sally Port and the cell out. I would probably take the elevator out, but create the infrastructure. You could add one later, create the framing so that an elevator could be added. That would take $1 million out of the project. And that would make it a $6.2 million project. I'm not an advocate for stepping back from this. And then work like hell to get some regional involvement. And I wish you all luck. I know this is going to be a hard and long night for you. Thank you for listening to me with my comments.
Thank you, Steve Larson. I really appreciate your taking the time to address the board this evening. Next on the list, I'm just going to go in order here. Next on the list is Tom Kalal. Tom, I've just unmuted you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Miss Alberti. My name's Tom Kalal. I live at 80 Grassy Hill Road here in town, and I speak for myself and for my wife. First, I thank your volunteer service for what you do and how important it is for all of us. Very interesting comments, and there's some very well-educated people on this matter. I don't have some of the details that I've already heard, but I have my own thoughts about this. When the project was first proposed, it was a pretty good idea, but boy, it's been so. This has changed, that's changed. Now we're spending more money. It's really been a confusing project as an outsider. So if you did this additional funding, would like that be it? Like there won't be any more money spent, or or why haven't we figured this out ahead of time? Maybe we're just going too fast, or not prepared with this project. But more importantly, and I think somebody else has said it, that these are really unusual times that we're all going through. And I'm not sure it's the right thing. I know for me and my family, we have become much more conservative in our spending because we now live with COVID. We have no idea what the economic impact is going to be. I'm sure the businesses are going to shutter, and I'm sure there's going to be increased home foreclosures, and these all reduce our revenue. But just speaking personally about this whole project, I almost think we ought to just sit back and just wait. I don't think this is the time to be spending more money like is currently being proposed, and therefore I'm not for the additional referendum. I mean the additional money, and I suspect most of the citizens are thinking the same way. It is just not the time to be doing this. I say no. That's it, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Tom Kalal, for your contribution this evening.
You're welcome.
Next on the list, we have Holly Cheeseman. Holly, I've unmuted you, and you're free to speak.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank the Vision Committee. And I'm going to keep my comments brief because I know you have a long evening ahead of you. Everyone knows the history of the attempts to move our police into an appropriate building. We've seen locations at Camp Net at Niantic. We've seen proposed new buildings. We know what happened in the past, and we know where we are now. And to be honest, if this were 6 months ago, I would be with you in questioning the direction in which we're going. But this is not 6 months ago. We're in the middle of a public health crisis with indeed significant financial implications for our town, but significant health implications. No one will deny that the building in which the police are housed now is unsuitable from a structure point of view, from a health point of view, from many different aspects. I heard comments before that we should upgrade the building, provide all the needed renovations, etc. I suspect if we were to go into that building, which in fact we do not currently own, that the cost might be so large that we would then trigger the need to bring it up to current flood standards, at which point we would be faced with raising that building up to meet current building regulations. We are asking our police and the people who interact with them to go into a building that is not only unhealthy, but in the current public health crisis is actively unsafe. How do you constructively socially distance? How do you ensure that the HVAC system is such that it should be? How do you allow everyone working in that building to work in a building that is going to preserve their health and welfare? Believe me, I understand the financial concerns. I mean, I fully expect after we do the special session in July, we will be going to Hartford in September to address deficit mitigation. Everyone, every town in this state is going to be facing a financial and fiscal crisis. But at the end of the day, we have a building that we have purchased. Yes, one may argue that there has been quote unquote mission creep, but no one has yet told me how we can move our police and our residents who interact with them on a daily basis into a building that will be safer, more modern, more secure, for the same price and in the same time frame. So I absolutely understand the concern you and all our citizens have for not overextending ourselves. But at the end of the day, my concern, as it is every day, is for the health and safety of those who are protecting us, who are putting their lives on the line, and the people who have to interact with them. So please consider this aspect as you go forward, because I do think it's something that can't be overlooked. And we can argue that this process should have played out differently. We could argue for more transparency, but at the end of the day, our police who are putting their lives on the line, who are protecting us, the people who have to go in and interact with them, deserve a building that's going to protect their health and safety. So I thank you so much for your hard work. I thank you for listening to my comments tonight, and I wish you the best of luck as this plays out.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you very much for your statement this evening. It's much appreciated. Moving on, the next hand that I see on the list is Lisa Picarazzi, a former member of this very Board of Finance, as well as a member of the Public Safety Building Vision Committee. Lisa, you're on.
Thank you, Camille. You hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Lisa Picarazzi, 14 Oak Hill Drive in Niantic. So as a former Board of Finance member, in 2018, I made a motion to remove the public safety building from the capital plan due to the extensive bonding that the town and the taxpayers were taking on due to school renovations. The entire board unanimously agreed to remove the public safety from the capital plan. It's clear that because less than a year later, our first selectman just overrode that decision and moved rather hastily, I might add, to buy the Honeywell building. And as such, the Public Safety Vision Committee was born, of which, as Camille referred to, I was a member. As some folks were misinformed, I think they thought our charter was to decide whether or not we should buy the building or choose some other option. That was not our mission. Our charter was not whether to decide to buy the building, but rather what would be required to renovate the building, which included designs and needs analysis. I will say everyone on the committee worked very hard, split into subcommittees for their specific area of focus, and we did come up with a unanimous decision, of which I was part of, to come up with a final design for this. But I can say, as we moved forward, it was pretty obvious to me that there were things that were omitted from the estimate. And for instance, the first estimate that we got from Silver and Petrocelli included a roof replacement. That roof probably does not leak right now, but some people are misinformed about that. The roof is beyond its 30-year life. We should have definitely negotiated the selling price of that building based on the existing condition of the roof, just as a resident would do to buy a home. If you buy a home and the roof is at the end of its useful life, we understand what will take to replace it, and we negotiate that into the selling price. The taxpayers deserved to have that inspection done properly and have the selling price modified accordingly. Was not done. Additionally, 2 roof units for HVAC are also at the end of their life. Sure, they could last 5 years or 6 years, but when you buy a building, if the buyer and the seller negotiate those items at first, which they should do, the price would be dropped accordingly. We included in our estimate 1 HVAC unit to be replaced, but the other one we did not. I tried to move that forward and it was not supported by the committee. Those 2 items alone with just 1 HVAC unit will cost the taxpayers almost $500,000. That should be included in the original estimate, not as some folks suggested that be included in a maintenance budget going forward. That's completely inappropriate, and it's fleecing the taxpayers out of almost $500,000. There are other items that are going to be required to make this building fully renovated, and they have not been included in the estimate. My intention is not to go through all of them, but I can tell you that we are agreed that we are going to renovate as, quote, necessary. I certainly think our police deserve more than renovate as necessary. And the building was not, at least that I could find out, was not inspected by an independent consultant. I requested a copy of the building inspection from our first selectman, and I was refused. Completely inappropriate and not transparent. If the building wasn't bought so hastily, we might have taken the time to do the job right, get the estimate done properly, and be inclusive of all the details required. But it was, I'm almost going to say, ramrodded through. As a Board of Finance member, we were told that we only had 30 days to make a decision on this, or we were going to lose our option. Again, inappropriate. We let the Dominion property fall into a state of decay through neglect. That, I wonder if that wasn't done to shore up the decision to buy the Honeywell building. Regardless, our police deserve much more. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa Picarazzi. Thanks for your contribution this evening.
You're welcome.
Next on the list, we will hear from Dan Price, a current member of the Board of Selectmen and also a member of the Public Safety Building Vision Committee. Okay, Dan, you're on.
Hello, everybody. I'm not a current member of the Board of Selectmen. I'm the chairman of the Police Commission.
Oh, oh, excuse me, Dan. I got you confused with Dan Cunningham. My apologies.
No worries.
Dan Price.
We kind of look alike, you know, with the hair. And, I'm the chairman of the Police Commission. I am the vice chairman of the Vision Committee. I live at 205 Upper Patagoncet Road. I have been involved in trying to get this town its own police department since probably the late 90s. I've been involved in all 2 or 3 of the prior edifications of it. I was involved in the original vision committee that looked at probably 25 different sites throughout town, including Bob's, the other building, and the Victory building, whatever that's called, in the middle there. We have looked at so many different sites. We decided on this current site seemed to fit our needs very well. We came up with a cost of about $6 million to renovate it. We actually weren't that far off. When considering to the $6 million, we're adding a $400,000+ elevator so the town can keep the second floor ADA compliant in the future. Another $300,000 in contingency costs. We were off, I think it was said, by 19%. New London was off by 100% on their schools when they estimated the costs. We didn't do that badly, considering we had a year or so. I understand people wish it had been done differently, but we are where we are. The current building is completely unsatisfactory for our department. Even if it were completely renovated, it's just too small. We need a better space. We need a more modern space. Leasing jail cells from Waterford is a great temporary solution, but there's no guarantee that they will continue to charge us $40,000 a year in perpetuity. I did not go back and read the minutes of the meetings like Steve did, but my memory of the Board of Finance meeting was they cut us to $5 million because they cut the Sally ports out and said, when you have hard numbers, come back to us and we'll look at the $6 million. That's essentially what we're doing right now. We're coming back to you and saying, okay, we need the original $6 million we asked for, plus a little more. You know, I've heard a lot of things like bait and switch and a lot of really ugly language tonight. And I have to say, as a member of all these committees, every volunteer has worked so hard to be transparent and to do the best thing possible for the town. Nobody in any of these committees is saying, hey, let's charge the town twice as much as we should for this. We all are trying to get the police the best department they can have. And it's not just police, it's a municipal building. It is the Emergency Management Services building. It's police, it's dispatch, it's emergency management. There's 14,000 square feet upstairs that the town can use in the future. It's a municipal building. Will it need a roof in 10 years? Probably. Every building in town has future maintenance costs. I just, you know, it's very frustrating for me, having put so many hours into this. This is actually the best possible deal for the town at this point. COVID-19 has messed everything up. I understand that. It's a different world out there. Everybody's absolutely correct in saying that. But postponing this is only going to double the cost or triple the cost for the town in the future. I think at this point, the best possible course is to put it to the town for a vote. I think the townspeople need to speak on this. I don't think any 5 people should decide. The Board of Selectmen, you know, put it forward to you guys. I think at this point it needs to go to referendum, and let's let the town decide what they want to do. So that's where I stand. Thank you all tonight. I know you've probably got a long night of deliberation and numbers, but I appreciate you hearing me.
Thank you, Dan Price. We certainly appreciate your statement and your perspective. And thank you for the work since the late 90s. You're a gem. Thanks. Moving on, we will hear from, next on the list, it looks like Elizabeth, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, he or he, but I will allow her to speak and introduce herself. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth He. I live in 15 Freedom Way, Niantic. I am years old, and I have been a resident of East Lyme for 13 years and am a student at the University of Connecticut. I want to start off by thanking our town's public safety officials and the work you do to keep us safe. I have a little different take on this, given all the current events happening. I hope that the East Lyme Police Department stays true to their commitment to, quote, to be a part of the solution, that was written on their Facebook post. Given the recent murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and 596 people in 2020 by police in the United States. From what I understand, there are renovations being done to the current police department building, but I am having trouble finding out how this money is to be used specifically. Is there a document that is available to the public noting all the individual costs for this renovation? I know that $5 million was the original budget, and now possibly with an additional $2.2 million increase. But what specific renovations are going to take place with that $5 million and with that $2.2 million? I'm just new to this, so I just don't know. So if that could be more transparent, that would be great. Unless I'm given further clarification and specification on the necessity of this $2.2 million increase, I stand against this budget increase mainly for two reasons. First, this increase in spending is going to fall into the responsibility of the town's taxpayers. First Selectman Mark Nickerson wrote in the comments of his Facebook post that the extra $1.2 million over 20 years will be less than $20 per household. Sure, it does not sound too bad to families with at-home jobs and a stable income, but not everyone in East Lyme has these privileges, especially during a global pandemic. Second, I'm afraid that the optics of this renovation and budget increase comes at a terrible timing. Across our nation, the people are calling for a divestment of police funds so that the money can be invested elsewhere. What kind of message will this budget increase send to others about our town when we are in the midst of a social justice movement that condemns police brutality and violence? It is not enough to say, well, it's not happening in my town, but I condemn other police departments. While I am here, I have some additional inquiries for town and public safety officials. Do East Lyme police wear body cams? And if not, does the police department plan to implement body cam use to help, quote, be a part of the solution? In addition, is there a document that can be released to the public sharing how police training is carried out and reinforced in the East Lyme Police Department? I've been doing my own research and am just curious, why does the East Lyme Police Department accept 7 rifle 7.62 millimeter, so 7 military-style rifles costing up to $966 from the Department of Defense under the 1033 program? Have these ever been used on the job? Like the East Lyme Police Department posted on their Facebook, we need to, quote, to be a part of the solution. This means increasing transparency between institutions and the people. This means having police officers wear body cams if not already. This means making training procedures available to the public. This means maybe taking that $2.2 million or $5 million altogether and redirecting that money into, let's say, our public school systems. Budgets are moral documents, and they reflect our priorities and values. In a time of social injustice and a global pandemic, is this the best use of our tax dollars? East Lyme has a wonderful police force and has set an example of how police departments across the country should be like. Let's continue to have East Lyme serve as an example to other communities of what healthy divestment of police funds looks like as well. All right, that's it. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We certainly appreciate your time and your perspective. Since you are new to the process, I will comment that during delegations, it's an opportunity to us to hear from the public, and we really don't engage in a back and forth discussion. But I do think if you're willing to hang out, you might have some of your questions answered later in this meeting with regard to what that $7.2 million is intended for. With regard to your other questions, I think that they might be better addressed to the Board of Selectmen, who have jurisdiction over procedures and policies in our town. So thank you again. I hope I was able to clarify a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So it looks like we still have 7 hands that are raised, and I will go to the next one. And now we have Dan Cunningham. Sorry, made that mistake before. Okay, Dan, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Camille. Dan Cunningham, for the record. I live at 3 Regatta Drive in Niantic. I'm speaking tonight as a citizen of East Lyme, although some may recognize me as a selectman, and I am a member of the Public Safety Building Committee. I stand in favor of the bonding resolution before the board tonight. I support the 7.2 million. It's already been mentioned, there have been attempts in the past to fund and build a public safety complex in East Lyme. Those prior attempts have failed and they were not supported. The price tag for those prior proposals were substantially higher than the 7.2 million needed to complete the public safety complex as proposed tonight. I really can't foresee a public safety complex being built from scratch that could be accomplished for anywhere near the amount that's being requested in the current proposal. I just don't think there's any way that you could provide what is needed for the kind of money we're talking about tonight. The proposed complex, it's adequate, but it's not extravagant. I sat on that committee and we examined every feature that is being included and being excluded. Our goal was to make it safe and functional for the police force and for the dispatch and emergency management, but there are no extravagancies. One of the advantages is that it will locate these vital functions in one building. It will have the police force, dispatch, emergency management in one place, which will certainly help them function in that situation where it's all hands on deck emergency that can happen and has happened in the past in this town. So I think it's very important to have all of those functions in one place. It's been stated by some of the other commentary tonight that these are unusual times, and they certainly are. We live in a different world than the one that existed at the beginning of the project. When we started off, there was no COVID-19. There wasn't this reexamination of social discourse on what police departments ought to be. We now face the unprecedented and unknowable threat of COVID-19. We've also witnessed the awakening of a movement to reform and reimagine the police departments across the country. I've heard that term. We should reimagine it, and we need to do that. The new public safety complex building, if it's completed to the specifications in the proposal, will allow access to that second floor of the building, along with holding cells and the evidence storage and adequate meeting rooms and conference rooms for the police department. If we're hoping if we want to help the police department to restructure how they approach and how they help our community, we need to give them space and time and comfort in order to examine their values and their goals. And they certainly can't do it where they're located right now. These features are ever more important than when this project was proposed. Last night, I was listening to the news, and there was a chief executive of a town, and I don't remember where it was, but he was lamenting over the fact that there wasn't enough space that they needed in their town to accomplish everything that they needed to accomplish with the pandemic crisis. To keep our government functioning and to allow school systems to operate, we're going to need more space for social distancing efforts. No question about it. The untapped second floor of the building, and if we get that elevator in there, we'll have great access to that second floor. And I think that additional space is going to be a vital asset in protecting our town and the employees as we attempt to move forward through COVID-19 and the social distancing that we're going to have to mandate and do. I don't think there's any way around it. And I know we'll be asking the police force to reconsider their role. We'll be asking them to reconsider how they identify what their mission is. My question is, how can we ask the police to do that if we cannot provide them with a safe setting to conduct their work? and show them a little bit of respect. And we're asking them to respect its citizens and to respect people at large. But if we can't show them some respect, we really have to question our attitudes and motives. Finally, if we don't move forward with this project, there is no viable alternative to move the police out of the present building to a safe environment if the vote fails. There's no plan on the horizon. When the Board of Selectmen voted to advance this project to the Board of Finance, after hearing the presentations of the Public Safety Division Committee and in consideration of the final project as proposed, the vote was unanimous without any hedging or hesitation. After evaluating every aspect of this, it was the sincere feeling by those members that this was a benefit to the town of East Lyme. I think in closing that the only fair and reasonable outcome tonight is to move the question to a referendum. Let's allow the citizens of East Lyme to be heard. And we will abide by their decision, whatever the outcome may be. But I think we need to provide that avenue for our citizens. I thank you for listening to me and giving me time, and good luck with your deliberations tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan Cunningham. Thanks for your statement and your time as well.
Of course.
Next list, I see Sergeant Mike Masick.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Camille, one thing first I wanted to do was hit Sergeant Babcock on behalf of the police union had drafted up a quick memo he wanted me to address and read tonight. So I'll start with that real quick, if we don't mind. So dear members of the board, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say yes, of course. And would you be able to forward that so it becomes part of the public record?
Absolutely, yes, I will. I'll get it to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so it states, dear members of the Board of Finance, I have asked Sergeant Masick to read this missive on my behalf during tonight's meeting because I'm scheduled to work the evening shift. I just completed my 37th year as a sworn police officer for the town of East Lyme, including the past 14 years as a patrol sergeant and vice president of the East Lyme Police Union. Prior to our move to 278 Main Street nearly 15 years ago, the entire police department operated out of a small building on Pennsylvania Avenue, which now serves as the office of the judge of probate. An historical fact, of which most employees or citizens of the community are unaware, is that when the police operation relocated from that building, the director of finance refused to move into this from his office next door to town hall until a complete removal of asbestos had been performed. We, the members of the police department, had worked in that environment for the preceding 22 years, and our lockers were situated in the basement where most of the contaminant was found. Our present building, which has been inspected ad nauseum, although better and considerably more spacious than the old one, is neither functional nor secure. As our most recent rainstorm, the roof covering the following areas leaked: the men's locker room, the fitness room, the hallway adjacent to the locker room, a detective's office, the report room, the offices of 2 different sergeants, and water streamed from the wall of a different hallway while bubbling up from the floor of the armory where weapons, ammunition, and records are stored. We need an expansive evidence room wherein our detective unit can work effectively in a climate-controlled area, identifying, examining, processing, recording, and storing evidentiary items. And they need a new interview room devoid of extraneous noise and interruptions. There are frequent problems with our IT system, which is not functional. There's essentially no security other than one surveillance camera for our fleet of police cruisers and civilian vehicles parked in the lot. Our vehicles are exposed and the risk of vandalism appears to be greater today than at any other time during my career. We need a secure area with barriers and video surveillance. Our contract with the Waterford Police Department, which has been a great partner, remains a tremendous leap of faith, and we should not expect them to automatically renew our extended contract with respect to prisoner processing, retention, and evidence storage. In light of the conditions the coronavirus has presented to society, we have to consider the greater risk of exposure our prisoners bring to the employees of Waterford and begin the process of operating with complete independence. And this means unequivocally building cell blocks to process and retain arrestees. It is time to stop cutting financial corners and perform the required modifications. Approve the financing and present this matter to the residents for a vote. We have been placed on the rear burner for too long. Do the right thing, and this building will service the town for decades. Respectfully, Bruce W. Babcock. So I will get that to you for records tomorrow. And what I just want to say, I basically just want to echo what Sergeant Babcock had stated. The current facility that we're working in is definitely not adequate, nor does it present a professional environment for our officers to work in. There's still water, as the sergeant indicated, seeping into the building, creating a musty and moldy environment, which is completely unhealthy for our officers. As one of the comments I heard earlier, our officers do not hang out in the building, and specifically for that reason, because it does cause some breathing issues for some of the officers that are there. They have gone and seek medical attention for it in the past. Currently, right now, during this present heat wave, as of last week, one of the main AC condensers in the building is not operating. The temperature inside the building was upwards of 85 degrees. To a point where I had to send our administrative assistant home for the day because the working conditions were just too deplorable for her to function in. Yeah, and with the current climate, because I'm intimately familiar with the contract that we do have with Waterford, as you're aware, that just expired on June 30th of this current year. Given the current climate that we are in, you know, I don't know, I mean, I can't speak for Waterford, but we don't know what, you know, they're going to be looking at as far as continue taking on the liability from the town of East Lyme. If tomorrow they were to say, look, we don't want to continue this relationship because we don't want to take on this extra liability to our citizens, what do we do then? If this building does not move forward, what is the alternative for us? We have an environment that is bad. And again, I know, I definitely am not taking sides here. I know, you know, Mr. Nickerson definitely gets attacked. You know, I read things online. I see the newspaper articles. You know, part of what I want to remind people is he also just walked into this. It's not like he created this problem with the current facility. You know, when I met him years ago, he was on another commission at that time. So I wanted to reiterate that because I just think personal attacks, again, while it may be political on both sides, I just didn't want to see that happening. But yeah, we are definitely in need of a new facility. So I would just suggest, you know, for speaking to some of the citizens out there to have you guys, again, deliberate tonight and push this forward to the citizens for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Sergeant, and thanks for reading Officer Babcock's testimony. Appreciate your perspective completely. All right, with that, we'll move on to the next person waiting to speak. That is Michael Goss or Goss, I'm not really sure, but you are online and free to speak. Michael, can you hear us? We'll try again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I want to say I think it's a shame that the police have to work in such a poor condition of a building on Main Street, but also that the first referendum we were promised a better solution at the $5 million price tag. And as we further look down the road and learn more about the building, we know $5 million is probably not going to be even close to finishing what future projects or what future renovations to bring in other departments for the town into such a large building. With that said, I don't believe additional $2.1 million in spending for sally ports and jail cells is a great idea for the town. It's a good deal with Waterford. Hopefully they can continue it, but like another gentleman said earlier tonight, community, outreach to neighboring towns for a better solution. Does the police deserve something better? Yes, but the town can't afford the $2.2 million or $2.21 million that's being proposed tonight. We also have to remember 10% of our neighbors are unemployed now. It's going to take years to get out of this economic depression, and who knows how long the pandemic will be in play. I think maybe having all those different services in different buildings right now is to our advantage health-wise. Definitely something needs to be done for the police. I don't believe the Honeywell property is the right solution, but promises were made at $5 million. The town voted for it. We have to respect that decision. But I don't think another expenditure, especially during this economic time, is wise. That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and statement. Michael, would you please state your street address and town for the record?
Oh yes, Michael Goss, 40 Riverview Road.
40 Riverview Road.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Julie Wilson. Julie, you're on. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. Julie Wilson, 13 Park Place in Niantic. Thank you to the Board of Finance members for allowing me to speak this evening. I did have my notes all prepared to go, but sitting and listening, a few other things have popped into my mind, so I just wanted to bring those to light. Holly Cheeseman has definitely hit the nail on the head that we're all living through a public health crisis. Unprecedented, of course. But the employees of the police department are also living through a health crisis, being forced to stay in the building where they currently preside. The other thing I heard tonight was, this isn't the time, it's not the time. My question is, when is the time? These dedicated employees of our town have sacrificed for more than 20 years waiting for their turn. They've gotten kicked aside for school projects, for other big projects that have come through and have evidently been more important than their safety and security. I tend to take a different view on that one. East Lyme Public Safety is made up of men and women who have sworn to protect and serve our citizens from crimes and disasters, both natural and man-made. Not only is this a huge task in today's world, it is a profession that is surrounded by risk and uncertainty each and every day. Who answers your 911 calls and talks you through performing CPR on your father until help arrives? Who responds to your frantic 911 calls for help at 3 o'clock in the morning because someone's trying to break into your home? The answer is the men and women of East Lyme Police Department. Not only do these individuals work for the taxpayers of East Lyme, they work as a team. The time is now to remove our police from the deplorable, dysfunctional conditions they have worked in for far too long, and unite them with the other branches of public safety they work with every day. Voting this request for additional funding down would demonstrate a complete indifference for the people who are there to protect and serve our citizens. With facts presented at the June 17th Board of Selectmen's meeting, East Lyme taxpayers must not be denied the opportunity to contribute what equates to pennies a day for the next 3 years in order to provide their public safety professionals with the healthy, safe, functional facility they deserve. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Julie, for your statement. If you would like that included in the official record, would you please forward that to me?
Sure can.
And I'm not sure, did I catch your street address? And
13 Park Place.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have a few more people wishing to address the board this evening. Thought we did. Let's see. Susan Ostrowski, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Susan Ostrowski, 63 Sleepy Hollow Road. So I just want to say that I think a vote for the taxpayers to vote, I'd like to say that I think that's a really good idea, but I'm not sure, and maybe you can't answer this, when and how does that get decided? How do we find out when that is decided? And the other thing is I would like to know, I wasn't really clear about the renovations for the present building. Is that public information, what that entails, and the price tag for renovations of the present building? Does that make sense?
You have two questions. One, what is the process for moving to referendum? And two, what is the amount of the renovations, did you say for the current police facility or
yes,
the proposed one? The Dominion building or the Honeywell building?
No, the current one as an option to renovate the present building.
Okay. I have made note of that, and I will address those questions that you have later on in the meeting. And if you're not able to hang on with us, they will be in the minutes.
Great, perfect.
That's okay.
Yes, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Camille.
Is that your final statement? Or
yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
If somebody else could help me check the attendees, I don't see any more hands that are raised.
Mark Powers. Neil, Mark Powers has his hand up.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Let me find him. I don't see Mark Powers in the waiting room.
He was right under.
Oh, okay. Found him.
Hi, Camille. Mark Powers.
Hi, Mark.
I'm easily forgotten, so don't worry about that at all.
No, that is not true, Mark.
No, I know. Thank you for recognizing me. And my name is Mark Powers, 4 Round Rock Road, Niantic. First of all, Camille, and to all of the members of the Board of Finance, thank you very much. As a lifelong resident of East Lyme, I want to thank you for all your, everyone for your service and specifically for your attention to this very important issue this evening. I've been involved, I guess, since the beginning of this latest saga regarding the police and public safety, as a member of the committee that ultimately recommended that the town have an independent police force. And I think the vast majority of people in town would certainly agree that that was the right move to make at the time, several years ago. And our police force, we're very fortunate because it's an outstanding police force headed up by the Chief of Police, Mike Finkelstein. After that, I became a member of the Police Commission as we organized the police department and hired the chief. And from there, became a member of the Vision Committee headed up by Paul Daigle, who has done an outstanding job. And I think all of us, all the members of the committee, and you've heard from several of them this evening, we all struggled to the best of our abilities to come up with a proposal that you have in front of you this evening. And yes, it's a request for additional dollars, but we approved it unanimously, and we all worked hard to cut a lot of dollars, which I don't think is probably being shown in the proposal this evening, but it's important to, I believe, to keep in mind that that there were plenty of other opportunities for us to put in other items and address other issues, and we would have liked to. But felt that what we ultimately passed on to you was in the, as we struggled with it, but still in the best interest of the taxpayers, given everything that we knew, including the great difficulty, and I would say the impossibility at this point of coming in with some type of a different solution. And I feel very strongly that with respect, you should support this proposal that will be outlined by Paul and others, and move forward with it. And I assume ultimately to a referendum. And I don't want to be repetitive, in large part due to out of respect for your time this evening, which I have a feeling is going to be quite late for you. So I just would end by simply urging you to closely to listen to those this evening who have spent the most time on this, people like Paul Daigle, our Chief of Police, Mike Finkelstein, and our architects, who I think have done an excellent job in guiding us and sharing information with us and going back and forth and helping us get to the point where we are this evening. And I believe when you hear from them and have the give and take, that you'll learn that the proposal is very well thought out, with taxpayer dollars in mind, because, to state the obvious, all the members of the Vision Committee are also taxpayers in town. So we're not interested in spending money unnecessarily. I think you'll also see that it's, as the architects have pointed out to us, well below the cost incurred by a number of other municipalities around the state of Connecticut for other fairly comparable projects, whether they be renovations to buildings, which is of course what the Vision Committee is advocating, or brand new buildings. It's hard to say when you're asking for more money that it's a much better situation than other towns have gone through, but we believe very strongly that it is. I'd also just put a little plug, if I could, in for the Sallyport and jail. And my recollection of your Finance Committee meeting and deliberations quite a while ago now, the same as Dan Price, and that you had difficulty, spent a lot of time looking at it, and decided to cut that part out. But again, my recollection is you encouraged us to come back and make a pitch that it was necessary. And I believe that, well, I don't believe, I know that you'll be hearing that this evening from those who are making the presentation to you. And I would echo their comments. I think it makes great sense to move forward with that, as I do with the elevator that we think is important also. So I guess finally, I would just say that I mean, if this does not pass finance and ultimately not the referendum, I just don't see any other logical, financially responsible choices that we have after spending hours and hours with the Vision Committee. And I think with great respect, and it's not meant towards the Finance Committee, but if this is not ultimately approved, I think it'll be seen as really a colossal mistake in the area of public safety. And we've made some, what I would view as errors in the past. I would urge you not to do that this time. Support the proposal put forth by the Vision Committee, move it on to a referendum, and support the referendum, and support not only our police department, but public safety in general in the town of East Lyme. So thanks very much again. I sincerely appreciate all your efforts and your time and your dedication to the town. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark Powers. We appreciate yours as well. I know you've been at this a long time, and your statement is greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Now, I don't see any other hands raised. Can my fellow board members help me out and take a peek? See if you can see anybody that's waiting to address the Board of Finance. Oh, I do. Two popped in. Gary Upton and Joseph Perkins. Let's start with Gary Upton. I've unmuted you, Gary. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. How are you?
We're doing well. Can you state your address and address for the record?
Gary Upton, 14 State Road, Niantic, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you guys this evening for listening to everyone. I know this is a lot of work, and I do appreciate that your ears are still open and your eyes are still open to everything here. I put together a letter which I have forwarded over to the chairman's address, email address. I believe you stated earlier was Morgan something at AOL.com. I grabbed it when you said it. It's a PDF I sent over. I'd like to read from that as well as comment on a few of the notes that I heard this evening, statements I heard myself. And, you know, as I believe I heard Julie Wilson said, you know, you kind of have something prepped. And then you sit and listen to other people speak, and what you prepped kind of morphs a little because, you know, things are redundant or your opinion changes, as we all should hopefully aim for. So I just wanted to start by reading kind of the intro here. Board of Finance Commissioners, we as a nation are in a time of crisis. As you actively consider the additional appropriation of $2.2 million for the East Lyme Public Safety Building, a police department facility, I ask that you consider the following statements regarding police funding and public planning during a pandemic, as I enter them into the record and draw upon them during my delegation. This is not a time to push forward with total disregard for social, political, and financial landscape. This is a time to consider the current state of the world and plan wisely for our shared future. And before I start reading from these documents, I'm gonna grab the URLs of them all. I'm gonna copy, some are PDFs. There's a variety of documentation. I will send them over to everyone. You can look at them now, you can look at them later, Command V. They are there for you. If I have missed any, please, by all means, let me know. So I started, you know, a little background on myself, if I may, a little experience background, a little town background. I am a businessman of 20 years. I say this also for the rest of the people listening, if there's other fellow citizens here. I have worked in commercial development. I have worked on multi-million-dollar projects. I have had showrooms in Boston, manufacturing facilities. I have a showroom in New York City. I currently have a variety of spaces, commercial and residential, in Mystic, Connecticut, and I own properties in East Lyme. And I moved to East Lyme because I really do love this town. It's a great town. And I love being here. I have 2 children that live here. What I'm speaking to is experience. I have experience when we have HVAC problems. I have experience when we have water problems in buildings and commercial roofs, and even rebuilding and building Amish buildings, as one of the comments was stated earlier. For me, it's concerning. One of the things that I would draw on is, this is a Board of Finance and your purview is Board of Finance stuff. I understand that. But I feel that it's very important to look to the experts. As a businessman, I try not to be the deciding factor on who makes or installs which roof or which HVAC system. I get a third party. And I know the time it takes me to do something is simply important as installing you know, a new sanitary system for a fitness facility that I own, or a new roof for a manufacturing facility I own. And I know the time it takes myself, and I'm able to pivot much faster than a municipality. So I look at the timeline alone of this situation, and how quickly I can look back. I myself invited Mr. Nickerson to a walkthrough of the Triumph building when I was considering it for purchase myself. The building was listed for $800,000. I was at the auction for all the equipment inside, which I purchased some equipment inside for my manufacturing business. And I urged Mr. Nickerson to come and tour this facility with me. It surprised me that just a few months later that a building was purchased after what seemed to me was foolhardy and fast. Again, I'm able to do that as a business owner. I can act quickly like that. I'm surprised the town has so quickly ran through. I guess what I'm saying politely, guys, is where are the experts? I don't see any experts. I don't see a third party that has been hired to analyze our policing needs. I don't see a third party that has been hired to decide how many officers we need and really dug in. An example I would call you to is somebody by the likes of Dr. Alexander Weiss. I've personally spoken to Dr. Alexander Weiss. He offers consulting on how you redesign a police department and how many officers you should have and how the infrastructure should follow suit. Anyhow, I digress. I'm going to read you guys through some points in this letter that I've submitted to the chairman. Various accounts have called the remodeling of the Honeywell building a quote-unquote savings in comparison to the cost of building a new facility. But the originally approved $5 million cost for acquiring and improving the facility has increased to over $7.2 million. I'd like to cite the Day newspaper from September 2016. This is September 19th, an article written by Julia Bergman. She quotes, "The Ledyard Police Department on Monday held its first roll call as its new headquarters next to Town Hall at 737 Colonel Ledyard Highway, ... Furthermore, construction started on Monday with the goal of reopening the $6.75 million two-story building in October. The new 11,300 square foot facility allows the department to hold prisoners, something it wasn't able to do in its old 7,000 square foot building." So I enter that into the record as an example of the cost and expenditure behind a new building. Point 2 of my letter, a collaborative report from the Marshall Project, the Memphis Council Appeal, and the USA Today reveals, quote, "no connection between increasing raw numbers of police officers and decreasing the rate of violent crime." Subsection A of this section, data shows that the raw numbers of police have declined over the past 5 years, and the rate of officers per 1,000 residents has been dropping for 2 decades. At the same time, the violent crime rate has dropped. Further, in the same article, police staffing consultants Alexander Weiss states, "It's more important what the officers do versus how many of them there are." So I cite this because one of the things when I started digging around for the whys and the what fors and the hows, something that was stated to me was, well, we need more officers, so we need more space. It's not big enough. You know, we've got 25, we went to 26 officers. The department wanted 27 officers, but really they'd like to get to 30. I feel like if that's a broad stroke statement, we need to know how and why, and a consultant must be hired to advise us on such. Item number 3 of this letter, and Steve Larson spoke to this a little bit. The International Association of Chiefs of Police, the IACP Police Facility Planning Guidelines, offer a systematic guide outlining the steps to the planning process for a police department. This is kind of the, on your desk model for a police chief per se, if he's looking to build a new police department. Phase 1 is project initiation. Phase 2 is project planning, pre-design. Phase 3 is budgeting and funding. Phase 4 is design and delivery. Page 8 states, if you read it not too far in, when seeking funds for the planning stage, police leaders should refrain from making estimates of the anticipated design construction cost of the planned facility. Quote unquote, ballpark estimates at this stage are frequently wrong, since they are not based on documented information and analysis. Estimates at this stage also become liabilities for the chief and the department. And I'll hit the pause button there. I'd like to comment. It seems so. Whether they are too high or too low, The department should take the position that facility costs are not and cannot be known until the planning process is put in place, and specifically until step 11 of the model is complicated. And I submitted to the record this model, and you can look at step 11 yourself. I'm going to try and keep this short, but I'm always known for talking too much. Moving on to item number 4. A June 2020 Forbes article discusses the enormous losses state budgets will face from the continuation and the aftermath of COVID-19. Law enforcement budgets still aren't safe from cuts. Thanks to COVID-19, state budgets are headed for a loss of $615 billion over the next 3 years, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. So I would call on this commission to say, what's the plan, guys? What are you going to do for this loss? How are you going to handle this massive monstrosity of a loss that we really don't know the outfall of still? We sit here looking at a plan that we decided that was important some time ago. I can tell you, I can quote what Holly Cheeseman said, and I can go through the other things. But what's the plan here? The editorial, item 5, the editorial director of the Georgetown University, the future think tank, Phyllis W. Jordan, she warns of sharp cuts in education funding from the loss of tax revenue. And I know you're here tonight to talk about a police building, but it would be obtuse of us not to consider the massive expenses that are coming forth for the education department of our town. Quote, tax revenue losses will likely bring sharp cuts in education funding. A recent analysis by the Association of School Business Officials International and the Superintendents Association suggests that a typical school district could spend nearly $2 million to reopen schools, given increased needs for cleaning and transportation costs. And I thought, you know, $2 million to open our schools. I said, well, I know my son has gone to the middle schools. He's going to the high school soon, and it's a great school. It's fabulous. But I said, hey, there's a school here, there's a school there. We've got quite a serious school system here in East Lyme, and it's known well for it. It's a blue ribbon school, right? So I looked in, I drove down. If you look at some of those links that I sent you, I believe the third link that I sent you opens up the document, which I'm just citing. And one of the things it states is $1,440 cost for, and I'm just using one example, for 5 pairs a day for 2 custodians per school. And knowing how many, just alone, custodians we have in the amount of schools that we have, if they were to only wear 2 or 5 pairs of gloves for two custodians per day, the cost for one of those is about $750. For 2, it's $1,440. Let's say it's 6. Further, you look into the transportation costs. I mean, I digress. It's a massive implication that I think continuing to offer potentially another $2 million or $2.2 million to our Board of Selectmen for this building, I feel that it is at best foolhardy without having a plan as to how you're going to handle the COVID-19 situation. Plant Moran from CPA's, Plant Moran staff, CPAs Brian Camiller and Scott Patron, they're some pretty high bigwigs in the accounting world. They warn of the importance of planning for future budgeting concerns in the wake of COVID-19. Quote, it's difficult to see past the current crisis, but leaders need to think about tomorrow while managing through today. Think hard about your services a year or 2 down the road. What you can do or not do will be dictated largely by your revenue picture. If your organization hasn't prepared a 5-year projection previously, now is a good time to start. So I have some questions further for this Board of Finance. They are, with the exception of the police chief Finkelstein for what would be an obvious bias, who on the Public Safety Building Vision Committee has past experience overseeing the development and building of a new police department? What professional third-party consulting firms have been consulted in this process? For example, like I've already cited, Dr. Alexander Weiss, who was cited in the above articles. I'd like to ask, why is a member of the Vision Committee also on the Board of Finance? This person, Ann Santoro, no offense, Ann, has already voted on the record for the Vision Committee in favor of the need for additional appropriation. This seems to be an obvious conflict of interest. What's the plan for now and for the future for the Board of Finances to prepare for the $615 billion loss to state budgets as it pertains to this additional funding? How are you protecting the citizens of East Lyme through the current COVID-19 crisis and its projected outfall over the next 5 years to come? From what I know, and I've heard it on the record, our rainy day fund is approximately $6 million. It seems quite concerning, myself as a businessman, with the current crisis and the coming troubles to navigate. Where will the Board of Finance find funding for the excess of work that schools will face due to the ongoing pandemic? I urge the Board of Finance to deny the request of further funding of the East Lyme Public Safety Building. In addition, I personally urge the Board of Finance to send a formal suggestion to the Board of Selectmen to sell the recently acquired public safety building at 227 West Main Street in East Lyme. And I will submit to the record a small petition that was created by myself. I have about 45 people that signed this petition stating the same. You'll be able to read from the petition exactly what it states. But the concept was along the same lines to sell the building and to pivot and go in a different direction. So those are my formal notes, and I'll try to close here. I think it's foolhardy to have tunnel vision right now. I believe it's our duty to have repaired the building we were in. I understand that funds were appropriated in 2018 to repair the roof of that building. It's public record. It's easy to find. If you dig around, well, it's not easy. People have a hard time with that East Lyme website. I think it's disrespectful to the landlord of that building that we've not appropriately repaired that building. It's shameful. And if I were the owner of the building, I'd be very disappointed that my property that I gave you guys to use for a pittance would not be taken care of. I think that, you need to look at unemployment, guys. We have just recently been in unemployment rates that double the Great Depression. This is not something that could have ever been stated previously. We are in a crisis. We are in a recession. We are in a pandemic, and we have numbers that are doubling the Great Depression. It's just been July 4th. This is supposed to be a beautiful time in America. We didn't have bloody fireworks, And I mean, I think it's really something to talk about, that during the summer, we didn't have fireworks, and we haven't had what we love to have as a community. This is the easy time for us. I strongly warn you that we are in a false bottom. If you look at the financial indicators, what is to come in the fourth quarter and next year, we are in a false bottom. Do not be fooled by New Yorkers coming to our state and purchasing our property and stating that the economy's fine. Don't be fooled, please. It might not change your bank account, but there are many, many people that's bank accounts will be changed. So that is my urging. Look to the experts. I don't see the experts. Elizabeth He stated some great things. I think the 1033 program is an interesting factor. I think you should talk to people like Dr. Weiss. I heard our own Holly Cheeseman state some pretty good argument, but I didn't hear her say why we needed to get the additional funding. She definitely said there were problems with the current building. I agree. I've been in the building. I'd also say that to people. How many people have been in the buildings? Put your feet on the ground, go in the buildings. So I just urge you guys, this isn't my speech to the public, and I know at this point I might be turning you off, but there's important things, and you could foolhardishly push this through. I feel that some people may not have done their due diligence on the commission. I think they've not spent their time to really know what's going on. I hear statements about using elevators. If you look the prevailing wisdom, the need for an elevator in a police department, if you look under the COVID-19 restrictions, it's not wise to use an elevator. It's not a space that you should be in during COVID-19. There's less time than I could continue, and I trust this capable Board of Finance to discuss more and more of these questions. Thank you for listening to my long-winded speech. And I will close with, please don't continue on the terms of now or never, as our first selectman has stated. That is reckless business behavior. Please do not continue under the pretenses of we are where we are. Those are careless statements, and many a man in front of a battle have died stating things like that. So please be cautious and protect the citizens of our town. That is the end of my statement. Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
Thank you, Gary Upton. We really appreciate your time and your statement. I've tried to capture some of your questions that you asked tonight, and I do believe that some of them will be answered as we progress through the meeting. So if you can stick around, that would be great. If not, they should be captured in the video that gets uploaded to the town website, in the next couple of days. So thanks again.
Thank you.
It looks like we have, from what I can see, one more person waiting to address the board this evening, and that would be Joseph Perkins. Okay, I am trying to unmute Joseph Perkins. There we go.
I'm on now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Perkins. I live at 55 Carriage Hill Drive in Niantic. I've lived in East Lyme for over 70 years. And let me give you a little background just so that it's not said later that he was favoring the police department and not looking at especially the financial picture. I'm a retired Master Sergeant from the State Police, did 22 years. And I'm now serving on the town's Board of Police Commissioners. And I was also a part of looking for a place when we found the building that we're proposing to improve on today. And I don't think you're going to find a better building in the town. We did an extensive study over the last, and really never, what they've done is kick the can down the road. And we just keep kicking the can down the road, and about why we don't want to put our police officers in the position that they should with good living conditions at building. And our condition, I don't know. I know it's owned by somebody else for a year. I guess you can say we're getting it for something cheap. But I've heard some very good comments tonight. I've also heard some that I'm not quite agreeing with. And let me go back and say a couple of words about the school system, which in my opinion, been in this area for the last, is one of the best school systems in southeastern Connecticut, if not the state of Connecticut, because I know many people school systems. But I like to remind people that if my memory is serving me correctly, it took many, many iterations from the school board, the building committee, involved in the schools, spending something like $38 million to upgrade 3 or 4 of our schools. I'm sure I'm correct in that. It was something that had to be done, because if I'm correct also, I believe the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance, under the charter, your job is you have to safely take care of the people of our town, and it's the right thing to do, is who are the future of our town. And it looks like we've been doing that with the Board of Education and the Board of Selectmen over the years of my lifetime living here. But for some reason, it seems to figure out a way of kicking our police officers down the road. I come off of active duty in the military back in the mid-60s. The town of East Lyme gave me a part-time job. Got that. You know what we were? We were in a small building where they finally built a nice town hall, and we stayed in that small building there for years. I believe it was 20 some years before they went into the, which is 10 times worse than what they had back then. So we're going downhill with our police officers. We're asking our police officers to be trained better, more, to do more things. When you dial 911 in this town, you get the best response of first responders in almost any town in southeastern Connecticut. And I think a lot of people in this town would agree with that statement. They're there for us. But look at the way we're treating 26 people. And for what? We have the opportunity to buy a building that with some work, 7.2 million or whatever it is, to get it operational. And while I'm thinking about it, I've heard about 2 or 3 times people mention an elevator. The reason this board going into the building is because if you do anything in those buildings, the law states you must, back when this building was built, that wasn't the law, so they didn't build an elevator into it. But when you people, you have to do that. And there's a lot of other things that wasn't looked at the first day. That's part of the law that says you must do these things when you improve a building. And I don't believe, and I don't speak for Mr. Daigle or that board, but that's and what they've presented to the Board of Selectmen, who then unanimously approved that process and is sending it to you. Of which I must state you're doing a good job by holding this meeting. And I'm not looking at the clock because I think this is that important. But please, and I realize, yes, we're in a pandemic. I could say, and maybe other people could say, we're just using it as an excuse. It's not an excuse. I understand the pandemic is pretty much the worst thing in most of our lifetimes that we fear. And you've got to take, but what are you going to do in the next 4 to 6 weeks when somebody from the Board of Education comes back to the town and says, we need $4 million to open our schools? Because if we don't, we can't justify and say we're going to make our children safe. Are we going to have this same kind of a conversation? Are we going to police officers again? We let them go into every day of their life. On a rainy day, you might as well wear an umbrella or have an umbrella over your head. It leaks that bad. We've poured money, good money, into a bad building. That building is gone. It's done. You put another penny into it, you're wasting your money. We decided to have a full-time police department 2.5 years ago. What have we done to help them feel proud and want to put the uniform on and come into work every day? We have done a lot of good things. We certainly have. The cars are up to speed. Some of our equipment is up there, but we need to get them the right equipment. And as far as community policing, it's a very good thing. But let me say this about that. Waterford is across the bridge. We have complained and heard it takes so long for an officer to take a prisoner to Troop E in Montville when we spent many program. All of the time that the officers got a prisoner going to Montville, processing that prisoner, and then coming back, he's not in our 2-hour process. It's not probably 2 hours to get over to Waterford, but he's. Who would ever think of, we talk about experts designing buildings. Well, if you hired an expert in police buildings and you said to him, I want you to design the building, but I don't want you to put elevators in it so that you can use the second floor. And I don't want cells because I can to me or 3 towns from us, and we'll pay them $50,000 a year to lock up our prisoners. Think about that. If that guy is an expert, he's going to tell you right up front, you design a police building, the appropriate lockup system so that our police officers can do their job. And we're going to send them out of town. You can't send evidence over the for now. We're filled up. The first homicide we did, I think the chief would tell you, is gone. We're filled up. We need our own department, and we need it functional, as the way 2 or 3 people talked tonight about building this thing right, but they don't want to do it now. Bad time. Well, I asked that question. When is going to be the good time? And another thing, we've got people retiring. Where do you think we're going to get the people that are good and qualified that are going to take there on Main Street? You think we're going to get the best? But we've got at least 2 months. Where are we going to get that candidate from? And the training is going to go up. We're going to be meeting very soon on training. You're going to want to support the training to take care of the pandemic, to take care of what's going on in the country today. We don't have all of those problems these big cities have, but at least we've got to do the minimum to take care of our officers now, not kicking the can down the road another 50 years. Thank you for your time. And you can see I'm a little bit upset about it, but I hope that you continue and do the right thing and listen to the board, listen to the commission that was asked. Not experts, probably not, but that they know something and they've learned and they've worked hard. Listen to them and consider it, and let this thing go to referendum and let the townspeople speak. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. We certainly appreciate your passion and your perspective as well. So hopefully you'll be able to listen in on the rest of the meeting. I do believe there is one more person in the waiting room waiting to speak. And that would be Steve Rebelowski. Steve, I've unmuted you. You're free to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just want to expound a little bit on Joe Perkins's comments.
Excuse me, sir. Would you be able to just state your name again and address for the record?
Sure. Steve Rebelowski, 24 McKinnon Place, East Lyme.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Please excuse my voice. I recently had some surgery, and it's not as up there as it should be. However, I want to expound a little bit on Joe Perkins's comments. I too have been a member of the East Lyme Police Department, having worked there in the early 70s when they first hired 3 officers to start what they hoped to be the full-time PD. I left 12 years later. I went to Waterford, worked there for 25 years, retired from there, then started working for the Environmental Protection Agency, ENCON Police at the local state parks. And now I'm working for the Law Enforcement Council, which is the legal and the training facility for all officers in Eastern Connecticut. We have kicked this can down the road, as Joe said, since 1974. We, as police officers, had to rebuild the old Hall of Records into the police department as it is, or was then. We had to put our own cell blocks in. We had to put our own locker room in. We had to put make ammunition for the department. All this at our own expense. Now they moved about 15 years ago to Main Street. Again, another building that's not quite adaptable for police work. Yes, it's on Main Street. However, it's not the greatest location in the world. Try and get all those vehicles in and out with the congestion on Main Street can be difficult at times. You don't want the cruisers to leave that area at any high rate of speed. Most of the time, the cruisers and officers are already out on the road. But what they need is a home where they can work out of, where they can store equipment safely, including their own equipment, in some sort of approved locker room, and have dispatch up there. Now, people are saying, well, you're going to need more people. You put people in a holding cell, and what you have is you can have people from dispatch watching your cells. And that's exactly what Waterford does. Okay? They have CSOs, and they have people that are actually at dispatch watching the cell areas. So it's not a matter of manpower, but it's a matter of how you work the building out. Putting an elevator in the cell block area and a sally port, you do it now. Because if you don't and you wait 10 years, at the present time, it's going to be 5% every year compounded if we keep with Waterford and their agreement. The agreement with Waterford now has ended. I can pretty much guarantee they're going to go up 5%. And it'll be 5% every year. And if you wait 10 years, that's going to be $400,000 that we've spent for absolutely nothing that we have. I appreciate the Board of Finance and all you've done, and I don't want to repeat what everybody else has said. I hope your deliberation is short, but I think it's going to be a long one. And I just, again, appreciate all your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve Rebelowski. Thanks for your statement and your time. I think we have a few more hands that have gone up. So why don't we try to get through the delegations, and then I will call for a short break before we begin the presentation. If you could just hang in there, folks. Looks like a couple more hands are up. So I am going to unmute Josh Buglioni. If you can hear me, you're free to speak. If you could state your name again and address for the record.
Hi, Camille. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Camille. This is Tony Buglione. Unfortunately, I'm on my son's account. I live at 55. I live
Hi,
at
Tony.
55. Hi, Camille. I live at 55 Society Road in Niantic. I am a member of the East Lyme Police Commission, and I also sat on the Police Building Visionary Board. A little about myself. I am a retired state trooper. I spent 25 years over at Troop F in Westbrook, and I know what it's like to work in a building that is defunct. We probably had the oldest building, state police building in the state of Connecticut, and it was horrendous for my time there to work in. I have personally been in that East Lyme building on numerous occasions. When we first took over as a commission, my job was to look at the building and do inventory. And one of the days I was there, water was actually pouring through fluorescent lights in the building. They had 55-gallon pails lined up around the building to capture the water so it didn't get into the musty rugs, etc. Just last year, water came into the armory, and we lost thousands of dollars worth of ammunition that had to be replaced. So they had it on hand and for training purposes. I am also a taxpayer, and none of us are crazy about our taxes going up, but I really do think it's time to take care of our police officers. I've been here for 25, 26 years, and it seems like every so many years we come to this impasse. And as Joe Perkins said, it's just kicked down the road for another 5 or 6 years. I also believe that we are now recruiting some of the best officers around from these local PDs because they see we are growing in a professional manner and they want to be part of it. I think these officers deserve a professional place to work, because my fear is if we don't make a decision to move forward with it, multiple claims to OSHA over this building and people getting sick. And I think that's a real concern. As far as a decision to go forward with this without cell blocks, I think is absolutely crazy. I don't think you can name one full-time police department in the state that doesn't have their own cell block and evidence retention area. As Steve said prior, you know, every time our officers make an arrest, they're going to Waterford and leaving the town one guy short for hours on end. People don't really realize that until they need an officer for whatever emergency. when that is going to happen. There is going to be an emergency, and we are going to be a man short, and somebody's going to get hurt. I really think that this at the very least should be pushed out to a referendum and let the people of the town of East Lyme speak, and we abide by their decision. I think once the presentations are made by so-called professionals, because the people on the board, we are not true professionals. We are townspeople that showed up every Thursday for months on end, did our homework, just not at the meetings, but on our own time, whether we were working or on weekends, reading material to make the best decision for this town. And as Joe and Steve and some of the other people have suggested, there is no alternative. I think whether we go forward or if this gets shot down, these men and women of the PD need to be moved out of that building for their health. Because I don't think anybody, at least in this meeting or in this town, would want to go to work in a building like that every day. It's just not healthy. With that, with keeping the long night in mind, I'll end it. And I want to thank everybody for their time and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for your statement, and thank you for your participation on all the committees, for your volunteerism for our town also.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Gary Upton has raised his hand again. Gary, I will unmute you, but this is your second opportunity to speak, and so I would appreciate it if you could keep it brief. I've unmuted you. You may speak.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, there was just an important fact, and I absolutely will adhere to the briefness here. I apologize. I reached out to, in the process of reaching out to Dr. Weiss and a few other professionals just to do a little of my own research. I ran into Ian Reeves, and he's the president of the Architects Design Group. They specialize in the design of public safety facilities. Someone that's, obviously well-versed in this. And one of the things that I found, again, I wanted to enter into the record, he brings up a design question in Police Chief magazine. I think the chiefs and all the guys know about this magazine fairly well. It relates to the proposed Honeywell building, I believe, very well. And one of the questions he asked in this article is, does the building welcome the public? Or does it have a fortress look and feel? I can hear the evidence for, the people are stating the downtown situation is an issue, and I would argue it's been neglected and poorly maintained. But I can certainly tell you that I've been over at the Honeywell building, familiar with the facility, and if you take a drive by there, it certainly has a fortress look and feel. I feel this is very important in the current dynamic that's going on between policing and elements of such, that this is being disregarded, and this, we can say it's a great deal and all these other things, but that building certainly has a fortress look and feel. That was just one of the points that I missed, and I wanted to highlight that. I apologize for missing it the first time, and thank you for allowing me to speak again, guys. I appreciate it, and I wish you guys the best.
You're welcome, Gary. Thanks for the follow-up.
Thank you.
So now I see Steve Rebolowski has his hand up again. We'll give him another opportunity to briefly address the board.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we can.
can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we
Real
can.
short. Just point of information from June until July of this year, you're worried about the fortress aspect of it. It was only 70 people that actually came into the into the East Lyme PD. And that's a rough estimate from what I got for numbers. Out of those people, 25 were for golf cart registrations. So we're not going to see those numbers going to the PD on a normal basis. So I just want to add that in there, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the clarification there on the additional information. I will give The attendees in the waiting room a final opportunity to raise their hand to speak. If they wish to address the Board of Finance, now is the time to raise your hand. Would anybody in the waiting room like to address the Board of Finance? Seeing no hands raised, that concludes our portion of the delegations. I think it's an appropriate time to take a break. The time is now 9:20. Let's regroup at 9:30, where we will begin the public safety building presentation. Thank you. Hello, everyone. The time is now 9:33 p.m. and we will begin the next portion of our meeting, which is agenda item 3 under new business. This will be a presentation of the Public Safety Building Committee. And before we get started, I'd just like to take a moment to thank the Public Safety Building Vision Committee. Like so many other dedicated volunteers in our town, they've dedicated countless hours over the past 1.5 years to this very project. I've attended many of their meetings, and I know they had a very difficult time balancing the demands of the first selectman with the best interests of the public safety personnel and our taxpayers. So once again, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all that you've contributed to this project. And with that, I don't know if Paul Daigle wants to introduce the presenters this evening as the chair of the commission.
This is Paul Daigle, a member of the Board of Selectmen and the Vision Committee, which I'm representing tonight as the chair of the committee. So I want to thank everyone for their time. In addition to myself this evening, both Bill Petrocelli and Brian Cleveland from Silver Petrocelli Associates will be presenting the technical aspects and cost aspects of the project. Anna Johnson will also be presenting some information on the town's debt and that this project, if approved, will be adding to. And finally, Ann Santoro has a couple of items to present regarding the cost associated with the project. So with that, I would like to ask Brian to bring up the presentation. So we can move right on to the next page, please. This is the members of the Vision Committee. I'm not going to read everyone's name. I will point out, though, it was a bipartisan committee made up of 3 members of the Board of Selectmen, 3 members of the Board of Finance. I would like to point that 2 of those members, when we first started, were members of the Board of Finance. Their terms came to end. That's why I have citizens at the end of their name. We had 3 members of the Police Commission, and then we were joined by Mike Finkelstein, the Chief of Police, and 2 citizens at large. That Board of the Vision Committee was approved and adopted by the Board of Selectmen back in March of 2019. I'd like to move on to the next slide, please. This briefly describes the framework by which the Vision Committee was tasked. We were tasked to come up with a fully functional facility for our police, dispatch, emergency management, and fire marshal departments. Consideration and appropriation back in 2019 for this need by the boards of selectmen and finance and via referendum. And you can see the information right below there, what the Board of Selectmen had approved at $6 million, what the Board of Finance reduced that appropriation to at $5 million, pending more detailed cost estimate and design for the activity, for the renovations, excuse me. And then to renovate as necessary / as required, but not totally new. We were not asked to go in and gut the building down to the brick, mortar and steel, and to rebuild it. There was not a need identified to do so, but as we go on to the presentation, I'll let you know what we did accomplish before we came up with this final recommendation. We can move on to the next slide, please. Make sure I have my notes in order. Okay. So what are our responsibilities and objectives? We started off with preparing a request for proposal for selection of an architectural firm. We received 9 proposals in response to that request for proposal, and Silver Petroselli and Associates were the selected firm. We were also tasked to determine what the scope of work for the renovation project was. And we accomplished that through the next bullet at the bottom of the page, working with Silver Petroselli. A needs assessment was performed, which included interviews with Chief Finkelstein and other members of the police department and the aforementioned departments, emergency management, dispatch, and fire marshal. Members of the Vision Committee visited several police department buildings, public safety buildings in our region to get lessons learned and understand how they progress through meeting the needs of their departments. Silver Petroselli prepared a conceptual design that was brought forth to the committee for review and comment and eventual approval. Once the conceptual design was approved, Silver Petroselli proceeded with a schematic design. Along the way, there were estimates prepared for both the conceptual design and schematic design. Once the schematic design was completed and concurred to by the Vision Committee, construction documents were prepared. Those construction documents provided the basis for going out to bid, and we then had to, and our final responsibility was to solicit those bids, evaluate those bids, and make a recommendation on how to proceed. I will state that the construction drawings have been approved by the East Lyme building official and by the East Lyme fire marshal to meet all code requirements. We move on to the next slide, please. Okay, a contractor was selected. That is the basis for the $7.18 million cost of the purchase of the building and the renovation of the building. 9 bids were received. You'll see some information later in the proposal that several of the bids were very competitive, within a few $100,000 of each other. There was a couple that were maybe $400,000 to $500,000 more, and there was one outlier that was at a much higher price. We were asked to develop a total project cost estimate compiled with the contractor's bid. And the Vision Committee worked on strictly the cost to do the renovations, not any other cost associated that the town may have to address. But the bid, as you'll see later on, has allowances in it for things like furniture, and also for the contingency for any unforeseen activities that will have to be addressed during the execution of the project. And it was our responsibility to recommend what we felt was the best design and the cost that would be to the town, factoring in not only the cost, but just as importantly, the functionality. It did not include making the building new. And I'll have some more comments on that after we proceed through the presentation. So at this time, I'd like to introduce both Bill Silver and Brian Cleveland. Brian's going to walk us through the next portions of the presentation that brings forward the details of what the Vision Committee has reviewed and unanimously approved. So with that, Brian.
And Bill. So I'll introduce Silver Petroselli and Associates. We've been in business for over 30 years. And as our gray hair belies, we've been working for over 40 years on a variety of public service projects, emergency service projects. Silver Petroselli is made up of 45 architects, engineers, construction administrators, interior designers, and code officials based in Hamden, but with offices in New London. And Brian, go ahead to the next shot. Brian essentially is the one that drove the architecture and engineering team for this. and he will go over the assessment as well as the design features of the project and some of the decisions that were made along the way. Brian, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Bill. Again, Brian Cleveland with Silver Petroselli, the project architect on the project. As Paul has very nicely outlined in his initial comments, he kind of went through each one of the steps that we took in analyzing both the existing police facilities and their needs, as well as the needs of then retrofitting the Honeywell building to meet those space and equipment needs that we determined from all the different departments that will be housed within the building, which include the police department, the EOC, dispatch, and fire marshal's office at this point. We went around the entire building assessing both the site characteristics, existing utilities, as well as the building's accessibility, egress, fire safety requirements, mechanical, plumbing, and electrical systems, as well as the structural integrity of the building and its suitedness for being a police department. So our existing site characteristics, as you can see in the image to the left, has a large paved area with Main Street being at the bottom of the image here, with a main long entrance that leads you into what is going to be the public entrance to the building with visitor parking, as well as then a more secluded area around the back of the building for the police impound area, the patrol cars, private police vehicles while they're out on patrol, etc. In addition to that, there is a steep grade change from the front of the building to the rear of the building at this point, where it gives us on-grade access to both floors of the building. So you could come in through the central entrance on the front where the visitors will come into a main lobby there, or you can come around the back of the building and actually gain access to the second floor off the back corner here. In addition to doing a paving analysis, we also looked at the stormwater, the septic system, site lighting, and security, and then developed those items into a needs assessment, and including all the building features that we're going to get into. So again, I touched base on some of these, the accessibility, egress, mechanical systems. Our team of engineers and architects went through the building and analyzed each one of the different building components to see where the building needed to be upgraded, how the systems were working, what the configurations of those were, and to rank them in accordance of a 1 to 4 rating. 4 being the lowest, where we feel that those systems or components of the building had at least another 5 to 10 years of life within them. 3 being 3 to 5 years, 2 being 1 to 3 years, and 1 being the highest priority needing to be addressed immediately. Some of those immediate concerns were the fact that we were changing this building into a public safety building, what the means of egress through the building would be, accessibility, life safety issues that had to be addressed as part of a renovation of any building. So again, to outline a few of the things that Paul has gone through already, we did that space needs assessment with the chief and the other departments that were going to be within the office, within the building, to determine how many square feet each one of those different departments or uses were going to need. Most of those uses are not expanding upon the current staffing that they have within their current police department, but providing them the adequate space that they need in order to house that number of staff. So I'm not 100% sure what the square footage of the existing building was, but we are providing only what is necessary to provide an appropriate amount of area for each one of the departments within the building, with a little bit of wiggle room to grow a little bit into the future. As I had mentioned, we did the investigation ranking each one of the building elements from 1 to 4, and that was the basis for which we then got into the schematic design, and also some very significant conversations about what items should be in versus out of the final project, and had driven the cost estimate to where it is today. We then presented those schematic layouts to the police and fire marshals for their review. They are in fact the ones that are going to be using the building, so we wanted to make sure that we were meeting the objectives of each of those relative to how they would move through the building, the space requirements, the adjacencies, making sure that the dispatch is where it needed to be within the building, where the sergeant needed to be within the building, and also then how do they get in and out of the building in a safe manner without necessarily having to go through the public spaces. From that, the preferred layout was presented to the vision committee. They did in fact have several comments that were great comments that we got feedback on, and then we went back and we retooled the plans. And based on that, again, went back to the police and fire marshal, make sure that they were still happy with what we were looking at, presented it again to the vision committee, and that really became the basis for which we then moved into construction documents and the final estimating of the project. All along this time, we were providing detailed estimates to the committee, making sure that they were apprised of any of the cost implications with their decisions. So some of those decisions that we had to make as part of this process was, as was mentioned numerous times tonight, was whether or not the detention or sally port was going to be part of the project. And because we were unsure as to whether or not we were going to be able to include it in the project, we did ask the contractor to provide us with an ad alternate to do that work. What that means is that we showed on the plans what it would be for the detention and sally port to be within the building, and asked the contractor to get us a price if it were not to be within the building. So we were able to figure out exactly what the cost of the detention and sally port would be to the relative cost of the entire building. Likewise, the elevator, hoistway, and cab. I mentioned the accessibility requirements, and we'll get into the plan a little bit so that everyone can see how the plan laid out. But the elevator is primarily going to be used for access to the second floor, which is at this point unoccupied, but is very easily adaptable to be tenant space for other town functions or other departments that will eventually move into this building. So in order to gain access to that second floor, we had to figure out to what degree are we going to be providing an elevator. So we decided to include the elevator hoistway, which is the opening through the floors that the elevator would travel through, but not put in the elevator cab, and ask the contractor again to provide us with a cost for what it would be if we were to add the elevator cab into that hoistway that we're creating as part of the base project. Another conversation that we had was the extension of the domestic water to the building. There is currently a well system at the building that is sufficient for all of the building's use, and it was determined that at some future date, the domestic water may be extended to the building, therefore abandoning the well. Sprinklers versus fire-rated walls. Again, this was a question as to the cost implications related to doing each of those pieces. Based on our cost estimates, we presented that the sprinkler system would be a couple $100,000 more than if we were to fire rate the appropriate walls that are needed within the building. So again, as a way of managing the cost associated with the building, we decided to do fire-rated walls instead of the sprinkler system. It doesn't make the building any less safe. They are both code-accepted ways of providing fire safety within the building. We just chose to do the one that was more cost-effective to the budget. And last was the mechanical equipment replacement. And in addition to that, there's also the roof that we wanted to get into a little bit. Based on our initial review of the mechanical systems and of the roof, we actually scored the mechanical systems one as a 3, which meant that we thought that it had about 3 to 5 years worth of life expectancy in it still, and the other as a 2, which means that it has 1 to 3 years of life expectancy in it. All of the mechanical equipment is still functioning, so there's currently no direct need to replace it, but because that one piece of equipment was near the end of its useful life, the board decided to replace the one and defer the replacement of the second one that had more life within it. Same thing goes with the roof. We did determine that the roof also was a priority 3, meaning that it had 3 to 5 years worth of life expectancy within it, and decided to do the minor roof repairs that were needed in order to extend its life even beyond that range. So with the repairs that we're proposing as part of this project, there should be a significant extension of the life of the roof. But obviously, as things happen, as hurricanes come through, there may be a need to replace the roof anyway. So that was the basis for which a lot of decisions were made. It was a lot of give and take between the board and us developing cost estimates to figure out exactly what the most cost-effective but complete project that we could provide to the police department, fire marshal, and EOC would be. So as you can see here, this is a plan of the proposed building's site. We are redoing the front of the building to provide new striped parking, as well as several accessible parking spaces near the central front entrance to the building. This will be made such that all of these handicapped spaces have on-grade access directly into the front door of the building. Since the fire marshal's office was actually going to be off of this right-hand front entrance of the building, we are also providing a sidewalk that is, again, accessible to the entrance to the fire marshal's office on the right side of the building. As we come around the back of the building, all of the parking along the side and rear of the building here is dedicated to the patrol officers' cars, private vehicles, staff vehicles, etc. What isn't shown very clearly on this plan is that there is also still a large area of parking that will be utilized by whatever the use of the second floor will be. So there's certainly more than sufficient parking on site for future uses to come into this building. In addition to all of that, we are providing a full generator backup to the entire building, sufficient to keep this building running during any sort of power outage. As I'd mentioned, there's also that on-grade access at the rear of the building. So we are providing 2 handicap parking spaces right off the rear of the building and directly into that rear entrance. It's on grade and it allows direct access from these parking spaces into the second floor of the building. And lastly, this is the impound area, which they currently, I believe, don't have and need to use Waterford for those facilities. Here we can see the approved building plans, the left being the first floor. So as I said, right in the front here, this middle entrance is the public entrance into the building, where there currently is a stair that will lead you up to the second floor, which, as you can see, is totally unoccupied except for the space that we are taking for the new server room for all of the dispatch, the fire marshal's server, the police department server, etc. You can see directly adjacent to and contiguous with the lobby is the elevator that we're proposing that will bring you up to the second floor space. From there, it can be divvied up into whatever configuration the future departments are going to need. Also off the public lobby, we have the main dispatch, which is where one would come to. It's manned 24/7. If you're coming into this lobby and need to speak with somebody in the police department, there is the main dispatch in that location, as well as the records department, which will have all of the police files and records that one can come to the lobby and request from this location. Throughout the rest of the building, the blue indicates where all of the police functions are being held. So we have the sergeants, the roll call room, a fitness center, locker rooms, individual public toilets for the sergeants and patrol officers that will be using the lockers. They need to have their own bathroom facility, so we were able to reuse the existing facilities that are inside the building and adapt them to the new locker room area, a break room, a back corridor. Another important aspect of this project is providing all of the evidence storage and processes in order to take in that evidence. So we have that in the bunker off the back of the building. This is a concrete bunker that comes off the back of the building. And here in the purple is the Emergency Operations Center, which will have any of those, as they said, all hands on deck meetings for any emergencies that happen within the town. In the back corner here is the some of the services and utilities and armory within the back corner of the building. And lastly, the fire marshal's office is occupying this front right corner. As I had mentioned, it does have direct access off of the parking, the visitor parking area, so that one could get into the fire marshal's office and conduct your business there. Again, as Paul had mentioned, we received 9 bids for the project, Noble Construction and Management being the low bid at $3,081,750. As I had mentioned, we did ask them to provide us with a cost if we were to add the elevator cab and equipment to the hoistway that we are putting in as part of the $3 million. So, excuse me, in order to add that elevator, they're asking for $198,000 to add the elevator and its equipment into that space. And again, as I mentioned, we also asked for a deduct alternate. If we were to remove from our proposed plan, if we were to remove the detention and sally port from the project, Noble is giving us a credit of $734,000 if we were to not do that portion of the work. In addition to that, there were several other items that we requested them give us prices for unit prices, etc. All bidders did submit all of the documentation that was necessary with their bid, so everybody was qualified and complete, and Noble ended up being the low bidder for the project. So with that $3,081,750, we plugged that into a total project cost for the project. Hazardous materials abatement is actually, Eagle Environmental had gone through the building and had conducted investigations for hazardous materials, which they found none. So the building is effectively clean. So there's no money associated with hazardous material abatement within this project. Furnishings, we again worked with the police department and the fire marshal's office and the EOC to determine what furniture was reusable. And then based on the needs and any furniture that was not reusable, we provided an allowance of $30,000 for new furniture to finish off the spaces as needed. We did include also some relocation money for that furniture that was going to be reused. We also have in here the architectural and engineering fees, environmental engineering services. Again, we know that the investigation for the building is clear, but as part of our regulations, an environmental engineer does have to test materials as it's being demoed to continue to confirm that there is no hazardous materials being removed from the building. Another one of those conversations that we had with the Vision Committee was whether or not to have a clerk of the works or a town representative to oversee the construction of the project, in addition to our own oversight of the project. So there is $50,000 allowance within this, which correlates to the duration of work, 40 weeks, times 35 hours a week, times $35 an hour for that clerk of the works to be part of the project. Also, like I had mentioned, we do currently have the well, but we did include a allowance of a little over $40,000 to connect to the public water service when that is determined that it needs to be done. So that is included within the cost for the total project, even though it's not part of our base bid from our contractor. It's something that could be added to the project when it's determined it's needed. Materials testing, zoning application, we had none. Building permit application is waived. State education fee is going to be paid. And again, as Paul indicated, there is a 10% owner's contingency. That 10% is based on the actual base bid from Noble Construction. So the contingency is $308,000. And that's to cover any unforeseen conditions. This is an existing building. We understand that there are going to be things that we don't see as part of our initial investigation and are only going to be covered when the contractor gets in there and starts doing their work. So that money is there just in case there are any sort of omissions that need to be addressed as part of the construction. I will not get into the estimate of the public safety buildings communication IT equipment, but we did just recently receive some final numbers relative to the costs for providing the new communications equipment and connections that are needed. We originally had an allowance of $500,000, and lo and behold, the estimate came in just a little under that value, so that's great. We were right on the money with where we needed to be. The value coming in at $464,470. And as I'd mentioned, we are keeping the deduct alternate as of this moment in the request, so we did not execute this reduction of the $734,000 for the elimination of the detention in Sallyport. So all of that value is still included in the base bid that Noble gave us. And we did decide to include the elevator, so the addition of the elevator cab and equipment, which with the additional allowance needed for materials testing and the building permit fee, the total value for adding the elevator in was $201,000. That gives us a grand total, which is what is being presented tonight at $7.178 million. We were also asked to take a look at a rough order of magnitude of what a comparable building, if it were to be brand new construction and be built at the same time frame as our current building, as our proposed building for the new police department, what would that cost be? So we were able to find some information, historical information relative to square foot costs. So the site work we felt was, and maybe it doesn't make sense to get into this too directly, but the police department at 15,700 square feet, which is what we have proposed in the plans that have been shown to you, at $336 a square foot, which is what it would cost to build new, is roughly $5.3 million. If we were to add the fire marshal's office into that, which is a much simpler space, at $220 a square foot, that's another $500,000. And then if we were to add on the unfinished municipal office space, which is the second floor of the building, the 13,855 square feet, and add that onto this at $171, again, it's an unfinished space. That would be an additional $2.3 million for a grand total of roughly $9 million to just construct the building and the site work needed. We then added in all the project soft costs, which include land acquisition fees, furnishings, communications equipment, again, because that's not included in the hard costs here. Architectural and engineering services at 6% of that $8.9 million, which is approximately where those fees tend to come in, and other owner-related fees at 15%. So the total project cost that we could come up with relative to building a new building of a comparable size would be a little over $12 million in today's dollars. If this were to get postponed, of course, the escalation on that would increase it every year.
And I'll wrap up quickly just to do some comparison of other towns and how they are approaching their police facilities, much like yours. They're comparably sized in terms of the number of staff. These are the 3 towns that are currently undergoing projects. Brookfield is finishing its planning, where all they're doing is an expansion to 22,000 square feet. Newtown is taking over a former Taunton Press corporate building, and they're spending over $15.1 million for their 25,000 square feet. And then certainly Ansonia has gone through 2 different funding cycles, taking over the federal corporate headquarters and spending $11.6 million for that 28,000 square feet. So comparing that to East Lyme and the 28, almost 30,000 square feet of building that you have, you're spending 7.18 or proposing to spend 7.18 million for what we've gone through, very detailed. And if you haven't got the drift from Brian and his engineers' presentations, we feel it is a very well-built building with a good life ahead of it, well structured. It certainly meets a lot of newer criteria of removing an emergency service building away from the coastline, away from the flood zones, and certainly heralded a lot of the public safety people that we have worked with. And probably just as importantly, as you consider taking this to referendum, the bids expire. The contractor's bids and the validity expires on August 22nd. At that point, they no longer have to honor their bids. They were obligated to meet the 120, and Noble will continue to honor it to August 22nd. But it's important, if you want the good value that was represented by that competition, and this was during the spring when they were looking forward to their fall and winter activities, we feel that the town got excellent value for this and for this building. With that, I think I'll turn it over to Anna to take us through the expenses.
Good evening. The first slide that you're looking at is a graphic representation of what our existing debt is and what it could potentially look like in the future. The very bottom portion, which is a blue purpley color, that's our existing debt. And layered over it is the impact of the school debt. It's a bluish color. And then the next layer of coloring is yellow, which represents the proposed $7.2 million for the police station. And then the last tier of the debt is capital improvement plan debt, which is represented in the green. And the next slide represents explaining how that debt rolls into that graph. So all the way over on the left line is the numbers represent the fiscal year that we would be making debt payments in. And the first column is the existing debt. And the next column represents what we are planning to do actually next month. We're planning to bond $3 million of the police station, which represents the funding that we had in place in order to purchase the building. $950,000 in road bonds and $830,000 in CIP bonds, representing the $4.7 million. And in addition to the 4.7, we will also be bonding $10 million of the school project. In August of 21, we would plan to bond another close to $3.4 million, which would include another $2 million from the public safety building, $500,000 for road projects, $650,000 for a fire apparatus, and $240,000 for Board of Education CIP items. Along with the final school financing of $8,045,000. And then the final August of 2022, we would be bonding the remaining $2.2 million of the public safety building should it get approved, along with 2 years worth of $800,000 for roads. And the next slide talks about the process that we go through in order to fund projects like this. It began in January of 2019 when the Board of Selectmen identified the project and approved $6 million in funding. When it went to the Board of Finance, they reduced the proposal by $1 million, approving the $5 million, which then went to referendum in the following month in February. In April of 2019, we issued $3 million in bond anticipation notes that were sold with a maturity in August of 2019. And then on May 3rd, we actually had the closing on the facility. And in August of 2019, we rolled over the original $3 million in notes that we sold in April and included an additional $2 million in notes. And they will be maturing in next month, and at that time we will permanently bond $3 million, which were the funds that we originally issued, and roll over the $2 million. And should the additional $2.2 million get authorized, we would add to it the $2.2 million. And in August of 2021, we would bond $2 million, and then in August of 2022, we would bond the final $2.2 million should that get approved. Next slide, please. So the next slide is a representation of what our beginning balance looks like for our bonds. And it shows additions in 2021, 22, and 23 that we've previously discussed. The additions this year are include school debt, some public safety funding, along with other capital improvement projects. And then you'll notice that we also have reductions. Even though we're adding debt, we are also retiring some of our previously financed debt. So you can see where we start, where we go to with the additions, and also that we do have reductions every year. The next slide talks about what our debt service is as a percentage of our budget. And when the rate, this is one of the items that the rating agencies look at when we go for a rating, and then they do like to see this stay under 8%. So with the projects that we're looking on, we would be in a position where we would remain under that 8% threshold that they do look for. The next slide talks about how it would impact different taxpayers depending on what their home is assessed at. And this is like the average debt payment. And remember from the slides that we've previously shown, we plan on phasing in this debt service over 3 years. So if you had a home assessed at $250,000, your average tax increase would be about $49.20 a year, or $4.10 a month. If your home was assessed at $350,000, the average tax increase would be $68.89 and $5.74 a month. And if you had a home assessed at $450,000, your tax increase would be $88.57 or $7.38 a month. Thank you.
Hi, Ann Santoro here. I'm a member of the Board of Finance. I've been a member since 2017, and I'm also a member of the Public Safety Building Vision Committee. I'm following up on some of Anna's financials. I'm doing this from the perspective of someone who sits on the Board of Finance and has sat on the Board of Finance, as well as someone who is sat through virtually every meeting possible related to the project at hand. I wrote these memos not in traditional slide format because they didn't lend themselves to that format. So bear with me. I promise not to take too much of your time, but I think some of the detail in here will be helpful for the board, and I believe also helpful, very helpful for the public as well, to understand process and results here. The first of the slides, or the first memo, is entitled Arriving at $7.2 Million. And I'd like you to focus on the third item on this memo, which is the $5 million appropriation from the Board of Finance was submitted to the voters of the town to decide at referendum. And that happened in February 20th of 2019. Approved, as you can see by the vote total, overwhelmingly. What I'd like to do here is back it up and show you how we got there, and then take you forward and show you how we get to the 7.2 million. So basically, looking at that, and that's where we are, we need to keep in mind are basically a sort of a two-step process. There's a governmental approvals process, approving appropriations, approving by various boards, and then there's the real process of work of developing a design and coming up with a final professionally established project total cost. So let's go back to number 1, which talks about the Board of Selectmen in January of 2019 approving that $6 million request to purchase and repurpose the Honeywell building. The purchase price was $2.775 million. The asking price was $4 million. The remainder, 3.2, was intended for project construction and related costs based on information estimates that were then available. I think it's important to point out that, and we've gotten bits of this this evening from others who have spoken, both in the public and within this committee, and our architects to some extent, but basically those estimates that were then available were based on information from months of studying the issue. There was a task force, as I recall, starting well into 2018, looking at various options. We had public information sessions, which most of us all attended, and there were estimates based on, let's say, we had Mr. Humes from Jakunski and Humes, who basically came up with that $6 million figure. They are in the business of designing police and public safety facilities. And I'd like to point out that we did have this reduction in price from an asking price, so a significant issue there. But be that as it may, the next day, the Board of Finance considered the $6 million request. There were basically 3 votes taken, and I bring this up because I think in all the months I've been with this project, probably this topic of the reduction from 6 million to 5 million is kind of a point that needs some explanation. When I read it in the media, when I hear people speak about it, it's kind of off. So let's look at this. So I did myself go back to the minutes. Unfortunately, there is no tape of that meeting because of technical difficulties that we have, but there are minutes of this meeting and minutes of other meetings that explain. I'll take a moment to do this. So I'll quote from the minutes of that meeting. At a stalemate and wishing to request more detail, the Board of Finance approved 5 million. The understanding was that an additional request for funding could be made if warranted by design details once developed, and that 5 million would not cover the cost of constructing cells, then estimated to be $1 million. You'll see some of this on page 9 of those minutes. You'll see also our chair, Ms. Alberti, has, as she has mentioned, come to a number of our Vision Committee meetings, and she herself explained this very point at those meetings. The meeting minutes of February 11th describe this. I say this because the number is sometimes people look at the 5 million as sort of, okay, this is how we're going to get it done. This is a process whereby the Board of Finance was completely within its rights to ask for more information, limit funding at that point. But the important takeaway for the current board, which is different from the previous board to some extent, and for the public in particular, is that 5 million appropriation, had a built-in limitation to it. 1 million was taken away from it. And the idea was we need some additional detail. And so that's how we got there. I did want to clarify that because, as I said, it's just been a sort of unclear point. It wasn't that we didn't want to do the cells. It's just that that was the obvious way to reduce from 6 to 5, because the estimate given by Mr. Humes was that the cells would cost in the neighborhood of $1 million. So I hope that's cleared up a little bit. So let's take where we are again at the 5 million, and that went to referendum, okay? So, and remember, the referendum was voted on at 5 million. That's the way it works. The voters don't get to vote on 6 million or 7 million or 8 million. They get to vote on that appropriation as the Board of Finance decides. So that's what they in fact voted on. But what they're voting on is something that has a kind of great that it moved the project forward. And I think that was the intention of the board, but it had this built-in limitation. So let's go down to number 4. And Mr. Daigle has spoken about this at length. I won't belabor the point. Brian has spoken about it, but there was an enormous amount of work done by the Vision Committee and Silva Petroselli of developing a scope of work, refining design, drafting construction documents, and soliciting competitive bids. And this is the methodology by which we arrive at 7.178566. And it's compiled with the bid. So it's tremendously precise. And this is a place you want to be information-wise. You know, regardless of what shoulda, coulda, woulda been better to do in the past, we have the information that we need. And the work of the Vision Committee and Silva Petroselli, you know, coming up with this precise cost estimate and accurate estimate, you know, has answered some of the questions, certainly I would hope, and more, that both Board of Selectmen and Board of Finance could possibly have. Digging a little deeper, you know, we're all Board of Finance members and we're all money driven, which is what we should be. Look at number 5 there. I asked myself, what are those numbers that drive the $7.2 million estimate? And I looked at all my documentation as best possible. I discussed this also with Brian Cleveland, and here's my list. So this total is well over $2 million, or over $2 million, I should say, starting with the detention cells in the Sallyport. And as he mentioned, that price, over $800,000. That price does include the contingency. The elevator shaft and construction, pointed out by Paul Daigle, the total there is $600,000 plus dollars. Fire rating improvements, $121,000. And Mr. Cleveland, Brian mentioned that, you know, sprinklers versus fire rating, we saved a lot going with the fire rating system. However, we also shored up a number of walls. He can give you more detail on that if you need. You know, and our fire marshal approved, you know, made this perhaps recommendation and approved. So we had to spend more than we thought for that fire rating system as well. So that was $121,000. The infrastructure that has to be, the physical infrastructure that has to be established to support communications equipment, $126,000. The rooftop mechanical unit, which he mentioned, the one that still has a small amount of life in it, so we decided that one, let's replace it, $83,000. The ballistic protection for lobby and windows, $24,000. Exterior and interior accessibility features. Many of these are obviously ADA requirements, but, you know, when we're in there doing things, I think we're, you know, realizing that we need things at certain heights, different doorknobs, et cetera, $65,000. Public restroom off the lobby. Initially, our plan was, okay, maybe we could have public use the nearest facility. Better to do it this way. We had extensive discussion on that at a cost of $17,000. Contingency, is important. It is perhaps, in my mind, what might have been the, we'll say lowballed a little bit in that $6 million figure, or not thought through completely. But the contingency of 10% is a healthy contingency, and you can't determine that number in being accurate until you have the bid, which we now have from the low bidder, the Noble company. So those are the things that I think that you as the board, hopefully, and that the public can take away and look at those and say, yes, I think I understand this a little bit better. Let's get down to number 6 quickly. The competitive bid process for the project resulted in that low base bid of $3,081,750. That was just shy of what the working estimate was at the time of the solicitation in February of 2020, this past February, $165,838. So that was the difference, but you have to put that into the final estimate. Obviously, you need to change your numbers. So the 7.2 million estimate reflects that difference, but that's very good estimating, professional estimating by our architects. So my point here on this memo is, we now have the benefit of completing both the design and the bidding processes, and we arrive at the $7.2 million. That $5 million appropriation, and I think this gets cut off a tad at the bottom, but it doesn't include funding for cells and a Sally port, and it doesn't contemplate the items and the bid results that I just discussed. So I hope that sheds a light on this issue, because I think there's a lot of chatter about 5 to 7.2 and not getting a sense of the scope of work decided upon and how we got to these numbers. To some extent, 5 million was almost like a construct that although it allowed the project to go forward, created some sort of confusion perhaps in the public. So I hope we're past that. Let's get to memo 2. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to just read the first paragraph because I think it's just important the way it's stated and considering the lateness of the hour. So at issue before this board is the amount of financing needed for the project's costs. It's helpful to describe these costs and properly differentiate them from operational expenses and future capital improvements. We're a municipality. We have an established financial structure that allows us to pay for costs of capital projects. And paying for the purchase and conversion of this Honeywell building for public safety makes use of this very financial structure, as it's done for any other of our capital projects undertaken. So it's important to keep in mind that we're a governmental entity, and we pay for things, capital costs in particular, that's what's under consideration here for the board, in a manner unlike a private business or a startup. So let's look at those project costs that you see and that you may not see exactly. And if you don't see something, I can explain where else it is. So the project costs were determined and enumerated in that slide 15, which we've now seen. And Mr. Cleveland did explain hard costs, soft costs. He did not this evening get into site costs, but that would be the purchase of the property. So project costs for projects of this size are traditionally paid through financing, and in particular by, as Anna has explained, Ms. Johnson, by short-term notes and long-term bonding. So let's take a look at that number. The $2,789,937, which in that slide 15 was identified as the building procurement. That includes the building, the land, and the closing costs. So that's an important thing to note. Also note that attorney's fees and insurance costs, by those I mean liability, property insurance costs, are not listed because legal services and insurance costs for the town are paid directly out of our general fund. And that I'll refer you to your budget books, for which we all spent a lot of time in, Department 114, Government Miscellaneous. You'll find them there. This is where the source of this comes from for this project, as it would for any other. Similarly, bonding costs are not listed. And these consist of costs for bond counsel and related fees, and are paid for, and I have learned this from Anna Johnson, because I was certainly no expert on bonding procedures, obtaining premium dollars through the lending process, a kind of crediting, and that has so far occurred for this project. And this is the usual way that we pay for these costs, unlike the amount being borrowed, unless the amount being borrowed is particularly large, such as we had the $37.5 million renovation for the elementary schools. Okay, so that's project costs and what they are kind of in a nutshell. Let's take a look at operational expenses. These include electricity, propane, or heating oil, and most of the town at this point, from a financial perspective, good, it's on propane, and maintenance. And in standard practice, these are not part and not made part of an architectural prepared project cost estimate. And I did a little extra research on and discussed this with, or certainly had an email exchange with Mr. Cleveland on this about, you know, the standards used, AIA standards, related standards used in the preparation of a cost estimate document. So for all of our town buildings, these kinds of expenses, operational expenses, are paid for directly out of our general fund. Again, I refer you to your budget books for those on the board, Department 113, called Maintenance of Town Buildings. Once the town purchases a building, purchased the Honeywell building, at that point, as the owner, as you well know, would become responsible to pay for the building's operational expenses. And what were those so far? So the town's paid $25,415 for electricity and $4,735 for propane for fiscal year 1920. Those are the most accurate numbers I have. There's a couple of other bits and pieces in there, but for purposes here, this is the simplest way I could describe. Note that for cash flow purposes, as I did ask Ms. Johnson, these expenses were paid using funds financed for the project, but that these amounts can properly be restored to the project budget. Operational expenses will of course continue to be incurred during renovation and occupancy of the building as they would for any town building. So, you know, just a couple of quick examples. When we go out to purchase, you know, through a bonding, or for example, we just, the town purchased the fire department, Flanders Fire, purchased a new pumper truck, much needed. The old one was basically dead. And, but we go out to bond for that, and we purchase it, we don't get into a conversation about what are those operational expenses for that truck. We don't ask our Chief Ricks, okay, tell me what your fuel costs are on that. We're buying the truck, and operational expenses are paid elsewhere. Similarly, when the building renovations occurred for the elementary schools, and often, not often, but part of the time in which those renovations had to be completed happened during summer months, or they happened on vacation, and no one was in those buildings. We're still paying those operational expenses, you know, so they are not considered project costs. The third item on this sheet is capital improvements, and I'm hoping the bottom may have been cut off, but let's see if we can move it up at all. But I will go through this. Okay, so thanks. Oops, I guess we're getting to the next memo. So I guess we'll be sure that these get into the record in their completed. They may just look like this on the screen. Okay, so what are future capital improvements? So these are expenditures that will be incurred to extend the life of a building or to increase its market value. That's accepted, you know, in IRS understanding, definition, et cetera, et cetera. The town this is very important, the town utilizes a variety of funding sources to pay for capital improvements, not just notes and bonds. So funds from the general fund, existing capital and non-recurring funds, we're all familiar with the CNRE account, and grants such as LoCIP are also available to meet future capital improvement needs. The town maintains a 10-year capital improvement plan that identifies ongoing and future capital improvement needs, as well as the expected source of funding for these projects and items. So this is a planning tool for the town, and we can actually establish or maintain appropriate funding sources for these improvements. So in contrast to this, securing notes and bonds for a capital improvement occurs proximate more in time to its approval, not beforehand on the expectation or possibility of a need arising. So, and this is what actually got cut off from the screen, but any future capital improvements are based on actual need, just as they are for any other town building. You know, we're a municipality, we're not a business. When things break, we'll fix them, but we're not doing a whole lot ahead of time. Moreover, when they may be paid from a variety of funding sources that I've outlined, they are not necessarily going to be paid for by notes and bonds. And what's really important, we've already touched on this, and Brian has, and to some extent Paul, our architect's opinion and assessment of the building, and that was, you can read that, and I'm sure it's somewhere in our various notes and meeting minutes, the facility conditions analysis, and their verbal opinions will help the town plan for these and how we may pay for them. And I think Brian has covered the topic of the roof as well as the HVAC units. So third slide. Thank you. So we have a number of positive financial outcomes from this project. And, you know, I'm not incorporating these into the project cost, but these are just some things to keep in front and center as you, Board of Finance, are deliberating and the public considers the matter. So let's look at the first one. So savings will be realized from the termination of that existing agreement between East Lyme and Waterford. We heard a lot about it tonight, for the detention and processing of persons arrested by our police department. So in 2021, the price tag for that, is $46,557. That's up 5% from last year. And this arrangement with Waterford was entered into in 2017, and since at that time we've spent $126,850 plus additional expenses. I've read through the agreement. It's not just the fee. There are other things that East Lyme must pay for, so this begins to add up. So it was really meant to be a temporary accommodation as we established our independent police department 3 years ago. And we definitely are not certain that Waterford will renew the agreement past June of 2021. I have discussed this with our first selectman, who he and Chief Finkelstein have renegotiated for this next year, but it's not looking particularly promising thereafter for a number of reasons. So an agreement with another town may be necessary. So basically, our own public safety building with cells and processing capabilities will save us that yearly rental and related fees. Number two, operating expenses for the current police station will be eliminated. And so what are these? We've talked about operating expenses and what they are. These are basically electricity and maintenance. The electric bill for year 1920 was $24,253 plus or minus. That's because I had to use the average for a month on a tally that I didn't have. So we're in the neighborhood of, approaching $25,000. The building is heated by electricity, and maintenance, particularly cleaning and repairs, because of all the water infiltration continue to cost the town thousands. We just went through another, I believe, $5,000 or more, repair there. I did not take the time to go back in 17 years and what all that maintenance on that building has been. But I can tell you in the last years that I've sat on the board, I do know that we have spent considerable money on, flood-related repairs. And perhaps our first selectman can illuminate us, or Ms. Johnson can illuminate us on that. Number 3, the property of the current police station will be commercially developed. So through that Brownfield grant program, which is very handy, the town will assist in determining the nature and scope of necessary chemical cleanup. And then we'll take title of the property from Dominion. There's a $1 value on that, and proceed to sell it. I checked into the fair market value of that property last recorded because I was interested in taxes being paid on the property, and the taxes were last paid in 2003, and that value was $543,000 for the fair market value of that in 2003. So if we sell it, in current time, I think we're in the neighborhood of that, let's say. We all know that property is very well located on Main Street for commercial development, and it would result in tens of thousands of dollars in yearly tax revenue for the town. Of course, we'd have to know the assessed value and the mill rate. Number 4, and I think we've touched on this Paul has, as well as Mr. Silver, the public safety building properties, unfinished office space, and unused acreage add significant value to the project. So in terms of square footage, what do we have left? 13,855 square feet of unused office space, 9 acres of land. And those can be used for future municipal needs. So what might those be? Well, we know that town hall, the community center, including the library, and we've all taken that tour of the library, Board of Finance, have space needs that have been evident for some time. This is no secret, we need space. So this is one place to meet those needs. And in case the public safety departments, again, we have 4 departments, not just police, to be housed at the Honeywell site. If they require some additional space, as Mr. Cunningham in his remarks mentioned, it is available. The additional acreage that we have is, as I said, 9 acres, and that really does afford, we've talked about different uses, but I threw one here at you, which I think is, pretty apt, because we're redoing our plan of conservation and development, and it really does afford us an opportunity to perhaps meet some of those goals, and that's soon to be updated. Okay, so I will just quickly go through the cost savings aspect of the project. It's sort of a forgotten piece sometime, and I know Brian did mention how hard we all worked at being efficient and have cost efficiencies. We've directed all our efforts to meet the scope of work at the best possible cost. So I'll just highlight a few. We've decided on a 1-floor plan. There's only the server room on that 2nd floor, leaving that remaining space for future needs. And importantly, reducing the square feet renovated now, that we would have to do now. Our first plan had more office space up there. We took a good look at that and said, you know what? We can bring it in a little, reduce that square footage, get us on the 1st floor, and leave that for future use. I think it was a very intelligent decision, and I was happy that we were able to do that. We also were able to obtain a waiver from the state building official for the lateral bracing that could have been needed, and that was almost $250,000. The price is there, as you can see, $243,737. And I went back and looked at some news article on that in the day paper, and our own building official, Mr. Way, quoted the state building official who had said, the building is built like a tank and it can withstand 135-mile-an-hour plus winds, and as well as seismic activity. And Mr. Way himself said that the building was actually overbuilt for its purposes, so it's quite sturdy. Third thing here is extensive use of existing furniture inventory. I think Brian touched on that, so you see that our cost for that is relatively low for any remaining furniture we need. LED interior lighting design and automatic lighting controls. We will have, so we will replace fluorescent lighting, and we have worked out a deal with Eversource to have $15,420 as an incentive payment from them to implement that plan. The next item, the new roof HVAC unit will be, and I asked Brian about this, I offered this information to me, that HVAC unit will be 35% more efficient than the one it's replacing. And the last item I mentioned is Silver Petroselli's fees. They are a total of $153,948. And, you know, I'd like to emphasize in the public record, $100,000 less than those of similarly qualified firms. All firms who not only are they professional architects, but they also have specialties. This is what they do, not just municipal buildings, but in particular public safety buildings. So compared to the other firms who bid for the project, and it was well over $100,000. You know, that's dollars and cents, cost savings, but the value of the firm, and I'll stop here, and it's sort of off script here. I have to tell you that Silver Petroselli is a firm, and the individuals I work with are the consummate professionals. I wish I could clone them in all aspects of my life. They really have done a great job, answered any and all questions anyone would ask them. Extremely patient, understand the process, working with the municipality quite well. So the only other item I have, and I will let you go, and I know Camille had asked a number of questions. I hope those questions, I know Paul had answered a number of those questions on some financials. She had produced a list. Those were addressed at, I believe, our last official meeting, but it wasn't really our last meeting, the last meeting we had, May 12th. And I think I addressed anything remaining here. But the question of lost tax revenue, what are we going to do about that? We've lost some tax revenue because of now we've bought this building from a private company who was paying $42,000 a year in taxes. And so you need to incorporate that into your project cost. Well, I thought it was an interesting point, and I thought it through, and this is my feeling about this, that it's definitely not a project cost, and by any professional standard of producing a project document like this. But moreover, it's really not material to the calculation of a project cost, because as a municipality, I'll go back to my original point, we're a municipality, we're not a business. We necessarily lose tax dollars when we buy or use property that we need to meet town needs. It's basically a cost of doing business as a municipality. So, for example, when we did the school renovations, an important issue to decide was, well, gee, should we have two elementary schools or three? So once we decided on 3 and to keep 3 and not have 2, well, we didn't put into the project costs that we should have had, we should have taken that dollar number and somehow added it to the project cost, because we maintained 3 and not 2 schools, and could have taken that and had a commercial enterprise in that location or the like. So that's my the end of my memos, and I hope it's been, I really do hope it's been helpful for you. It's a lot of material, but I think that listening to things and hearing things, I feel it was an important exercise for everyone, and I just hope that that the Board of Finance will seriously consider approving and adding that funding as determined by the design and bid process, and that we will remember that what the voters voted on, and hopefully we can move it along so that the voters would have an opportunity to vote on it again. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ann Santoro. That was lots of good information, perhaps a little out of order because I did want to wrap up the presentation before we began giving comments and questions from the Board of Finance members. So I'm assuming that was your opportunity to present your comments about the project this evening. What I had intended to do was to call on Board of Finance members one by one to hear their comments and questions. So that was quite lengthy. Just a second, Paul. So we have 5 more members that need the same opportunity to speak and ask questions. I have a feeling this could go on for another hour or two before we actually get to a decision. So I would like,
Camille,
the way I was going to handle this was to ask the questions of Silver Petrocelli and the Vision Committee members, and then come back and have each board member summarize what their position is, make a statement, and then call for a vote. So I do think that could be another hour or two. But Paul, why don't you go ahead and speak?
I'd just like to finish the presentation if I could. Brian could put it back up. There's a couple more slides.
There was a thank you slide I saw.
No, there was a summation slide too. I'll just quickly go through it because I know there's a lot of work ahead.
Yeah, I need permission in order to be able
That's
to put
okay.
it back on.
I think we can go forward well. First of all,
Well, we have the presentation in front of us, so you can just speak to us on the remaining 2 slides that you have.
very good. So on the sprinkler and firewall discussion, one of the key points that led the Vision Committee to that decision is that the facility will be occupied 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Regarding the elevator, that second entrance at the back would require, if the second floor was used by other than town staff, the intermingling of potentially the public or other town staff into the secure area for the police department, and we decided that it was the right thing to put the elevator in. The public restrooms, Ann's already talked about. And to address a previous comment, the 19.7% increase over the Board of Selectmen $6 million approved value is factual. I should have updated that for this presentation because it is 43.6% above the $5 million that both the Board of Finance and the residents of East Lyme approved. You've seen the cost comparisons, the 7.18 million compared to the slightly over 12 million estimate that Silver Petrocelli is a 40.2% savings for a building that is going to serve the town well. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank both Julie Wilson and Chief Finkelstein for the amount of effort that they put in. It's just, they went above and beyond what they needed to do. And to address some experience comments that were made earlier, it's been very evident, and stated it, Silver Petrocelli is an experienced professional firm that have gone above and beyond to get us to this point. And I can't thank them enough. And the residents of East Lyme have been served tremendously well by the time and effort they put into this. And finally, my day job involves designing and placing contracts for building renovations and building construction. And I have not worked with a better design firm in the 9 years that I've been working as that part of my day job. So I want to thank you all. Looking forward to any questions that the Board of Finance has. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity for this presentation, and I look forward to the continuation of the meeting. Hopefully that was short enough.
That was terrific, Paul. Thank you. Thank you for concluding the presentation. So if I can just take a pulse on the Board of Finance members, we can either continue with our line of questioning and our deliberations and take a vote this evening, which may run one. I mean, I don't know what other people might want to say, but if everybody's as long as Ann was, I know I will be, then, you know, this could potentially go on another an hour and a half. So what would please the board members to adjourn this meeting and schedule another special meeting within the next week, or do you want to push on? Ann Santora, how do you feel about this?
I think we should push on because we're, you know, I think if the Board of Finance members, myself included, have questions of Silver Petroselli or anyone else, feel free to ask.
Okay, thanks. Ann Chicello?
I'd say we should move on.
Okay, Rich?
Yeah.
Peter? Move on?
I say move on.
Okay.
I'll support moving on.
John?
Yes.
Very good. All right, we will push on. We will continue with our comments and line of questioning. Again, what I had anticipated was one by one we would go through, ask our questions, make our comments, and then come back and make a final statement before we entertain the motion. I would like to go in this order. I was going to call on Ann Santoro first, then John Birmingham, Peter DeRosa, Rich Steele, Ann Chicello, and myself. So we'll go in that order just so you know where we are in the schedule. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to John Birmingham for his comments or any possible questions that he has for any of the presenters.
I have just one thing to bring up. It was mentioned a couple of times about two real estate agents that went through the building and inspected it. You know what? Let somebody go before me because I'm losing my voice. I have to go get a throat spray.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. Peter DeRosa.
All right, I have a couple of comments. I've been listening, obviously I've been listening to the presentation tonight. I've listened carefully to all the comments that were made tonight. And prior to this meeting, spoken to people in the community to try to get an idea of where people stood on this issue. Overall, I've heard some pretty outlandish reasons for not supporting this project, but 2 points that I've heard have come up consistently. One is that there's a lot of people that I've spoken to have expressed a lot of concern about the way the project evolved. What was said early on, it could be done for X number of dollars, and words like bait and switch have been used a lot, lack of transparency have been used a lot. And there's been a lot of concern that I've heard consistently from a lot of different people about the way the project has evolved, and a lot of concern expressed for that. The second concern that I've heard about the project is, for lack of a better term, it's a money pit. There's, you know, potential problems down the road. We've talked about the air conditioning units and the roof and things like that, the costs that we're talking about now may not be the end of the story. Those are concerns that I've heard filtering out other ones that kind of stick with me. In terms of the pros and the reasons why I think this project should move forward is there's no question that a building is needed. I mean, we've heard lots of testimony about the conditions that the police are in, and that a new building is certainly necessary. And overall, the numbers that have been presented to us, the cost of this renovation is less expensive than a new building. The location of the building can be debated and was debated, but it does provide an ideal location if we do partner with Old Lyme, which I still would like to see that continue to be pursued. I get excited about anything that has to do with regionalization, and I think this presents a wonderful opportunity for regionalization. Some of my concerns about the project is the timing is poor. Given the financial uncertainty of our economy right now, the timing is poor. Overall, I support it, and I would be willing, and I support it because I would like to see it go to referendum, and I would like to hear the voters' voice on this. So I support it going to referendum. I would be open to modifying the proposal. For instance, eliminating the cells and the sally port as was done before, eliminate, elevator shaft. I would be open to those kinds of discussions. But overall, I would like to see this move forward to referendum. Those are my comments at the moment. I'm sure I'll have more later. So. Camille, you're muted.
Camille, you're muted.
Okay, got it. Thanks. John Birmingham, should we circle back to you now, or are you ready
No,
for your comments?
give me some more time for my.
Sure. Okay, no problem. Let's hear from Rich Steele. Do you have any questions, Rich? Comments at this point?
Yes, I've got some questions and I've got some comments as well. In terms of the extension of the domestic water to the building, that seemed to be presented as an optional item, whereas in the deed of sale, as I understand it, there is no use of that well water. And the estimate of the $40,000 for the extension of domestic water to the building seems to be based upon an affordable housing project already having water run up there that would then get tapped into to provide for the public safety building. Can you explain why it would be an optional item if the well water is forbidden in the sale agreement?
Rich, are you addressing that question to Paul Daigle, the chair?
I don't know who to address it to, the architects or Paul, either one.
I'd be more than happy to address it. The restriction that was put on the drinking water is a standard restriction that Honeywell puts on all of its properties when it's well water for the purpose of liability. So the water has been tested and will be tested again, the well water, to validate it's okay. But the current plan is to have that water system tied in at that cost from the adjoining housing project. And my understanding is that housing project is just about ready to start. And based on the period of performance that we have from Noble Construction, that we should be in a position to have that water tied in before we occupy the building. Of course, that's not set in stone, right? Things can happen, but worst case scenario is we'd have to potentially spend more money to tie it in if we had to come from a different location, a longer distance away, or drinking water would have to be provided and in the absence of that. But right now, the town is confident that that the other project will support the need, and the town's cost would be $40,000 to tie into that extension into the housing project, Rich.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
While we're still on the subject of water, there's the aspect of sprinkler versus fire rated walls. And I heard it mentioned during the presentation that it was based on cost. My concern is if the holding cells get approved, and I'm not going to tip my had either way at this point. I'll save that for later. But if you have people in there that you have under lock and observation, wouldn't it be more wise to have a sprinkler system than just fire rated walls?
Independent of the sprinkler system or fire rated walls, if there is an alarm in the building, the cells are unlocked and the prisoners are allowed to exit the building like the other occupants. So independent of the approach, the prisoners will be exiting the building in an event of a fire.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in the approved building plan on page 13 of the presentation, there was mention of the locker rooms and bathrooms in the police area. I would presume, but it wasn't spelled out in the presentation, that there would be facilities for female as well as male officers that are separate and distinct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then that kind of points us back to the holding cells. How do you handle different sexes with 3 cells?
The 3 cells were designed to house 1 female, 1 male, and 1 juvenile. That's why there were 3 cells selected, so that they would be separate from one another. If we have 2 males and there's not a female there, then of course the cells can be used. But that's how it was arranged and designed, so you could house those 3 different type of occupants.
Okay. The next question is on page 15 of the presentation. I'm wondering why, if I recall, for the school project, there wasn't a clerk of the works. I might be mistaken, but I didn't recall that. Why would we need a clerk of the works for this project when we didn't have it for the schools, which was a much larger project?
Based on discussions with the building committee representatives, they felt based on the current COVID situation that they would not be in a position to be able to provide that frequent, not necessarily daily oversight of the project. We put that in as a contingency so that we did have someone representing the town in addition to Silver Petroselli overviewing the execution of the work. That cost may not be spent. It may be spent at a lower value, but you heard Brian state the dollars per hour, the number of hours for the duration of the project. So if the building committee could not support that, we have funding to be able to provide that oversight.
Okay. And is that currently someone who's a current town employee would be assigned that task, or would that be a new contractual hire?
We did pursue that as an option. It will be a contractual hire, but as we spoke to Mr. Bergar, that the amount of work the town staff is doing wouldn't be able to serve that purpose. So it would be a contracted position.
Okay, thank you, Paul. The next question would be, if the bid is scaled back to the original 5 million, which was approved by the referendum of the voters last year, could the contingency, since that's based off of 10% of what the bid is, could that be reduced?
It could be, but right now we only have, without having to go out to rebid, there's only 2 things we can remove from the bid as it stands today. That is the 700 and I think it's 84,000 for the cells and another 200,000 for the elevator cab. The elevator shaft is part of the base bid. So if we're looking to remove more than those 2 items, we would have to go out to rebid for a reduction in the scope of work.
Okay, thank you. The next question is on page 16 of the presentation. And I think, granted, a new construction is going to be more expensive than a retrofit of a building. One positive aspect of that increased cost would be that you would build exactly to the specifications that are required, rather than putting a square peg into a round hole, so to speak. But the estimated cost for a comparable new building, I think you have a couple of false choices there. One is the unfinished municipal office space on the second floor. If we were to build a new building from scratch, I don't think we'd have built a 30,000 square foot building. So I don't know that that's a valid issue that you can raise as a cost comparison. I would appreciate your opinion.
The opinion there was, what is the value we're getting for the $7.18 million? And we are getting the value of that additional space on the second floor. That doesn't mean we have to go spend that money for that extra square footage, but we were trying to compare apples to apples, not apples to oranges. So that's why that was included in the comparison.
Okay, and then another item is on the soft costs, the land acquisition. If it was town property that was being used rather than acquiring private property, we wouldn't have that $560,000 acquisition cost.
That's correct. And it's my understanding that the previous looks at a public safety building, it was not judged to be the town property based on its location would serve the need. You know, whether it's the middle school complex, whether it's the, I think at one time there was the land just north of the high school playing fields was looked at as a location, and all those locations were rejected. So that cost could be X or could be Y, or could be zero, depending on the evaluation of where to put a new building. But from an architectural standpoint, Silver Petroselli put land costs in there, which is the, potentially the worst case if you have to buy land because you can't find a suitable piece of town-owned property.
Okay. And then my last question from the presentation, I've got some other points that I'll bring up outside of the presentation. I heard something about that on, I believe it's slide 16A, police station construction comparisons. I think it was at this point of the conversation that there was something about that it was moving from a flood zone. But my understanding was that with the elevation where that building sits, that it is indeed in a flood zone. Am I incorrect in that?
I haven't looked at the flood zone maps in quite a while, but I see Brian shaking his head no, but.
The building itself is outside of the floodplain. Some of the lower lying areas of the parking area are within the floodplain, but the building itself is outside of it.
Okay. And then since Brian, you brought up the parking lot, I've heard of several uses for that extra parking that's to the side and to the back. I'm just wondering, in terms of utilizing that extra parking, how does that fit in with the cost projections? Would there be greater costs involved with changing those parking areas? Because I heard that there was thought of having secured parking area for the police and their evidence and their vehicles, etc.
There wouldn't be any additional cost. The parking spaces as they exist are appropriately located outside of where the proposed patrol cars and staff parking for the police department would be. So there's no need to do anything to that existing west parking space beyond just allowing people to start using it.
Okay. One use of that west parking area I had heard was to move our school buses from being pretty much on top of an aquifer to that location. And I'm wondering, does that pose any potential for the 4 Mile River waterways for any contamination there?
Rich, I don't think we're in a position to answer that. It's the first I've heard of it, and I don't know if it's rumor or if it's fact, but that could be addressed at the time any discussion is made of where to put the school buses.
Oh, okay.
That is not part of the plan as I understand it at this time.
Okay, thank you, Paul. If you want, Camille, while I search through my other things, if John's got his voice, I can come back after he finishes, if that works, or I can continue on.
John, would you like to interject a thought or two?
Let me try to talk.
Okay.
So what I started to say before is, in the past, it was said that no one really inspected the building. Well, there were two commercial real estate agents that went through the building back in May of 2017. And I had a conversation with one of them a couple of weeks ago. He said that after their walkthrough and inspecting the building, that they, based on what that $2.7 million that we paid for the building, and based on the square footage, it came out to a cost of $104 a square foot. I said, keeping that in mind, if we pay $7.2 million for that, for the building and the land, and when everything is said and done on the improvements, the value of that is somewhere between $300 and $500 a square foot. So he said, with that in mind, that what we pay for the building, if it's anything around $8 million or less, the town got a good deal. That was one observation.
John, for the record, can you tell us who the two commercial real estate appraisers were?
Norm Peck and John Jensen.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Okay, the other thing is, I've been hearing that the timing is poor. I've been around from, not on the board, but I've been around from the beginning when all this started back in the 80s. And then in 2003 or 4, we had a chance to have a deal with the state to have a A1 facility where Camp Niantic is, or Camp Net. And it would have cost us a little over $6 million. And the state would have paid the rest. Well, the Board of Finance at the time voted it down. And one of the reasons was they were afraid the state would rescind on the deal later on and kick us out. And another reason was, the timing was poor. So a few years go by, and there's some land available back at the Lee House across from Perez Park. And the town was going to obtain that, but it was going to cost somewhere between $12 and $14 million to get the land and put up a building. So the Board of Finance approved the $12 to $14 million. Went to referendum and the taxpayers voted it down. So now here we are, 17 years later, and I hear again, the timing is poor. Well, if this doesn't go through, when is the timing going to be good? 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we're going to pay $15 to $20 million? And where are the police going to be in the meantime? So that being said, location was issue too, because the location where the Honeywell building is now. Well, the second proposal, of course, from Perez Park is only down the street. So I don't know if the location there was okay. Why isn't the Honeywell location good? It's not that bad. It has free access to the highway a couple of ways. I have a couple of questions. Does anyone know, I heard that it's up in the air, but the agreement with Waterford about the cells, using the cells over there, is it? Anybody know if that's
I do.
going to expire or not?
So I have read the agreement, which covers those years 2017 through June of 2020. there has been a renegotiated deal at the price I indicated in my memo. That price is $46,577. That agreement hasn't been memorialized yet as a new agreement and then filed with the town clerk. But it was recently negotiated, because if you look back in the years, pretty much we were talking about, I don't know if you can hear me, a 5% increase. So
Now, is this contract year to year?
it is yes, it is a year-to-year renewal. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have no way of knowing if this doesn't go through, if we're going to be able to use the facility in 2 years.
Well, I think the question has been raised, that Waterford really was obliging us through this sort of infancy of our independent police force coming on, and that the term may be up, so to speak. And this was the sense I got, from a conversation I did have with First Selectman. He could also elaborate on that if he wishes to, but and then I've heard that from other sources as well. So, but it is a year to year, and it's a vital service. So it has to happen someplace. If it's not Waterford, it's going to have to happen someplace else.
That concerns me, that we may have to find another place to go for, cells, whether it's Montville or New London or somewhere else. Okay. Another question on the Sally ports in the cell. Are they connected or integrated? I mean, do you have to have the Sally port to have the cells? Anybody?
That might be a question for Bill or Brian.
Yeah, the way that the building currently is that there is two overhead doors off the rear of the building. One is a loading dock and the other has on-grade access to the rear parking lot. That space, short of getting additional fire ratings in order to make it a space that cars can be parked within, will act as a sally port. But the definition of a sally port is a space in which there's only one exit out of the space, and it's only associated with a detention area. So it wouldn't be a sally port per se. It would be an indoor parking area for any of the police functions if we did not put in the detention area.
Okay. Okay, one other thing. I'm looking at the debt service graph that was provided by Anna. And I noticed that our existing debt service in purple this year, in 2021, starts to drop off markedly. And one of the things that's holding up our debt is the debt service for the school that we paid $37 million for. Even that, being said, you look at the estimated police station debt, that drops along with the debt service for the school as our existing debt service. So I heard people talk about keeping a flat line on debt, and our debt seems to be dropping off markedly as we go out in time. So I think, to my own opinion, that we can well afford, for a variety of reasons, to put through this $7.2 million for the police station and the fire marshal and dispatches. I mean, I have some concerns about it, but I think it should be put up to the taxpayers to vote on it in the referendum, because tonight in delegations we had about 24 people give forth their opinions. You had a small group on the left that were opposed to it. You had another group on the right who were for it. But what we don't hear from is that large section in the middle, that 7,000 or 8,000 taxpayers, that we don't know what they think or what they're for. And that's the main reason I would like it to go to referendum. So if the taxpayers in that large group are for it, fine. If they're not, then we're going to have to go back to square one. But my thinking right now, unless I'm convinced otherwise from some of the, the rest of the board members, I have to agree with Pete. I'd like to see it go to referendum so that the total town can vote on it.
Okay, thank you, John. Any other questions or comments at this point in time?
You're talking from John, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, no, I apologize for my voice.
Oh, no, that's okay. We'll circle back to you. You'll have another opportunity to speak, John. Thanks for your input. Rich, would you like to resume your line of questioning and comments?
Yeah, these are mainly just comments at this point. The schools project was originally in the neighborhood north of $100 million. Through extensive efforts, it was trimmed down to 37.5 million. Granted, that's still quite a large mouthful. But if we were to take, let's say, a construction of a new police station at $15 million, and you drop it to a third of that value, that would get you to the 5 million that was approved at referendum last year. And in terms of the point of having 5,000 to 7,000 people in the middle voting on a referendum, I'm just wondering how we conduct a referendum during COVID. Are we going to have absentee ballots available for people who don't feel comfortable or safe going to a polling place? Secretary of State granted absentee ballot applications for everybody for the primaries, which are after when we're planning to have the referendum for this issue. So I don't know how well of a representation we're going to get at a referendum. And if you look at the last referendum last year, it was about 2,000 people voted total. Okay. Let's see, the next point. I believe Michael Goss raised about the issue of co-location in the age of COVID. Is that really wise? And that was something that I was wondering, is the co-location of dispatch, EMS, and police necessary with the implementation of the IT upgrades and the communication upgrades? That also brings up another point about the 500,000 for the IT communication aspect of this project. We granted a $150,000 bridge to get us to a better communication system for the emergency services during this recent budget. I feel very fortunate that I was able to see the building at 277 West Main, and then also this last week, or maybe it was this week, I got to go and look at the current facility. And yes, the police do need to be out of there. And yes, that building is not properly in place for them to function as a good police unit. I'm just wondering, can they go into the Honeywell building at that $5 million budget? What is absolutely necessary? And did the vision committee specify to the architects an end budget number of 5 million as a plan B in case none of this other stuff went through? The other aspect about running through this whole series of events was the whole concept was sold on the urgency of getting the police out of that building. It's been well over a year. They're still in there, and it's going to be at least 9 months. Do we have a contingency plan to get them out of that building as quickly as possible? Are there other facilities that they can rent to work in a safe environment during this time? When I went to the current facility on Main Street, downtown Niantic, there are not a lot of police officers that are in there. They're out patrolling. And that was one of the selling points on the location that Chief Finkelstein had mentioned to us, because there were some reservations about it being located out at the Honeywell building at the end of town. I agree that the current economic and social climate is not conducive to additional spending. It was similar to our budget discussions in the recent social justice movements. Let's see what else here. I'm just about wrapped up. Gary Upton mentioned the fortress aspect of the new police facility. One nice thing about the current facility, which is almost, from what I had understood during my tour, is that it's kind of out of specs, but there was access for the community to go into the training room that the police have there. Granted, this was pre-COVID. And one of the aspects for police forces these days, I think, is to develop more of a community relationship. And from what I had understood of the tour of 277 West Main, the only interaction that the police will have in that building will be in the lobby. And it probably won't be with the police, it'll be with an admin or a dispatcher. And I think it's vitally important that we have stronger community relations between folks in the community and the police. And then my very last point, but I think this is really, really highly critical. I think body cams should be our first priority. Waterford was shown in the day that their Board of Selectmen had approved $110,000 for body cams, and that figure would include the redaction software and the servers necessary. Some people say we need additional police manpower to be able to handle this and for the IT purposes, but I think it needs to be something where it's not a police body that does this, that for the IT function, we need an IT professional to take care of that, working in conjunction with the police. And I think the money that we save from asking for $2.2 million additional dollars for this project could be used to create other avenues for areas where police really aren't necessarily the first reactor that should come onto the scene. That maybe we could implement some other services to supplement our police and work hand in hand with them. And I'm done. Sorry for taking so long.
No, Rich, that's fine. That's fine. Take as long as you want. And you need to understand everything in order to make a decision tonight. So ask away until you're comfortable. I would like to interject here at this point, though, and offer one answer to a question that I think many people have. And that is, what would it cost to fix up the Dominion building? I don't know what it would cost in today's dollars, but at our meeting, Board of Finance meeting in January of 2019, the first selectman had given us a spreadsheet of what it would cost to fix that building up and make it presentable and habitable for the police and safe and secure. And the number was $500,000. So that is one answer that I think, we can put on the record tonight, and we can go back and recall the spreadsheet that was provided to us from that particular meeting. But I also would like a couple of your questions that you asked Rich answered, because I have them as well. And so while you brought it up, I think they might as well be addressed now. The first one being, well, what could be done for the $5 million if we don't approve the 2.2 tonight? And I don't I don't know the best person to answer that, perhaps the chair, Paul Daigle.
Well, the best way for me to address that is based on a previous statement I made, that if you eliminate what the current bid allows for deducts, you don't get down to the $5 million. So we would have to go back to Silver Petroselli and make further reductions to the renovation, whether we remove someone out of the building or whatever else we do. That's probably what would have to happen. Another organization would have to leave the building to be able to get, and I'm talking rough numbers now, to be able to get from, bear with me, I apologize. Eliminate the Sally Port and the elevator, it eliminates $1.3 million roughly. So you would have to go from 5.9 down to 5 million. So we would have to significantly reduce what would be go into that building, which would require redesigning potentially, and then rebidding.
So that wasn't pre-planned at this point. You don't really have a plan B that you could roll forward with. You'd have to go back to the drawing board and
We'd have to spend more money to go back and redevelop this concept.
Okay. Okay. I'll just do the follow-up questions when it's my turn. So I'm going to yield the floor again and push on.
And I need to correct that. I'm very sorry. It would only be about $934 million that we could take out now because we left the elevator shaft in the base bid. So that would mean we'd have to go from 6.2 million roughly back down to 5 million. And that, would require redesign, redetermination of what would go in the building, and then rebidding. So I wanted to correct that.
Thanks.
And did you want to jump in and make a quick statement?
Just want to point out that, and I agree with your numbers, Paul, that remember the project that was considered by Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and ultimately the referendum in February of 2019 was for 4 departments, not 1 department in a public safety building. So, and basically what would be happening is a complete, rethinking of what we're doing here. So, if we're just thinking we're getting the police department in is just one aspect of a project that's already been voted on. So I've got some, issues with that.
Okay.
But
Okay. So you're saying that it's probably not possible.
yeah, I think it's
Okay.
problematic. We have to, rewind. Yeah.
I think that's what we want to hear, whether it's possible or not. And you're leaning towards, okay.
Yeah. It's a good question given the $5 million situation.
Sure. Right. Okay. So at this point, I think we're moving on to Ann Chikello. Comments, questions for any of the presenters this evening, Ann?
Okay. I know it's getting late, so I'm going to try to keep this short. Question regarding the elevators. Was it supposed to be created to carry passengers or freight? Was it supposed to be like a simple elevator? I don't know who can answer that.
Yeah, the elevator that we're proposing is, I believe, a 2,500 pound elevator, which is meant for passengers and is of a size that allows for handicapped accessibility to utilize that to get to the second floor.
Okay, but if they're bringing up like large items, could that go on the elevator then?
Yes, it certainly could. There's certainly space to use it as a freight elevator. But remember, we do have a large door at the rear of the building as well to bring equipment directly into the second floor of the building as well.
Okay, so then that kind of segues into my next question. When I looked at the building, on the corner of the building, it looks like there's a door, like if you're looking at the building to the, I don't care what this, the right, at the back, there's a door that, are you following me?
Yes.
Okay, so instead of using an elevator, could the people use that door and you could build a handicap ramp like on the side of the building there that would suffice if they needed handicap access, if they wanted to use the second floor of the building?
So we are already making provisions to provide accessible parking spaces at that rear door on the back right-hand corner of the building.
Okay.
But with that said, that would require citizens or the public to drive through the police patrol car parking area and impound the lot in order to be able to access it.
Okay. But is that something that could be done, is you could build a handicap ramp over there on that side? If they didn't put in the elevator, I'm saying?
Again, it's already designed to allow handicapped access into that rear door.
So you
It's
don't
already
need that.
part of it.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is the elevator needed to be ADA compliant in the second floor? Because previously there was no elevator in the building.
Correct. Because of the year that the building was built, in I believe 81 or 82, there was not a code mandate to make it accessible. It did not exist at that time. So there was no need for an elevator when the building was originally constructed. As of any building built after 1986, that's when the code requirements for accessibility became adopted by the state.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, a lot of my questions have already been asked and answered, so I'm trying to kind of get to what hasn't been asked. I think, Paul Daigle, I think you answered this, that you had explored some cost savings or grants and there was really nothing there that you were able to take advantage of. Was that correct?
We did look at several. The town actually applied for one for the cost of the emergency diesel generator. That was a FEMA grant that was applied for. It was denied, but there are potential opportunities going forward to seek additional funding, but there's no guarantee. So,
is there anything related to, and I'm not really sure about this, regarding with the COVID-19, if you were to go forward with this building?
Potentially, but at this time, you know, there's not a lot of definition there.
Yeah.
And I know town staff wants to continue to pursue those opportunities, but we can't quantify that it's a savings at this time.
Okay, thank you.
It would be an offset if something were to come in, if this was to be approved, but it's certainly nothing that we can present to either yourselves or to the residents of East Lyme at this time.
Also, if I could, Ann,
Sure.
and I think I mentioned this at a Board of Finance meeting too, we did explore through Department of Agriculture. There are a number of grants available. Actually, it was Silva Petroselli that put me onto that program, and we explored those. However, they just didn't make financial sense. Either interest rate or, more importantly, the involvement of Department of Agriculture in the process. So those were, some time was spent on that. But, and as far as the generator goes, it'll be just a reapplication for next year. And I understood from Julie Wilson, who was kind enough to do that entire grant process, that the only reason why they were, we weren't getting it this year was that because the project wasn't going forward right now, and with some delays with COVID. But that'll be a reapplication. So.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
My other question is, is a new egress road going to need to be built to combat possible flooding?
No, it's not required. The driveway, no, the driveway is not in the floodplain entrance to the building. Just the
Even
wall.
the front of the building where you drive in, it's not, okay. Um, I think that's all the questions I have at this point. And I don't know when you, I have a statement I've drafted. I'm not sure if this is the time or, Camille, you want to go through your questions first?
Yeah, let's get through all the questions and the comments
I think that's
first,
good.
and then we'll circle back one by one, and we'll kind of assess where we are, and if
Okay,
we're ready to make a
perfect.
motion this evening.
Okay.
We've gone almost another 2.5 hours. Would anybody like a 5-minute break? We good? Okay. So I guess it's my turn to ask the questions, and I think this will go much faster if responses to my questions are a simple yes or no, and if I need additional clarification, I'll ask for it. I will direct all my questions to Paul Daigle, the chair, and if he needs to call in somebody else to answer, that would be fine. I've sort of grouped my questions into different areas of concern, the first one being project requirements and scope. So my first question is, page 4 of the presentation lists the first phase of work as a needs assessment. This was the step where the requirements were identified, correct?
Correct.
Did a subcommittee or the committee of the whole determine those requirements?
The initial set of requirements was determined by town staff, and the committee reviewed and concurred with the concept that met those requirements.
Okay, thank you. Now, in a prior project, the town heads, in a prior PSB type of project, the town had spent $7,000 to perform a needs assessment for the police, fire marshal's office, emergency management, and dispatch. And that was the $7,000 that was spent to ultimately come up with the 6.4 million PSB project at Camp Net. Did your committee review that list of requirements as sort of a starting point?
I don't believe we did as a whole committee. I can't say that some committee members may have looked at that, but we did not look at that and have an open discussion about the previous assessment.
So then, is it fair to say that you do not possess a list of requirements that differ from your project to that project that was so well researched all those years ago? There's no list that exists that details the difference in requirements.
None that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But this list was also detailed. I
Yes,
wanted
it
to
was.
imply that they're different details, but they were not compared.
Okay, still another scope question. So Silver Petrocelli, originally in September of 2019, we all know this very well, came up with an estimate of $6.1 million to retrofit the Honeywell building. The estimate tonight is $4.4 million, exclusive of the building procurement costs. So that represents a scale down or a difference of $1,750,000. Do you have a list of items available for the board this evening to review, detailing the omissions that were made when you scaled down the project?
I don't believe we have a list. I don't know if Brian or Bill can share things, but the major driver on that was elimination of use of the second floor.
Yes.
So the major driver was the elimination of the second floor.
Correct.
So is
It's
it fair to say that in the future, when the second floor is utilized by the town for other municipal needs or purposes, that it could cost $1,750,000 to renovate or retrofit?
It could cost whatever the functionality that's going into the floor would be. The driving cost there is with police functions on the second floor, the separation of the police functions from the rest of the building was driving the cost from an access control standpoint and several other factors. The second floor of the building, when this project is done, can be moved into and used in its current configuration. Of course, it might need some paint and carpet type cosmetic things, but what really drives it is what's the functionality that will go into that second floor. And moving the police up there with their security boundary requirements is what really drove the cost difference from original concept back to the one that's presented to you this evening.
Also, Paul, I just want to clarify relative to that initial number that Camille may be referring to. That was based on our initial needs assessment of the building, which included all costs associated with doing renovations either now, 1 to 3, 3 to 5, and 5 to 10 years down the road. So that was a holistic approach at what the potential costs of renovating the building over the next 10 years could be.
It also included the structural upgrade, if I remember correctly, of $250,000.
That's correct.
Which we did receive an exception to through the state of Connecticut.
That is an important distinction to make, because if we had built new, brand new, we wouldn't be looking at any of those costs for the next 30 years, let alone 1 to 3, 5 to 10 next year, whatever. So that is an important consideration. Let's talk about the egress road for a little bit. So I've heard a number of you say this evening that that is not in a floodplain. I have a map that shows that the driveway to the Honeywell building is in a floodplain, and that road has flooded by over 30 inches during severe storms. So I'm a little bit confused about why you're saying the existing driveway into the building is not in a floodplain.
Camille, I do have, if you would like me to share it, the FEMA flood map that is currently available on their website, open, if you'd like to see what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think I have to give you permission to share, don't I? Well, have any of you heard about the driveway flooding up to 30 inches during the major storms that we've had?
No.
I have not.
I'm sorry, John, you have?
Oh, the map I saw a little while ago, the only thing that was near the floodplain was that lower parking lot, part of that. Which originally they were talking about putting school buses down there, but nothing on the upper part.
No, I think that driveway dips down quite a bit, halfway through the length of the driveway. But why don't you walk us through this graph?
Sure.
If you don't mind, Brian.
Yeah, as you can see, the building location and its associated parking lots here. And this is the access road that brings you up to, what is it, North Main Street? East Main?
Yes.
Sorry.
156, yes.
Yeah, so, and here you can see where the river is, which is, it abuts the property, but all of the floodplain, the AE floodplain, which is I believe the 100-year floodplain elevation, is well outside of any of the actual developed space of the building.
The 100-year floodplain.
Correct.
What other degrees are used in these type of maps?
None.
A 20-year storm, a 50-year storm?
20 and 50-year storms actually are less frequent, or it's a less impact, and therefore show up even smaller on this map. So the 100-year floodplain is what we typically design to, and that is represented by this Zone AE designation here.
Okay. All right, thank you, Brian. So it's my understanding that the new property owners of the property that's abutting this building is now Rocky Neck Villages, and they have not put a shovel in the ground yet, correct?
I can't answer that. I haven't been out to the site to see if they've started work yet or not.
Do we have any idea how long it will take for them to build the road from, what is it, Capitol Drive, you know, through their property?
I don't know the exact timing. I do know that, you know, as part of road construction, they're going to have to put the water main in before they finish the road. So my understanding, based on previous discussions, is that they'd be getting going soon, and we would have that line in, most likely, no guarantees, prior to the completion of this project, based on the duration of the bidder's performance.
And if it's not, I've heard that you will be transporting drinking water into the building until such time as we can connect, correct?
I will not be, but the town will be.
I won't be either. All right. So the cost in your project plan for $40,000 for a town water hookup is only from the point of the abutting property to our building.
That's correct.
Now you're saying if that property doesn't ever get built for some reason, you know, maybe the COVID-19 hit on our economy is going to prevent that from happening. What is the cost to hook up the water main out to Capitol Drive? Did I hear at a PSB Vision Committee meeting that that would be upwards of $200,000?
I don't recollect that dollar amount. And I don't know if you do, but obviously it would be more than $40,000 because the length of the service is longer. I don't have the exact number on that.
Bill or Brian, do you recall what that number was? No. Okay.
That number came from the East Lyme Public Works Department. It didn't come from Silver
I
Petrol.
seem to recall at a meeting it was discussed that it was over $200,000. We'll just leave it at that. It's not verifiable at this point.
Agreed.
Okay. I'm going to move on to space requirements now. I have several questions relating to space requirements. When the project was originally presented to us, we were told that the facility that the police are currently in is 7,500 square feet, that the need for their department would double to 15,000 square feet. And in order to consolidate dispatch, emergency operations, and the fire marshal's office, that you would need an additional 5,000 feet for a total need of 20,000 square feet. Now we learned that in order to trim costs, right, from that original Silver Petrocelli estimate back in September to now, that we are not going to outfit the second floor, retrofit it, whatever you want to call, and we're squishing all of these departments into a 15,000 square foot space when it was made very clear the requirement was 20,000 square feet. So my question is, what is being sacrificed space-wise? Do you have a list of items available for us tonight to review about what is being sacrificed?
All office spaces is being accounted for. I do not have a list of what's being sacrificed. Interactions with the occupants and the designer has laid out their needs, and they're all being accommodated by the space on the 15,000 square feet, roughly 14 and change. So from that standpoint, the occupants of the building have satisfied themselves that this design concept meets their needs from a functionality standpoint and office space for the individual members of each of the organizations going into the building.
So as an example, how many police officers do we have on staff and how many police lockers are being built onto that first floor? What is the staffing requirement a couple of years down the road, and what will we do if we need to add more lockers? As one example of something that was 10 lockers were removed from one estimate to this estimate that we're reviewing tonight. Are you going to come back and ask for 10 additional lockers at some point?
If the town has a growth in any of its functional areas and it needs money to invest to cover that growth, they'll come back. Whether we hire 10 officers 2 years from now or 20 years from now, I can't answer that.
And Paul, just to piggyback onto that, relative to the locker numbers themselves, yes, we did reduce the number of lockers to what is currently needed. And I can't count exactly how many we have shown here, but the space required for those additional 10 lockers to be put within the male and female locker rooms exists. And therefore, we can purchase the lockers and install them directly into the locker rooms as they're currently laid out without having to make any change to those locker rooms.
Okay, so it's just a matter of the actual physical locker that is being withheld at this point, but you do have space. There's no redesign required, and they're not going to be located, say, on the second floor because there is no space. You do have this on the first floor to accommodate the extra 10 for future needs. Okay,
correct.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. All right, now one of the committee members on the PSB committee has made comments to the effect that I want to read this so I get it right. One of your committee members stated that a 14,000, and I'm quoting, a 14,000 square foot finished second level could be rented for as much as $200,000 per year. So my question to you is, many people have questioned what we're going to do with that second floor. Many people have questioned it in the public whether we can actually, in fact, lease out that space. I realize that the end game for the second floor is to utilize that space for future municipal use. But did your committee explore the possibility of leasing the space in the meantime to help defray costs of the project?
The committee was not tasked to look at leasing the second floor.
Okay, I'm just going to make a quick note of that.
And if I could say, Camille, I agree with your statement that, and that's why we weren't tasked with that other task, because we were considering this municipal space, and that the belief in the project was that that second floor would accommodate municipal space and wouldn't necessarily go commercial.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I really asked that question for the benefit of the public because it was a concern and a question of theirs. I felt like it needed to be addressed. And I think we've already talked about this. My next question was, have you developed any cost estimates for the utilization? Paul, basically you said that would depend on the use. And yes, you would come back in a future time, depending on what the use was. It would go through another process of where you figure out what the requirements are and figure it out further down the road.
At the expense of not repeating myself, yes, the town would have to do that, not me.
Okay.
This commission, the vision committee.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about regionalization a little bit. So I know that the first selectman had conversations with Bonnie Ream-Snyder, the first selectman of Old Lyme. She wasn't interested at that point in time. There's been a new first selectman, Tim Griswold, in office for quite a few months. Has anybody approached the first selectman of Old Lyme for possible regionalization of this facility?
No one on the vision committee that I have approached. Ann, you might have had a conversation. I thought you said earlier tonight you might have had a conversation, but no. I do not know to what extent the first selectman or anyone else from the town has reapproached the town of Old Lyme.
Correct. You know, I think the feeling is that those would be future discussions, you know, once this building is underway. But I'm not aware of any conversations with the current and new select person of Old Lyme.
This building in the additional square footage leaves that as an option for a co-located facility in the future, but it is not under current negotiations that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. No one from your committee had approached the first selectman of Old Lyme or anybody to discuss regionalization, and to your knowledge, our first selectman did not have that conversation either. If Mark is on the call, maybe he could talk to this. Mark Nickerson?
If he's there. Unmute.
Okay. Sure, why I can't unmute the first selectman. Okay, never mind. He's not available at the moment. So let's press on. I want to talk about grants and other savings measures. Anne, I know that you had talked a little bit about potential savings, and that was very helpful to hear that kind of discussion. I think one of my questions was the generator. Did we get the grant? I heard this evening the answer was no. I think that generator is going to cost about $175,000. Is that true? Is that correct? $175,000 for the generator?
That's correct.
Where is that cost in your detailed project costs write-up?
It was certainly included within the estimates that were prepared for the Vision Committee and provided to them throughout all of our meetings. It is not going to show up specifically as a line item from the bid that we received from Noble Construction because that bid is just a lump sum bid and they've only provided us detail where we've asked for it. So there is no specific cost as it relates to the current budget number for the generator. But based on our estimates, the $175,000 seems accurate.
So is it fair to say that we have to add $175,000 to the number that you presented to us this evening?
That's incorrect.
Okay, please explain.
The construction bid documents call for the generator, and the contractor bid on providing a generator. He didn't separate it as a single line item, but as part of the specification, he has to install the generator at the cost he provided of the $3.1 million.
He has to install the
He
generator.
has to purchase it and install it. It's one of the services he needs to provide.
Okay, so that was my question. So the $175,000 for the purchase of the equipment and the installation is included in the base bid construction cost estimate of $3,081,750?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Did anybody on your committee apply for a grant from the Neighborhood Assistance Act Tax Credit Program? Has anybody heard of that? Has anybody applied for that?
No, and the committee wouldn't necessarily apply for it. It would have to be the town to apply for that. But I don't recall that particular opportunity being discussed in any of our meetings.
Well, I really wish that I could get Mark to respond to that, because that's kind of important. There's a lot of money and grants available. This particular grant expires on July 31st. And quite honestly, a lot of the money that's being given out goes toward things like roofs for municipal buildings and anything that has to do with energy savings for upgrading in buildings. And
We
so I'm
did-
really disappointed to hear, or not hear, because the first selectman isn't available to speak, I guess. I'm really disappointed that those types of grants and alternative funding sources weren't considered, especially since the project is so over budget.
We did pursue and had discussions with Eversource on potential grants. They actually came and met with the Vision Committee, and the conclusion was there wasn't anything available based on the building itself and its heat source to qualify for any additional savings outside of the rebate for the LED lighting that's going in. So that was pursued by the committee, the Vision Committee.
Yes, thank you for that. I was at that meeting, so I do recall that. Thank you.
And also, Camille, I know that Julie Wilson, in researching grant for the generator, also because I had visited her at her office on this, had gone through a number of grants and a number of grant sources that would be appropriate to the kinds of items that we would need. So she might be a source of information for you on this in some great detail, but she was, pouring through various, been through the CCM route, some of the things I suggested, et cetera, et cetera. So, I think we looked at this very carefully as much as we could. There's always, additional monies that can pop up, new grants available. The state is now doing steep grants, which it hadn't done in years. So that could be another source, so.
Right. Okay, let's move on. The first selectman has gone on record as saying, in response to another Board of Selectmen member's question, that possible savings could come from solar panels. And I want to quote exactly what he said, so I don't misquote. I would envision saving some money on the utility side. I've already looked into solar panels on the roof that would be a benefit to the town. It's a big roof, it's a big building, and that would be some savings. So were solar panels, I'm concerned about this because the electricity bill for a vacant building is running $2,000 a month. What's going to happen when it actually does get occupied? What's going to happen to that electric number? So did this Vision Committee explore solar panels in the design or the requirements of the project?
We did not.
Did the first selectman mention to you that that was something that he had stated he was already looking into?
Not that I recall. Ann?
I don't recall offhand. I really don't. Yeah.
I do know that putting solar panels on a roof is, depending on, it's involved. It's when do you do it? If you put them on, the best time to put them on is when you put a new roof on, not put a roof, because they all have to come off.
Good point.
They all have to come off when you have to fix, other than repair the roof. If you got to replace the roof, the panels all have to come off.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's see what's next. Financing questions. Okay, this is for Anna. During the December 2018 presentation that you made to the public, there was a slide in the presentation that showed, and Ann Santoro, believe me, I did listen to you in saying that don't include bonding costs as part of the project costs. But the slide was presented to the public that a $6 million project bonded over 20 years would end up costing $9.2 million. So my question for Anna Johnson is, how much will be needed to be bonded in order to finance the $7.2 million over 20 years? Do we have that answer tonight?
Are you looking for principal and interest?
The slide that I'm referring to said that the cost of bonding $6 million over 20 years would be 9.2 million. So yes, I'm asking, what is the total cost to bond 7.2 million over 20 years?
Camille, if I could, while Anna's looking for her response, my commentary about bonding costs had to do not obviously with, interest, amortized over time. It had to do with those upfront costs, paying your bond counsel, those kinds of things that happen for which you get those premium dollars. So just a point of clarification on that. No, I'm clear on the fact that to borrow money, we will spend more money, as we did, for the schools. 37.5 million turns into 50 million or whatever. So sure, agree with you there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
You know what, in the analysis that I have, it's not done for the total project. It's phased in and it includes financing for others. So for me to quickly pick it out, I won't be able to do that at this time.
Okay. On page 18, Anna, can you explain why the financing of the project is spread out over 23 years? So we're saying that we're going to bond this 7.2 million over 20 years, but the graph shows payments over a 23-year period. I don't really understand that.
Okay, so so we're phasing in, we're doing bonding for a portion of the project in 3 different years. So each of the maturities of each of those 3 years is 20 years. So for example, we're going to do financing in August of 2020, August of 2021, and August of 2022. So each of those maturities will be for a 20-year term.
Yep, that is a very good explanation. That's perfectly clear now, so thank you. I wanted to make a point tonight in saying that, let's go to page, where's the page that shows the hit to the taxpayers?
Is it the end of Anna's
Page 23. I wanted to make the point tonight that if we had delayed this project by 4 or 5 years, as the Board of Finance originally proposed back in 2018, that even if a new building cost maybe $2 million more than what's currently being proposed today, it's very likely that there wouldn't be any impact to the taxpayer, because we would have had that opportunity over those 4 or 5 years to pay down existing debt. So we always thought it was a good idea to pay down existing debt before piling more on. And it is really unfortunate that this public safety building wasn't addressed between the years 2007 and 2018. I mean, so I understand the frustration of making the police wait, but why wasn't it revisited? When it went south for the referendum in 2007, immediately somebody should have been working on, well, okay, 14 million was not, possible. It wasn't going to pass. We should have been working on it all along until it did get passed. That's how the projects for the schools happened. They didn't just throw up their hands and say, oh my God, it didn't pass, this $100 million project for 3 new schools. and wait 10 years to revisit it. They kept working at it. They kept working at it. So now I sort of feel like we're being so pressurized to make a decision on this. And we've had 2 nights. We've had 2 nights to review this. January 23rd, 2019, and tonight. And I just feel pressurized to make a decision again on a lot of information that's not even available to us still. But I'll put that on the back burner, and I'll just continue on with my thoughts. And I am going to see if I can call up my spreadsheet. Just bear with me a second. So back in January or February, when I attended one of your PSB Vision Committee meetings, I said, look, we owe it to the people to be as transparent as possible. So if you're saying that the roof doesn't have to be replaced immediately, so we're not going to include it as part of this project, and it won't have to be replaced until maybe 2, 3, 5, 10 years down the road, whatever. I'm saying that's really not being transparent with the true project cost of this. If we were to build a new building, we wouldn't even be thinking about this for 30 years. So at the time I said, we owe it to the people to develop a cost estimate, regardless, and include costs, regardless of what the source of funding is, and regardless of the timing of the repair that needs to be made. So what do I mean by the source of funding? So I'll just point out, I'm not going to go through this whole thing. I'm just, because it's late, and this is going to be part of the public record. But I never did, and I handed this template to your committee, and I never did get a response in this exact regard. So when I went through all the meeting minutes and determined what was left out of this $7.2 million project, this is the number that I came up with. $8.7 million. That's what I think the true cost of this project is. If I add in everything that we're not getting, remember, we were promised delivery of this project for $5 million without sacrificing the quality or without compromising on the requirements, right? But we know that's not true tonight. So these are all the things here that we're sacrificing. To the tune of $850,000. If I add that to the all-in cost of the project above, you're looking at 9.6. So in my opinion, and I realize that the committee does not share this opinion with me, but in my opinion, if I were to come clean and be transparent and say what the true cost of the project is, I would say, wow, it's anywhere between 8.7 and 9.6. Let's look at a couple of these items. I even said, once we occupy the building, we don't have to pay Waterford the rent, for the rent of their space any longer. So I credited some of those dollars here. But when you think about it, it's really a wash with right here, the real estate revenues loss, line 32, because those are the revenues that we're losing in the next couple of years. And to me, that is a cost of this project because we're maintaining 2 buildings, right? Until we sell the Dominion building, I think it's fair to say this is what we're losing by doing this project. All right, here's the roof, line 27. All right, maybe we don't need to do it next year, but certainly within 5 years, we know it's going to need to be replaced to the tune of what the architects had represented to us would be in excess of $370,000. Here, look at this, line number 5 is just some estimated bonding costs. But the one that I really want to, oh, and look at this. Architectural fees, I think I had only counted at 121,000. No, here, line 6, 133. Those were the numbers that I got from Anna Johnson as of, this week. And I heard Ann Santoro say tonight that we're paying the architects 150. So I'm not even sure that all of these numbers are correct. I'm just saying it's my best shot of trying to really express what the cost of this project is going to be. All right, let's go to, here's the electricity I'm talking about, line 8. Why do I think it's important to include that cost? Because if we delayed the purchase of this building, it wouldn't have been vacant. We wouldn't have had these costs. These are costs that are required to move forward with this project. They don't come off of the expense side of this project until we stop paying electricity, okay, at the Dominion building. Because right now we're really asking the taxpayers to fund 2 buildings when one is completely vacant. Another big one here, line 25, parking lot, grading, paving. What do I mean by we have to include the cost regardless of the source of funding? The first selectman had gone on record and said, let's take $186,000 out of the project cost, because guess what? We can cover that through our capital plan down the road. Now, is that fair? Is that transparent? Okay, maybe you don't want to include it in your $7.2 million project cost, but I think the people deserve to know that at some point, our operational budget and our capital budget is going to be hit up for hundreds, if not millions, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. So that's why I thought it was important to come up with this graph. And I'll tell you one thing, if I felt that your $7.2 million number was an accurate reflection of the true cost of this project, I would probably vote to send it to referendum and let the people decide. And I would probably vote no referendum. But I'm telling you right now, I do not feel comfortable perpetuating this narrative that we're all in for $7.2 million. I don't believe it. So I'm going to leave it at that. If anybody has any questions on this, I'm happy to answer them. One other comment I wanted to make. In the beginning of the meeting tonight, I expressed the difficulty that the committee had trying to balance the demands of the first selectman with the requirements and the needs of the taxpayers and the police. And one of the things that got hit was the clerk of the works, line 14. So at one point, I think there was pressure to remove that altogether because we could get volunteers to do that work for us, which did not pan out. And I do not blame anybody for, not signing up for that. But I did want to point out that when the Ledyard Police Building was built, right, the budget that they had for clerk of the works was like 1,200 hours at $90 an hour for a sum total of $110,000. What makes us think that we are only going to pay a clerk of the works 50 grand for this project? That's another question I have. In addition to a clerk of the works, I was at one of your building committee meetings, and the architect had recommended that we, I gotta try to figure out the correct term for this, that we hire some other labor, a commissioning agent. Now, I'm not really sure what the difference between a commissioning agent is and a clerk of the works, but the architects said that it was a completely different function And they highly recommended that we include that, and we chose not to. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if, you know, nobody's going to be overseeing this project, or perhaps some of our town engineers, town employees are going to be overseeing this project for us. And by the way, if they are, then that means that they're taking time away from other projects that the town has. So there needs to be some sort of line item that says, you know, what the labor costs are for our employees working on this public safety building. So I just, again, the integrity, I'm with you. I'm almost done, Paul, and then I'll take a question. You know, I'm just not there with the integrity of these numbers. I don't think that we're getting quite what we promised the taxpayers, what we would deliver. And we know that it's at least 2.2 million over what was already appropriated. And by the way, I would say it was a smart move for the Board of Finance to withhold $1 million for the Sally Port and the holding cells, which the first selectman at the time said he could live with. Because now, according to Noble's bid, it's only $734,000. But hey, maybe 250 grand, $250,000, it's no big deal. I mean, I don't know. That was another question that I had on the comparison page where the architects, I think, had come up. This is on page 16A. I really have to question, why wasn't the $6.75 million Ledger project included on this graph? And why wasn't the Montville $6.84 million project for 17,000 square feet included on this graph? It seems like it would not have hurt to included those. They're very close in proximity to East Lyme. They're relatively new projects. I think Ledyard has a similar amount of police officers. They have 23. I don't understand why that wasn't included in this presentation for comparative purposes. So with that, I would like to know, my final question, what will you do? Well, this is really a Board of Selectmen question. If this additional appropriation does not pass this evening, or if it does pass this evening, if it does not pass at referendum. Okay, Paul, you had your hand up.
You made a lot of statements, and I don't know how many of those were questions and not questions. But my recollection, I don't know why I'm getting feedback, but my recollection on the commissioning agent was the recommendation from Silver Petroselli is that a project of this size did not need one. So I don't know if Bill or Brian can share that, because that's my recollection.
That's correct.
So
It is not recommended.
So it was discussed, and maybe that was at the meeting you were at, but the meeting when we came through our deliberations, it was decided that their recommendation, it was not required. I cannot answer what the Board of Selectmen is or isn't going to do if this is not approved tonight by you, or if it's not approved next week by you, or if it's not approved by the referendum. That has not been decided or discussed.
Can you tell us
how
you...
And it wouldn't be decided or discussed by the Vision Committee either.
Right. So you're a Board of Selectmen member. You wouldn't be willing to share with us tonight what you would do, what you would possibly decide?
There's several options, and we'd have to look at all those options. The paramount thing, in my opinion, my personal opinion, is to get a functional, professional location for our police and emergency responders. What options to do that at 5 million vice the 7.2? Reduce who goes in the building, reduce elevator, reduce Sally Port, worry about Waterford not letting us lease a year from now or 2 years from now, put all those things down the road. This doesn't put those solutions down the road. It is an increase above and beyond what the voters and what you approved last year. But this, your Board of Finances made it very clear, and you made it very clear at one of our meetings, that we didn't want to sacrifice the functionality of this building, come back to us if it's going to cost more. And that's what we did tonight. We came back to you and said, yes, it's going to cost more. This is what we're going to spend it on. And that's now for you to decide if you can agree with that or if you disagree as representatives of the Board of Finance, and give the residents of this town the opportunity to let their voice be heard. As you saw earlier with the results, you know, a significant majority of the residents of this town agreed to spend $5 million. You have it in your power to decide if they have the opportunity to decide on 7.2. I can't tell you how to vote. That's up to you as individuals. That's your responsibilities. So from that standpoint, the need does not go away to solve the problem that's been kicked down the road for the last 20-something plus years. So as a Board of Selectmen member, I would go to work with whoever needs to work on it to go get a solution if this one doesn't come through. But that solution is going to take a while to get. Whether we sell this building or stay with this building and rebid it, that's all going to take more time and effort and push it down the road. So that doesn't mean you, just because it goes down the road, it's not what each individual can make their own determination on. But we tried to, as a committee, present a solution to the need of the town that was both fully functional, but not being cost absorbent. We walked that line through all of our discussions. What's nice to have, what's wanted to be have, and what's required to be have. And every time we went through that, we had difference of opinion. People changed their minds as the discussion went forward. And this is what we, as a group of representatives of the town, came forward and unanimously endorsed to bring forward to both yourselves and hopefully to the residents of East Lyme. That opportunity rests in your hands now to determine how you want to proceed. And I can tell you it was a bipartisan discussion. There was a lot of gives and takes. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect, but it certainly yields a fully functional, operational building that is a significant improvement and solves both the short-term physical problems with the existing building and the long-term problems that this town has not provided adequate facilities for the people who protect us each and every day.
Okay, Paul, thank you. I really do appreciate the work. You know, I appreciate your statements. And you are right. I mean, we will decide very shortly which way this thing is going to go. Before I call on members to come up with sort of a final statement, I think Anna had raised her hand. Did you have a comment to make to the board, Anna?
Well, what I did is I went and I went through the reports and I came up with the total financing cost for the $7.2 million would be $9.7 million. So because there wasn't much of a difference between this 9.7 and the 9.1 in the previous presentation, I went back and looked at the assumptions. Back at the time that we started looking at this project, at that time, the market rate for bonds was 3.5%. And as you know, when we do these pro formas, each year we go out, we add a bit of a percent. And so the market rate at this point in time is that we used as the base was 2.2%. So we're starting with a base of 1.5% less now than when we first started looking at this project.
So to recap what you just said, the low current interest rate or bonding rate of 2.2% is much less than it was a year ago. And that sum total comes to 9.7 million?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, I'm done with my questions. I'm going to go in the same order and call on everybody to make a closing statement, argument, if you will, however you want to phrase it, your final comments, and then I will go on to call for a motion. So the order that we started in was with Ann Santoro. Do you have some closing comments for us, Ann?
Sure, and I'll keep them brief. There's just so much material, so many months, years of work. However, I think we just need to keep our heads straight and realize why we are here as a board tonight. We're not here to correct the past, worry about the future. We're really here to address the question before us, which is, do we want to increase an appropriation from 5 to 7.2 million? And so that's our question. We can get mired in tremendous detail. Some detail we need to be mired in, and some detail I would comment on is just superfluous, immaterial, and irrelevant. But my feeling is that the voters, on the basis of the decisions made previously by Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, have decided that they want a public safety building, housing for departments. Those being dispatch, emergency services, fire marshal, as well as the police. I think that's a project that conceptually has been presented to everyone, to the boards and to the public. And the public voted overwhelmingly yes. So the question for us is, and I've described in detail in my memo how we got to that $5 million. So to me, we're sort of in a kind of chasing our tail, but just need to realize that we have to look narrowly at that financial issue. I think that I have explained in my memo, and I think through the work of our architects and through Paul's comments and Anna's presentation, that this is truly a viable project. It's not going to affect us in a financial way that is so devastating. And are we happy to take on somewhat more debt? No, but I mean, I think relatively speaking, this is a manageable debt, that we would be taking on. I also think that and I think this goes back to my point that we are a municipality, we are not a business, and we are structured financially in a certain way, and I tried to articulate that. And I would really try to impress upon my fellow members of the board to consider strongly consider what I was putting forth there. And along with that, I don't believe, in my heart of hearts, and I'm sure Paul Daigle would agree with me, that there was any attempt to try to, somehow not be transparent about costs. A cost analysis is done in a certain way. We pay our bills in a certain way. Every single piece of information about this project is out there in the public sphere. Example being the facility conditions analysis. If you want to know what's down the pike for us, it's right here. We've discussed those in open meeting. They've been summarized in newspaper articles very well. So I don't think there's any secrets here, and I personally kind of resent the implication that there were secrets, but maybe that wasn't the implication. But in any event, I think we've gone through a process that has shown us, along with the bid information, what we need. And as professionals, Silver Petroselli can tell you that when they're dealing with a project, later on, oftentimes there's money left over that ends up going to pay some of the debt. So I think they have a really good track record on this. So my feeling is that we should approve of the additional monies. And I certainly also believe we need the voters to finally, make an analysis. That's been the process. I wouldn't want to prohibit that. One other point is just to Rich's point about how you do this in COVID land. How do you vote? Those procedures are clear. There will definitely be absentee ballots. That is the reason why if this proceeds tonight, we would have a vote on August 6th, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Paul. But, you know, with all kinds of appropriate measures in place. So this is something the registrars are working on. So that doesn't seem to be of grand concern to me. I know that process will take place. In closing, I just do want to thank the public for all their comments. I have, as a member of this town, resident of this town for so many years, I have taken that podium and spoken out on a number of things and certain causes. So I do appreciate that. It's good to hear from everyone in person, you know, not sort of, you know, third and fourth hand. I think that's fabulous, and I appreciate that process tremendously. It means a lot to me because I've stood in those shoes. But I have to sincerely tell you that this project has tremendous integrity and great value for the town. So that's where I stand. Thanks.
Okay, Ann Santoro, thank you. I just want to make a quick comment. I see a couple of hands that are raised in the attendees, and I just wanted to point out that there will be another opportunity for comments during public discussion. So we are not taking any more comments right now or questions from the attendees. Okay. So with that, the next person in line to make a summary statement is John Birmingham.
John is muted.
Got it. Okay, just make a comment about the registrar. She's working on how people are going to vote during this COVID issue. There will be drive-up voting. There will be absentee votes. And they're working on keeping a safe distance inside where the voting booths are. So people shouldn't be scared to go out and vote, either, you know, one of three ways. A lot of people have put in a lot of time and work on this public safety building. We've been there, done that before, twice. And here we are again. There's a lot of questions to be answered, but I think the overall question is whether or not this should pass through to the taxpayer. I think this whole question about the building is too important to be decided by 6 people. I think it has to go to referendum. So what, 7, 8, 9, 10,000 voters have a chance to vote on it and decide which way the town wants to go. If it doesn't go to referendum, then we're back to square one. If it does go to referendum and passes, then I think in the long run, we're going to save money. But it has to go before the voters for them to decide. I think all of us have concerns, but I think the best way for everybody concerned, including the police, you need a safe place to work out of. And I think the building presented, you know, in the last year or so, more than a year or so, like 3 or 4 years, I think it's the best option. Because if it doesn't go, how long is it going to take for us to find another place? So that's about all I have right now.
Okay, thank you, John. How about Peter DeRosa?
Let me unmute myself. I listened to a lot of stuff tonight, and essentially, I'm going to repeat what I said at the beginning. I think that this is a reasonable proposal. I think a lot of work went into it. I think that there was a lot of effort tonight into explaining a lot of the questions that people have, both on the board and from the public. I do not want to be one of the people that prevent the public from commenting on this. So I am going to support a vote that this goes towards referendum because I really want to hear what the public has to say about it. You know, there's We heard a lot from the public tonight, and both pro and con about this project. But I do think that it's a reasonable project that should be put forth to referendum and let the public vote on it. I'm open to pulling out a couple of the items that were mentioned to bring the cost down. I am concerned about the uncertain financial state that we're working in, which brings us to, is this the right time to do it? And the answer to that is, if not now, when? I mean, that's been an ongoing discussion. But I do think that a lot of work has been put into this. I think it's a reasonable proposal. And I think the public should have their chance to vote on it. I'll echo the comments again about regionalization. I do think we should revisit with Old Lyme. I'm not sure where we're at with that discussion, but I certainly would like to, see the cooperation with Old Lyme pursued as well. So that's all I'm going to say for now.
Okay, Peter, thank you. Next up, we have Rich Steele. Do you have a summary for us, Rich?
Yes, I do. The police definitely need to be out of that building that's on Main Street across from the cinema. It's an unhealthy building. I appreciated the guided tour I had of it recently. It's unhealthy. It's not up to code for what it needs to be. But I also don't feel as though we need to go beyond what was approved by the voters last year. I don't think the voters had anticipated an additional $2.2 million. A couple of comments to go along with that. We build in contingency funds on most of the projects that are of major expense. How about the concept of contingency plans? We need to get the police out now. We don't need them out 9 months from now. We needed them out a year ago. Why couldn't we have found some place for most of the force to go? If we needed to rent the space, fine. What are we paying for the current facility? $1 a year? And we're talking about the health of our officers, the people that serve and protect us. I don't think that's fair to them. And I think that we could come up with contingency plans to move along and get into the newer building if that's what's desired. And I think it can be done on budget. The architects, when they came up with the initial figure that was kind of out of the ballpark range, came back fairly quickly with a different figure. And I think we can go through that experience again. To me, the timing right now, with the unemployment, the uncertainty of the economic factors of COVID, the social justice issues, the issues that I really feel strongly, we need to get those body cameras implemented now, as quickly as possible. Our local representative has been worried about the financial constraints that the proposed legislation during the special session may impose upon municipalities. Well, if that's the case, why do we need to spend $2.2 million more? I'm concerned that the new building may decrease the amount of community involvement with police and not foster the relationships that we want to see. It's a very difficult decision. And I know it's gone through many iterations through many years. I think we can go ahead and work with contingency plans along with the concept of contingency funds. Thanks.
Okay, Rich, thank you. Next is Chikello.
Okay, I prepared a statement. Hopefully it's not too long. It's about I think I clocked it at 4 minutes. Okay, so this decision has not been easy to make. I've considered this issue for several months. I've attended many meetings about the proposal. I've talked to many people. I've reviewed the minutes of the meetings, which I could not attend in person. I recently did a site walk of the building, the Honeywell building, with the first selectman. And after conducting my due diligence, 3 important factors made it clear that I cannot support the proposal to approve an additional $2.2 million for this project. First, the project is simply not affordable. As you know, a referendum was held and the taxpayers of East Lyme approved $5 million to purchase and renovate the Honeywell building. Renovations have not even begun, and we will be 44% over budget if we approve this proposal. In performing my research, I wanted to get a sense of the history behind the project. And as you know, in 2004 and 2007, proposals for the new police stations were presented and rejected as too expensive. And again, in 2019, taxpayers were presented with a proposal to buy and renovate the Honeywell building for $5 million. Taxpayers were assured that the project could be completed for that amount, and it was approved. However, the fact that we are here today being asked for an additional $2.2 million leads one to question whether the taxpayer was provided sufficient information to make an informed, intelligent decision. Secondly, this additional $2.2 million does not mark the end of the project. The building will still not be completed, and the town will continuously ask for more and more money to complete renovations. The real cost to purchase and renovate this building is substantially more than $7.2 million. At one time, the architects on this project estimated that we needed $6.1 million for the renovations, in addition to the purchase price, for a total of almost $8.4 million. Who knows if that estimate is even accurate, or if that estimate is also 44% too low. To make this current proposal less costly, necessary items like the new roof, HVAC system were simply deferred to a later date, which would require more proposals to the Board of Finance and more money from the taxpayers of East Lyme. No one is denying that East Lyme needs a new police facility. However, taxpayers cannot be asked to give a blank check to finance the renovations of this building. Each family in East Lyme lives within a budget, and the town must do the same. It appears as if this building was purchased without having a realistic budget or plan in place. And now we are stuck with a building that is going to be significantly over budget, such that one has to question the propriety of buying it in the first place. Third, the ongoing coronavirus pandemic has created significant uncertainty in the economy and led to unemployment rates not seen since the Great Depression. The end of the pandemic is nowhere in sight, and the effects of it on the economy will be felt for many years. In East Lyme, we are expecting a significant decrease in revenue in both property taxes and grants from Hartford, which are the backbone of East Lyme's budget. During the most recent budget approval for the 2020-2021 fiscal year, 2 months ago, First Selectman Mark Nickerson himself, cognizant of the economic impact of COVID-19, made budget cuts across the town, as did the Board of Education. Hence, this is the wrong time to place more financial burdens upon the taxpayer for a project that may prove to be never-ending, especially for our older taxpayers who live on fixed incomes. In normal fiscal times, the taxpayer may or may not be able to afford ever-increasing taxes for this building. However, it is certain that this pandemic has and will continue to adversely impact our local and national economy. As Vice Chairwoman of the East Lyme Board of Finance, it is my duty and responsibility to act as a steward for the taxpayers' dollars. A review of this evidence has shown me that the project is not affordable and that it is not possible for the project to stay within the generous budget of $5 million that is already approved. Additionally, the pandemic has weakened East Lyme's fiscal situation and has already led to budget cuts across the town. Given this information, I can only conclude that to approve this proposal would be a violation of our fiduciary duty to the town of East Lyme. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anne. It looks like I'm last. I might have to, I also prepared a statement, 2 statements, depending on which way I was going to go. So I'll read it and I'll have to make some changes on the fly. So bear with me. This is my position tonight. I have been studying the project for 1.5 years. I've attended numerous PSB Vision Committee meetings. I've listened to Board of Selectmen meetings where they've discussed this very project. I've talked to numerous people and I've followed comments on social media. So I had a pretty good idea coming into this meeting how I was going to vote. But I wanted to keep an open mind while my final questions on the project were answered tonight. Unfortunately, nothing that I heard tonight has altered my opinion on this project. Therefore, I think you should know that I'm not in favor of approving this additional $2.2 million appropriation. And I'd like to explain a few reasons why. I'd like to summarize. So our Board of Finance and the public were given assurances on many occasions that this project would be within budget and on time without sacrificing quality. With regard to the budget, if you believe the all-in cost is $7.2 million, then that is $2.2 million more than what the voters approved at the February 2019 referendum. I don't believe necessarily in the integrity of that number. I presented information to you this evening indicating what I believe to be a truer cost of this project, and that is between $8.8 and $9.6 million, nearly double what the voters approved at referendum. If we are going to move forward with this or any project, we must strive to do it right the first time. Furthermore, we have a fiscal responsibility to be good stewards of taxpayer monies, and we have a moral obligation to be transparent. We cannot simply raid the town's operating or capital budgets in the future to pay for renovations and repairs that should have rightly been included in this project up front. With regard to timing, we were repeatedly told about the dire conditions of the current police station. I agree they are dire, and I agree we do need to get the police out of there or do something to remediate the issues that exist. And so we were presented with a do or die decision on that one night in January of 2019 in order to get the police into the public safety building by the fall of 2019. Now, at the very best, we're looking at getting the police into the PSB by the summer of 2021. A full 4 years after the original task force was formed to tackle this project. Sadly, I've lost confidence in this administration's ability to deliver on promises, past, present, and future. The second point I wanted to make were the cost comparisons between renovating an existing building versus building new. Those numbers have constantly been changing. First, we were told it makes more sense to spend $6 million on fixing an old building versus building a brand new one for upwards of $15 million. Tonight we hear it makes more sense to spend $7.2 million on fixing an old building versus building new at $12 million. I agree with all of the points that Richard made. I think it was Richard that really questioned, why are we trying to compare building new, a 30,000 square foot building, when it was already determined that we only need 20,000. So that $12 million in my mind this evening is it's not accurate. Particularly if you considered what happened with the Ledyard and the Montville police stations. So I believe our choice tonight really comes down to, do we spend this $8.5 to $9 million to retrofit the Honeywell building today, or do we build new for $10 or $12 million 4 to 5 years down the road when we've already taken a big chunk out of our debt obligation? And again, to me, it's not a matter of whether we spend maybe $2 million more to build new in the future. What matters to me is the impact on our taxpayers. And as we flatten the curve, the debt curve, there will be no impact to the taxpayers by bonding a couple $1 million more down the road. I think Gary Upton had made some good comments about the $650 billion deficit for the state budgets over the next several years. And that doesn't even mention the impact that local and municipal governments are going to have. So given the unknown economic impact of our local economy as a result of this pandemic that we're in, I believe it's irresponsible to continue on this project at this time. We are not so far down the rabbit hole that we can't reverse course. Here's my recommendation to the Board of Selectmen. I would abandon this project, and I would commit the funds to fix up the building that the police are currently in. That will give us a chance to pay down existing debt before piling more on. Put the Honeywell building back up for sale, since we got it for such a good deal, and start planning for a new public safety complex in a centralized location that can be built a few years down the road. Postponing the debt burden for a multi-million-dollar project will flatten the debt curve and would have very little impact, if any, on the taxpayer. Some people have been suggesting that the Board of Selectmen should consider moving the municipal offices into the Honeywell building and moving the police from their current location to Town Hall. So that is something that I think the Board of Selectmen should consider when the decision comes down and you need to deliberate. Whatever the Board of Selectmen decides, I would caution them not to paint this project as the only viable solution, because I just don't think that is going to fare well in the court of public opinion. So that is my statement. Before we move on to someone making a motion, I would like to point out that Ann Santoro has been an active member of the Public Safety Building Vision Committee, and I would request that she recuse herself from this vote. I am not compelling her to do so. I'm asking her to use her own judgment as to whether she thinks she should recuse herself, since she's already voted yes at one level. What say you, Ann?
What I say is I have no conflict of interest, and I actually resent the inference about any kind of conflict of interest. As you well know, boards of selectmen, boards of finance often create subcommittees and tap certain members of those committees to serve on subcommittees. And then they vote yay or nay on the project they've been assigned to. And when it comes before them, either at a Board of Selectmen level or a Board of Finance level, they vote. For example, I helped to write the purchasing policy for the town of East Lyme. I was on a subcommittee to do that, and I voted on that, had an upvote on that for the purchasing policy. As a member of that subcommittee, proceeded to do the same for the Board of Finance vote on that policy. As you well know, you would have to nullify, following your logic, the vote of the Board of Selectmen, which on this project, because there were 3 members from the Board of Selectmen on the Vision Committee. So, it's just not appropriate for you to make that statement. Further, I'm fully aware of the charter provision on conflict of interest. I'm fully aware of the statute, our local ordinance rather, on conflicts of interest. I in fact incorporated that into the purchasing policy. So there is no way that I would not vote this evening. Thank you.
Okay. So Karen Simitrick, please let the record note that I did ask Ann Santoro to recuse herself, and she has refused, which is fine. That is within certainly your conscience and your ability to say that there is no conflict of interest. I was not chairman when, I don't believe I was chairman when the purchasing policy was voted on, so I wasn't in a position to ask for your recusal then. I wasn't part of assigning members to the vision committee. Had I been, I never would have suggested that 3 members of each be on that. And 3, I was taking my cue from the first selectman, because one of the primary reasons that he gave for removing the responsibility of police chief from his role and responsibility was because that would be unfair and a conflict of interest to have 2 votes on the same matter. So we'll leave it at that, but the record will show that Ann Santoro has refused to recuse herself. Okay, thank you. With that, would somebody like to make the motion? I'll ask one more time. Would somebody like to make the motion this evening to appropriate an additional $2.2 million for this project?
I'll make the motion.
Sure. Ann?
So I will read from the resolution. Is that how we will handle it this evening?
Sure.
So I will read the resolution. I move to resolution, have a resolution amending a resolution, making an appropriation in the amount of $5 million for the planning, design, acquisition, construction, equipping, and furnishing of a public safety building, and authorizing the issuance of $5 million bonds of the town to meet said appropriation. I'm not sure, Camille, to be honest, whether I need to read the rest of this, you know, which has the 2.2 in here.
Definitely.
Why don't you just read the whole thing just to cover
ourselves? Okay.
There are still 24 people on the call as attendees, and they don't
Okay.
have this information in front of them.
Okay. So resolve section 1, the resolution entitled Resolution Making an Appropriation in the amount of $5 million of the planning, design, acquisition, construction, equipping, and furnishing of a public safety building, and authorizing the issuance of $5 million bonds of the town to meet said appropriation, and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowings for such purpose, adopted at a referendum held February 20th, 2019, is hereby amended to increase the amount of each of the appropriation and the bond authorization set forth by $2,200,000 from $5 million to $7,200,000. Section 2. Section 1 of the resolution is hereby amended by deleting said section and substituting the following in lieu thereof, thereby making the section read as follows. The sum of $7,200,000 is hereby appropriated by the town of East Lyme, Connecticut, parentheses, the town, for planning, design, acquisition, construction, and equipping of furnishing of a public safety building at 277 West Main Street, Niantic, Connecticut, of approximately 31,000 square feet on 17 acres for police, dispatch, emergency operations, and fire department uses, including but not limited to demolition, renovation, reconstruction, and repairs of interior space for interview rooms, prisoner processing and detention, evidence, weapons, and records, evidence, weapons, and records processing and storage, expenses related to architectural services, engineering, permitting, soil, groundwater, geological, and environmental and other testing and inspection of the site, relocate and upgrade bathrooms, shower facilities, and locker rooms. Installation of safety glass, security doors, video security, and biometric access. Installation of elevator, installation of 911 system and associated data and communications infrastructure, acquisition and installation of video and audio recording systems and other furniture, fixtures, equipment, and carpeting, renovation, reconstruction, and replacement of roofs, skylights, exterior masonry, and windows, reconstruction and installation of air quality, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems and ductwork, upgrade of electrical, plumbing, lighting, telephone, video, data, technology, parentheses, Wi-Fi, life safety and security, energy, public address system, and other infrastructure. ADA and building code compliance improvements, abatement of all hazardous materials and storage tanks, installation of sanitary sewer and water lines, earthwork, site work, and landscaping, construction, reconstruction, and improvement of parking areas, sidewalks, driveways, and access road. Temporary parking and storage, and related legal, consulting, licensing, advisory, administrative, governmental fees and expenses, and costs of issuance related thereto. Said appropriation being inclusive of any and all state and federal grants and aid thereof. Parentheses, the project. Section 3, Section 2 of the resolution is hereby amended by deleting said section and substituting the following in lieu thereof, thereby making the section read as follows. Section 2, to meet said appropriation, $7,200,000 of bonds of the town, or so much thereof as shall be necessary for such purpose shall be issued, maturing not later than the maximum maturity permitted by the General Statutes of Connecticut, revision 1958, as amended from time to time, parentheses, the Connecticut General Statutes. Said bonds may be issued in one or more series as determined by the first selectman and the town treasurer in the amount necessary to meet the town's share of the cost of the project determined after considering the estimated amounts of state and federal grants in aid of the project, or the actual amounts thereof, if this be ascertainable, and the anticipated times of the receipt of the proceeds thereof, provided that the total amounts of bonds to be issued shall not be less than an amount which will provide funds sufficient with other funds available for such purpose to pay the principal of and interest on all temporary borrowings in anticipation of the receipt of the proceeds of said bonds outstanding at the time of issuance thereof, and to pay for the administrative, financing, legal, and other costs of issuance of such bonds. The bonds shall be executed in the name and on behalf of the town by the facsimile or manual signatures of the first selectman and the town treasurer. Bear the town seal or facsimile thereof, be certified by a bank or trust company, which bank or trust company may be designated the registrar and transfer agent, be payable at a bank or trust company, and be approved as to their legality by Robinson and Cole LLP, attorneys at law, Hartford, Connecticut. The bonds shall be general obligation bonds of the town, and each of the bonds shall recite that every requirement of law relating to its issue has duly been complied with, and that such bond is within every debt and of the limit prescribed by law, and that the full faith and credit of the town are pledged to the payment of the principal thereof and interest thereon. The aggregate principal amount of the bonds of each series to be issued, the annual installments of principal redemption provisions, if any, the certifying registrar and transfer agent and paying agent, the date, time of issue and sale, and other terms, details, and particulars of such bonds, including the rate or rates of interest, shall be determined by the first selectman and the town treasurer in the best interest of the town in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes. Section 4. Section 5 of the resolution regarding Section 1.150-2 of the Federal Income Tax Regulations shall be applicable to the appropriation added by this resolution as of the date of adoption of this resolution. The remaining provisions of the resolution, this is Section 5, are hereby ratified and confirmed.
Thank you for the motion, Ann Santoro. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from John Birmingham. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion from any members of the Board of Finance? Yes, Ann.
Yeah, let's see. I just want to discuss, if I could, a point or two brought up. You know, I really feel strongly that a vote against this is, you know, denying the voters who voted on that referendum for the 5 million the chance and the opportunity to look at what we all looked at tonight, or what the rest of the board, because I've lived with this for the last considerable amount of time, really denying that opportunity. And I think that's a serious misstep of the board. I also think it's a serious misstep of the board to, I think, artificially try to inflate the project cost against the professional development of that project cost by both the Vision Committee, which was a wonderful cross-section of people of high skill set, many of whom had been in the construction industry, a number of whom I should say had been, and in particular our architects, Silver Petroselli. So I really feel that this is another serious misstep of the Board of Finance, and I'm deeply disappointed that there are these conclusory statements. They're really, you know, sort of hyperbole about the project. You know, it's kind of got a rap it can't beat, if I to put something in more simple terms, and it's really unfortunate. And in the end, who will suffer? The people of East Lyme will suffer as a whole, because we haven't addressed public safety. This is what the voters voted on. They didn't vote for just a police station. They voted on $5 million. It was an artificial construct by the Board of Finance. Yes, it got the project going. And this I would like to point out to Ann Cocello and also to Rich Steele. There seems to be some not full understanding of what really happened there. The idea was we could come back with these details that we might have gotten had $100,000 been spent on some kind of a preliminary study. Right now you have every detail you'd ever want to have about the project. I think this project has been, I don't see any other capital project in this town in the 3 years I've been on the board treated in this manner. And I am very, very concerned about that. Going forward, I'm very concerned about that as a member of this Board of Finance. And I'll probably stop there and just, hope that common sense, rationality, good analysis, professional analysis will be the order of the day, because what I've heard tonight is very upsetting to me. Thank you.
Any other comments from Board of Finance members?
Yes.
Are there any, who said yes? Ann
I did.
Cocello?
Yeah, so I guess I've spoken to different people in town, and I feel that it's my responsibility as a member of the Board of Finance to make a decision. And if my decision is yay or nay, the people in the town look at the people on the Board of Selectmen, rely upon the people that they elect to the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance to make the decisions. So that's why I feel I have researched this. I have spent countless hours going back and forth, reviewing this, going to the meetings. I do not make this decision lightly. No exaggeration. I have lost hours of sleep over this. I have been thinking about this nonstop. So I do not make this decision lightly. But I have spoken to people who said to me, I don't know about this. I don't pay enough attention. And when I went to vote for the 5 million, I looked at the day paper. I'm a very busy person. I wasn't spending the time on this. You know, I figured people who I elected were going to do it. And talked to my husband, and we said, okay, 5 million, that sounds like a plan. So that's my concern. I think that given the economic situation we're in now, I don't think it's fair to the taxpayer. That's the bottom line. I agree that the police need a place. I have no problem with that. I admire the police. I like the police. I would love to do this. It is not the right time. I was not around in 2004 and 2007. And for whatever reason, nothing was done for years. They could have gone back after the $14 million, I guess, was rejected and said, hey, look, what about this? We'll take off $1 million, we'll take off 2 million and do it again. So I don't think that's fair. I am voting the way that I think is best. And that's everybody's right on the board. And I resent the fact that somebody is saying that I'm just making conclusory things. I have spent hours reviewing and going over this and thinking about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann Chicillo. And while we're on this subject, apparently I have said things to offend our fellow board member, Ann Santoro. Let me just say that I find it highly offensive that you're assuming that members of our Board of Finance member don't understand the issue when in fact, they simply don't agree with you. That's number one. Number two, I would just like to point out, I have heard this argument many times. Let's send it to referendum. Let's let the people decide. And I have been on that side many times myself, but not tonight. And the reason is because in good conscience, I can't advance a narrative that says this project is only going to cost $7.2 million. If you had not sacrificed the quality, if you had outfitted the second floor, if you had done all of these things that you had promised to do, then I probably would have advanced it, even though I did not think it was going to be worth the money spent. Because all along, I've always said I prefer a brand new building. In the end, it's much cheaper to build a brand new building than to try to retrofit something that really doesn't fit. And the architects at the time that this was being proposed to us said, it's almost a perfect building. And other members said it dropped in our lap. Well, that's why we thought, okay, they say they can do it for $5 million. I guess we'll believe them. The first selectman endorsed the reduction from $6 million to $5 million. He said he could work with that, right? This did not come out of thin air, right? But now you're asking me to push forward a narrative that I don't believe in. It goes against my conscience, and I simply can't do that tonight.
So let me just clarify one thing, Camille. I totally value whatever your judgment is, whatever Ann's judgment is, whatever your final votes are. That's you're entitled to that. My concern is the sort of, I think different strange scrutiny that's happening here that I have not seen for any other capital project. And I used an example today, this evening, of the board of finance approving our new pumper truck at Flanders. We're not getting into the that $635,000 truck. What is that costing us over time, and what is that, and how do we fuel that, and what insurance is paid on that? This level of analysis, I'm not saying it's not a consideration somewhere in your head, but to somehow make this try to superimpose this kind of an analysis on what has been professionally done and worked on, to me seems inappropriate. That's all I'm saying. And that's one point. My second point, quite simply, is that I hope that, this is not a lack of understanding. Anne is a brilliant lady. Richard is a brilliant man. This has nothing to do with that. This is simply that they weren't on the board and weren't at that meeting when that $5 million vote came in, and the implications of that, reducing the budget going forward, understanding, which in your own words at a vision committee meeting, was that we can come back with the detail. Here is the detail. And with that statement, I'll rest my case this evening. Here is the detail. And I think there's where the board may be derelict in its duty, prohibiting a referendum vote, because it has other versions of things in its head and doesn't want to see that the detail is now in front of it. Would it have been a better scenario had we had more detail earlier? Of course. but this is the scenario we have. And that's where I'm at. So please, no offense taken. I don't take offense. I value your vote as I would anyone else's. So let's mend our fences, and please, understand that I truly value not only your intelligence, your effort, et cetera, et cetera. That's just my narrow points are very academic, we'll say. Okay.
Okay, Ann, thank you. If there's no further comments from the Board of Finance, I will call for a vote. So raise your hand one final time if you'd like to make one final comment before we vote. Seeing no hands, I'll reverse the order of the vote. I'll start with calling one by one when I call for the vote. I will call out the name and then you will say yay, nay, or I guess it would be your prerogative to abstain. So all those in favor of the motion on the table this evening, please say aye when I call on your name. I'll start with myself and I vote nay. Next up is Ann Chikello. What is your vote?
Nay.
Next up is Richard Steele. What is your vote?
Nay.
Next up is Peter DeRosa. What is your vote?
Yay.
Next up is John Birmingham. What is your vote?
Yay.
Can you repeat that?
Yay.
I figured, but I just wanted to be sure. Next up, Ann Santoro.
Yay.
So we have 3 nays and 3 yays. There is not a majority on this motion, so the motion fails.
I have a request.
You can make a statement, John.
I have a request. I'd like the board members polled for their vote. You know what that means?
You would like the board members polled for the vote. Didn't I just do that?
Karen, you hear me? Karen Z?
I just unmuted myself. That's exactly what she did. I have, if you'd like me to tell you who voted for it, it
Right.
was Mr. DeRosa, yourself, Ms. Santoro, and against was Ms. Alberti, Ms. Ciccarello, and Mr. Steele. We
Yeah.
had three yays and 3 nays.
That's the way it's recorded in the minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Did I make, while I've got everybody, did I make a mistake on anybody's vote?
No.
We're okay? Okay. All right.
Okay. With that, the motion failed this evening. The next agenda item that we have is public discussion. Is there anybody attending the meeting that would like to make a comment? Please raise your hand. Anybody in the public wishing to address the board? I see we have a hand up from Gary Upton. I have unmuted you, Gary. You're free to make your comment.
Hey guys, I just want to personally thank everyone for the attention they've put into this project and all the subcommittees that have been put together. I think there was some heated discussion. I can see the contention that's come forth amongst your own commission here, and I think you guys. It's difficult, and it's too bad. Too bad you can't hit the reset button. I feel like trying to add in a little bit more budget is clearly a problem. And if you could hit the reset button and start all over with some clear numbers, I, for one, feel that I really loved one of the statements that was really near and dear to my heart was understanding that most constituents in town do not understand. Most constituents, you guys are smart in politics. That's why you're on this board, right? But most of us lay people, we see a referendum as an endorsement. I can tell you, I'm an old millennial. I'm one of the first years of the millennials. But millennials, I've spoken to many, many young people, and they think that a referendum means that you guys have said yes, this is good, and they all, for the most part, come out and say, yeah, go say yeah for this thing. That's my generation's understanding, and I do believe. I think Ann was saying that, you know, it's, you guys have been put in place for your ability and your right to say, hey, we've got experience and we've done our job. It's late. I'll shut up. Thank you for everyone, and let's see where this goes next. I hope the Board of Selectmen are responsible during the crisis which we have, the recession and all the different things that are going on in our country at this time. I'd like to highlight Mr. Daigle made a comment that potentially we could sell the building. It's on the record. He said that. I hope they consider that. Take care, guys.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Thank you for your comment. Is there anybody else? I see a hand up from Lisa Picarazzi.
Just briefly, having been on your seat, I just want to thank all of you. I know this had to be really difficult for all of you. You get paid nothing. There's all kinds of criticism. I know all of you. You all worked really hard, and I thank you for your courage to stand up for your convictions. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Those are very kind words. Appreciated. Yes, Paul.
I'd just like to comment on Mr. Upton's comment on being on the record. Those are possibilities. They're not plans. They're not my personal opinion. I was asked what would do if it didn't go forward, and I put examples on the table. So just make sure that the record reflects that those were options, not recommendations, or not something I endorsed. Don't know which way we're going to go now, based on the fact that you've decided not to bring this forward to the citizens of East Lyme. The Board of Selectmen will have to discuss that and determine how we want to proceed. Thank you, and thank you all for your time tonight.
Okay, Paul. Thank you. I'll call one more time for anybody at the meeting, any attendee wishing to speak during the public discussion. I'm scrolling up and down, seeing no hands. We will move on to the next agenda item.
Hey, can I, is there any room for discussion about having a vote eliminating the Sally Port and the jail cells and the elevator? Would that change votes, I'm wondering? And it worth having a vote for that?
That would not be up to us. That would be up to the Board of Selectmen to decide what they want to do. If they want to still utilize the remaining portion of the $5 million that was appropriated, they would need to decide how best to utilize those dollars. I mean, and maybe they'll decide to still come back 2 years from now and say, hey, remember that Sally Port and holding cells we never got? We think it's time to do that. We'd like to, and it'll cost $1.5 million. You know, they have that right to come back at another time. But as of this evening, the vote is what it is, and they'll need to go back and regroup and figure out what next steps are. That's my idea of what is happening tonight. If anybody else has a different opinion, feel free to speak.
The original vote, it was voted down. It was with it, and there was 3 votes for the 5 million on that one evening. And
there were 3 votes.
Yeah, there was a vote. Like I don't have the minutes in front of me, but the vote for the 5 million was the 3rd vote of that evening.
Oh yes, that was the 3rd motion that was made that evening. That is correct. The first 2 motions failed.
Peter go.
Okay.
Peter has disappeared.
Pardon? So I'm just wondering if there was room for another motion tonight.
I'd say we're beyond that.
Well, let me just ask if I could, Peter, explain a little bit more about what you're
The motion failed. And
Correct.
could it pass without that, if we eliminated if we brought it down by 900 and whatever, $1,000, if we eliminated the Sally Port and the jail and that from the motion?
So my thought process is no, we can't eliminate that. Let's let the Board of Selectmen decide what they want to do. They could come back to us and say, all right, you said no to the 2.2. Here's what we want to do instead. I mean, they could still come back to us with another proposal. But I'm not prepared to vote tonight on a different amount than they requested, because I don't want to repeat mistakes of the past. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Any other board comments? If there are no further board comments this evening, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Ann Chicolo. Was there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thanks, Ann Santoro. All those in favor, all at once, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 600. Thank you, everyone. To be continued. Good night.
Good night.